Hello and welcome to the season finale of the Sim 3D GT series by FTR Events here live on Total Sim Sports. And what a better place to round out the season than Watkins Glen International, the spiritual home of road racing in the USA, with crowds flocking to see top-level racing since the 1940s. Indeed, virtually all major road racing classes in North America have competed here at one stage or another, through Formula One to Can-Am, and of course the NASCAR Cup Series, known colloquially as the Glen. The facility is, of course, now owned by NASCAR, and hosts NASCAR Cup Series at races every year here since 1986, of course with the exception of 2020, when all racing was halted due to the dreaded coronavirus. But due to the magic of sim racing, we are here live trackside for the season finale. I am Tim Cox. We've got Sean Cranley Swash in the virtual production trailer, as always, working his magic. But right now, I'm joined by the epic Paul Walsh. Paul, we've seen some amazing racing this season. Drama, twist the tails right to the very end. And I don't think this is going to be any different, knowing what we do about the Sim 3D GT series.
Oh, most definitely, Tim. And hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here in the commentary booth with my colleague Tim. And as he was saying, it is the case. This season has had twists and turns. It has had drama throughout, but the kind of drama we love to see in the Sim 3D GT series. And of course, last time we were at Imola in the 6 hours of Imola, and that race in itself proved to be an absolutely spectacular one, where it was the case. We had leaders who fell by the wayside. We had underdogs who made the way up through the field, and we had everything in between. Overtakes, unexpected ones at corners you wouldn't normally see. And now that we're here at Watkins Glen, indeed perhaps the major personification of road racing in the United States of America, in the state of New York, you can imagine now that all of our drivers will be looking to end on a high, and indeed our teams will. And Tim, what a brilliant circuit as well, and we have got a cracker of 4 hours of racing ahead.
Well, we haven't indeed, Paul. Round 7 of the championship. 4 hours of racing to come in about 45 minutes time. First off, we've got qualifying. That's just about to get underway. We've got touring cars taking to the track for 15 minutes of open qualifications, so all the cars will be out on track at the same time. Before we had the GC4s for 15 minutes, and then of course rounding out with the GC3s, both Pro and Am categories. Before we head into racing, of course, people who are new to this series may be tuning in for the first time. One of the major things that this series runs is their own built software called Race Director, which looks at if there's been an incident on track, and using its algorithm based on, how many people are involved, how long has the car been stationary for, where is it on track, throws a safety car, which really tests our drivers, determine their team strategy, brings everyone back together again. It's just seeing Holman there of RD Sim Sports 2 having a little bit of an excursion on his out lap as he headed around through into the chute there. But it's really, Paul, we've seen it. It just completely flips everything up on its head, and that's a strategy element, not like your standard iRacing official endurance races where it's basically keep going, maximum fuel at every pit stop, and then adjust it accordingly in the final stop. Relatively simple. With this, the teams, they can't have their drivers move away like you would do normally, go off, get a coffee, grab a bite to eat, come back, and then pick up at their next stint, because everything's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing, and you never know when there might be a safety car. And then you've got to really think on your feet in terms of, do you take a pit stop, don't you? Do you put more fuel in? Do you change your tyres? It's absolutely magical, but a real challenge at the same time.
Oh, indeed. And we saw that most, I think, in round number 5 back at Laguna Seca in what was the Monterey County region, whereby it was the case we had multiple safety cars, which really caused the racing to break up, and a number of teams' strategies were disrupted as a result of it. Some drivers had to get back in the car when they didn't expect to. It was the case that they'd gone away to come back to find that they were taking over a car that didn't have the fuel they were expecting it to have. Indeed, hadn't gone through the tyre evolution and wear compared to what they were expecting, and that really opened up the racing racing there. Whereas, oddly enough, last time out at Imola, we didn't see a single safety car, unless my memory tricks me, or is playing it tricked me, I should say. And that in itself, a lot of teams were shocked at the fact we didn't see a safety car there, for the simple reason they'd planned it into their strategies, and that meant they had to change the strategy. Their drivers were expected in some cases to have to run much longer stints behind the wheel, and it all added together once again to really put a test to our drivers and their respective teams. And I can imagine here today at Watkins Glen, given the tendency of this circuit to be a very closed-in circuit, particularly on the opening 2 to 3 laps before the field spreads out, we could definitely see an early safety car, and I think we could see some safety cars later on, given there are a number of corners around here where if a driver makes a small little error in terms of just missing their braking point by 5-10 metres, the car can be in the wall, and very shortly after, the safety car will be called as they pick up the pieces.
As we've got first sort of time starting to come in, Bass is going to be first across the line. What sort of time is he going to set? What is going to be our initial target time to beat? There we go, 1:55.245 for Orbit Mars and Motorsport. Before we're going to have Fox, he's going to be next across the line. What sort of time is he going to set? Not going quicker by the looks of things. Holman's not going to be far behind either. We've got a field of Hyundai Elantra TCRs here for you today. No Audi RS3s this time out, but there is Holman across the line, so 55.1. It's a close Brabham there. A little bit off the pace initially, around about 8/10 in fact, behind RD Sim Sport 2 after a strong result from those guys over the last couple of rounds. We'll see what RD can achieve this time out as Prismatic. They've had their first lap deleted due to an going outside of track limit, so still plenty of time left in the bag to be able to get a time on the board. Roughly about 5 minutes through, so a third of the way through touring car qualification right now, and yet to set times as well. FTR as well, another team having their time deleted due to track limits, so 2 out of the 5 just struggling with initial outlap, but equally, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it, Paul? You know, with endurance racing, qualification, it's not necessarily the be-all and end-all.
Oh, definitely not, Tim. As you say, it's one of those cases whereby getting qualification sorted out, get yourself high up your respective grid order, works out nicely for the start of the race, because it means you may not end up in as many early battles, and therefore it's quite easier for the team and indeed yourself as a driver to transition from where's that opening 5 to 10 minutes of having to battle hard and try to fight for the right to being, say, P3, P2, but then you can focus more on the racing itself, whereby it's one of those cases of, well, if you qualify a bit further back and you haven't had the greatest of qualifying sessions, maybe it upsets the strategy a little bit, or it means that you as the team have to think, okay, well, we're out of position, let's see how we can evolve the strategy to it. But the length of the racing, whether it's 4 or 6 hours, and well, in this case at 4 hours of racing, it should be the case that they'll be able to find the time over the course of the race distance to make up for what they lose in qualifying. But as we head across the timeline here, we're right on board with James Holman from RD Sim Sport 2, Tim, and as he makes his way into turn 1 here, you were saying earlier about RD Sim Sport really growing as a team in multiple classes over the course of the season, particularly from the halfway point, and they're looking strong here again today.
Yeah, they've just gone quicker, in fact, Paul. Just shaved about a 10th off their time to just be marginally by 500 seconds over the 1:55 mark, and really starting to set some distance between themselves and the rest of the field, namely Orbit and Brabham, who and also the FTR not far behind them, and it's starting to really close up now. Prismatic getting a time on the board, 55.6, but we head now down in towards the boots, past the previous corner. You turn right there and brings you pretty much out in the second to last corner, used by NASCAR. It's all a little bit twitchy there onto the grass on the exit, but now just heading on down a real challenging corner here through the toe. A little bit off camber, but sweeps around. You've got that elevation change to deal with as well, but equally we'll expect to see the faster classes coming around the TCRs on the outside into race conditions. Watkins Glen, absolutely brilliant circuit for multi-class racing. Lots of lines available for the drivers, able to run really wide out of the heel there due to that resurfaced part. There used to be a gravel trap there, but now, of course, with it being fully tarmac, the drivers can utilise all of that area without having a their time deleted. Into the second to last corner now before we bounce across the curves, line the car up, just try and clip that bit of curbing on the inside, get as close to the wall as you dare on the exit. And let's see what sort of times he comes across the line. Holman has managed to set. Does he go quicker? Well, he does indeed, and he breaks the 1 minute 55 mark. The first driver in touring car to do so. The 1 minute 54.959. Well, what a lap to drive on board with there, Paul, because Holman just showcasing exactly how it should be done, going fastest overall during qualifying.
Oh, most definitely. And the one thing that really stood out there for me with regards to that lap was the fact that whilst he was pushing it to the limit, it looked so smooth. And the thing with these touring car racing class machines is they are heavy machines, being front engine, front wheel drive, so you can be quite aggressive with them, both into the corners, on the exit of the corners. You can chuck them onto the curves as well. They don't mind those curves. But indeed, this Hyundai Elantra, and it's a car that we've seen throughout the season, which has been very strong in general, and it is generally strong as per the current balance of performance in iRacing. But it is the case, this car is also quite sensitive. The more laps you do on the tyres do degrade quite quickly, and our drivers normally have to run the brake bias quite far towards the rear to get the rotation. But there, whereas normally seen touring car drivers having the rear step out on them, or alternatively it's the case they've had some understeer mid-corner as they try to get on the power, the car just points in a straight line on corner exit, and Andy Fox here trying to replicate Holman's lap effectively in P3 in the class at the moment. It's the case in Holman's lap, it just looks so silky smooth. And the one thing that I've always seen is when a lap looks smooth, it's normally very fast. It may look slow because it's not a case he's chopping at the steering wheel having to fight the car, but that's the sign of a driver who's in harmony, and that's why Holman right now, and indeed RD SimSport 2, are up there and the only team in the 54s.
But because of these touring cars being front wheel drive, just how does that play into the tyre management side of things, especially in endurance races?
So with them being front wheel drive, it means that the front tyres have to do the majority of the work. So for those who are tuning in uninitiated with what does front engine, front wheel drive mean, it means the engine's on the front of the car, and of course the front tyres will do the drive work. So when the power is deployed, when you press the accelerator down, all the power goes to the front wheels. And so you can imagine with the front wheels also doing the turning work when you go into and out of a corner, like you see there with regards to the Bram eSports Hissing Sid machine, and you'll see the same here for Swaris Fitzpatrick from Prismatic Motorsports Academy. Is the case those front tyres are constantly on a balancing act. The idea being that as you go through a corner and you're turning into the apex, as soon as you clear that apex, you want to get the power down, but you can't do it too aggressively because the tyres can only do so much. Overdo it and you start to really shred the tyres because they'll start to understeer and you're essentially scratching layers of the tyre off, and that is where the balancing act comes in. And to your point, Tim, is that what drivers need to do over the course of the 4 hours is they need to try and protect those tyres as much as possible, those front ones. Now they can do it through a couple of means. The first thing is by using what is moving the brake bias towards the rear. The idea being if they move the brake bias backwards, it puts a bigger emphasis on the rear brakes. In return, it actually takes a little bit of wear off the fronts and puts it onto the rears. But also what we may see is as drivers come out of corners in particular, they might come out of a corner in a slightly higher gear. So whereas a corner may typically be second gear for the purposes of qualifying, they may actually come out of the corner in third gear and put the power down, because with less power going to the wheels for a higher gear, it can just help take off a little bit of that power and exit, and therefore it can help save a bit of time. It comes at a cost, however, in that case, which is you lose a little bit of pace, but it's a trade-off, and we've seen that, particularly we saw it back at the Nürburgring, both on the Grand Prix loop and also the Nordschleife loop, how a number of touring car teams really had to protect the tyres over the distance.
So it looks like it starts to reach that point in qualification where everyone seems to have plateaued out here. No improvements going on right now. Let's just bring you up to date with the weather. You can see that across the top of your screen right now. Currently 10, just coming up to 10 to 11, sorry, local time here in America. We have got 33 degrees Celsius track temperature, so just on the higher side of that nice operating window where it's warm enough, especially for qualifying, but not too much in terms of the track starting to feel like ice. But those temperatures, of course, as we reach into the hottest parts of the day, that does only mean that the temperatures are going to increase here. That's going to become another element that our drivers are going to have to deal with out here today. In terms of the wind, not too much affecting things here either, so that's not going to play a massive part. As we just see there, heading down through the carousel, or the outer loop as it's also known, RD SimSport are looking for another strong result here today. Can they achieve it? There are the championship standings for touring car, just in this quiet period in qualifying right now. Brabham eSports leading the way on 164 points, with FTR in second, Orbit in third, only 11 points behind FTR in second. And RD, who was saying earlier, Paul was alluding to, really grown into this championship. The number 2 team, they're fourth in the championship on 103. I don't think they're going to be able to make up too much ground, but RD Simsport 3 not far behind them, being 12 points behind in fifth. And it's Driveline Prismatic who'll be looking to improve here today with no Driveline in the lineup. And then also we've got Track Limit in eighth, Sim Party, Team ESR, Marshmallow, who are going to finish with the Artlets. They currently aren't here today for the final round of the season. And not long left in qualifying now, around about just a minute left. The drivers to get out onto one fast lap. Bat currently having a bit of a mixed lap right now. The Orbit Motorsport Mars driver going fastest of anyone in Sector 1. In personal best in Sector 2. Known preference in Sectors 3 and 4. It's going to take a mammoth final sector here if he wants to move up through those standings and displace RD Simsport on the front row. Can he do it? As he's going to come across the line, are we going to see an improvement? It's looking unlikely. Can he do it? Previous best was the 155.16, and well, he goes fractionally slower there. 55.17, so 1/100 beam. So Paul, talk about consistency. You can't argue with that one from Bass.
Oh, indeed. I think Bass have really shown that whilst they haven't been able to get it on pole for the purposes of the grid, the Orbit Motorsport Mars team definitely seems to have come here with a package which is optimised for the race. Because the thing with Watkins Glen is, and we talked a little bit about it earlier, with these corners being quite heavily cambered, and it's also the case that you do have a bit of wind thrown in the mix as well. You need those consistent lap times, lap after lap, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Orbit Motorsport Mars really grow into the 4-hour duration of the race, and RD Supersport 2 will have to show that they're not just there to take pole, but they're also there to set the pace up front lap after lap as well, as Bas is the only driver right now who is out there on circuit. Well, he's on a valid lap technically, but we are ending this qualifying session for the TCRs.
So we're just about to get underway with GT4 qualification. Let's see who's going to come out on top. We've got a few more drivers within this category. Yeah, I've got two different classes as well, so just to vary things up. Let's take a little look at the GT4 Championship. Just before we get things underway, Deutsche Payment, who've been so strong all season long, leading the championships on 194 points and a considerable margin between themselves and RD Simsport in second. Paul's favourite team, Huge. You asked, I've completely butchered that one. I was only mocking him beforehand for always getting had by the commentator's curse of these tricky named teams, and I've completely undone that myself there. Effect eSports, we've got Catchpole currently, he's going to take qualifying for them. They're fourth in the championship right now, and a little bit adrift from Hugh Jas there. Backmarker Racing Orange, they are in fifth again, way behind. Effect's going to need a big result from them today to move up through the standings, with Orbit Motorsport in sixth, and Vulcan and Brabham all tied on points on 66 points for sixth place. In ninth it's Track Limit with D-Line in 10th, and only 1 point behind them is 49 Motorsports. RTL, FT, and the two FTR teams going to round out the championship. Of course, those like the last two are not appearing here today at Watkins, but well, RD Simsport, we saw a strong result from them in TCR. Surely your men's money's got to be on Paul. Deutsche Payment picking up pole position here today at Watkins.
Oh, indeed. I'd have to agree with you, Tim. I mean, Deutsche Pants, they've got Ben Kelly-McCauley behind the wheel at the moment of the car, and really their story has been one of destiny. It's been the case ever since the season opened that they've absolutely flown. As we see here, Tyne Langenberg for D-Line Racing flying down what is the run up towards turn number 5, but as he misses his braking zone there into the wall, which is unfortunate. We do look over to the Hugh Jas machine, and that is Antonio Alvarez driving the car. But coming back to the point with regards to Deutsche Deutsche Payment Def Omens. They really, when the luck hasn't been their way, they've ground out the results, and conversely, sometimes they've had a little bit of luck on their side, but nothing can be taken from them time and time again right up there. And really, it's the case they're the team to beat today. And whilst they are on course to essentially take the GT4 Championship, you can imagine every team here will be looking to just try and nip it in the bud, take away their crowning jewel, which would be a win here at Watkins Glen.
It would be indeed for them. There's Vulcan there on a quick lap as well. Likewise, RD2, or they were, apologies on that lap. It was me getting a little bit mixed up there. It was Deutsche Payment just heading through. As we're just seeing right now, heading through the last couple of corners, down to where the short circuit rejoins, and then into the penultimate corner. Can really take a lot of the concreted area on the right hand side on the exit there, but as they head towards the start finish line, what is going to be our benchmark time here in GT4? Well, let's find out as Deutsche Payment take that provisional pole, 151.175, but look at the time from Vulcan, only 0.003 of a second separating those top two. Wow, 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 Paul. This is already setting itself up to be a fascinating qualifying, let alone race here at Watkins and GT4.
Oh, indeed. And Vulcan Sim Racing, they're really sending a message straight away, which is whatever you can do, Deutsche Payment Def Omens, we can do as well. And that is going to make this qualifying session definitely perhaps the highlight of the qualifying sessions of this season, because you can imagine if they continue to exchange lap times. And I also do think that Vulcan Sim Racing are running along behind Deutsche Payment at the moment, which means they may be picking up a distant tow as well, which is also sending a bit of a cheeky message, which is we're going to get that pole position by using you to give us the speed down the straight, on top of what we could do naturally. But we'll have to wait to see how that plays out. A little bit further down, back marker Racing Orange here, we're looking at in the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, a car which we've really seen a very lonely Porsche, and it's the case it hasn't been on the pace necessary in qualifying. I don't think it's going to be on the pace here today, given the fact that this is more of a power circuit rather than a handling circuit, but they could do well depending on how the race starts off. But looking across here to another of our GT4s, and that's Effect Esports, is Alistair Catchpole making his way around, yet to set a lap and looking strong as well. But it is the case, it's a really open session here in the GT4 qualifying team. It's one of those cases I think we're going to see those lap times continue to tumble. And speaking of tumbling, I think Brandon Blakesley here is on for an absolute fly. He's gone purple in 3 out of 4 subsectors, and now he's heading through the final corner. And what's it going to be as he comes to that timing line?
Let's find out, Paul. As you say, you're utilising that slipstream from Deutsche Payment in front of them. This is surely going to be the new pole time. Wow, Deutsche Payment go quicker, but Vulcan instantly respond by going 3 tenths quicker than Deutsche Payment's new time. Wow, big times being set by our front two right now, the 207, the 287 of Vulcan and Deutsche Payment respectively. You called it absolutely spot on there, Paul. Just utilising that slipstream out of the 90, turn 1 all the way up through the S's, down the back straight, and it's paid absolute dividends for Vulcan.
Oh, indeed. And the thing for them now is, of course, the emphasis will be on the fact they'll put themselves on the front row, and imagining that Deutsche Payment are still behind them come the exit of turn 1, then Deutsche Payment will have the task of trying to beat them in terms of the slipstream. But we'll wait and see how that plays out in the race, depending on how they qualify on the grid here. But definitely, I think it's the case we're going to be seeing a brilliant battle between Vulcan Sim Racing and Deutsche Payment, regardless of how they qualify. But meanwhile, further around the field right now, we do have Alistair Catchpole here in the Effect Esports machine, and don't count these guys out. They have been a very strong contender for the podium in each and every race, and as they come to the timeline this time, what can Catchpole achieve with the first lap on the board? It is going to be P3 there on a 51.262, 6 tenths clear of Hugh Chars, but at the same time only 3 tenths off a Deutsche Payment Def Omens. I wonder if we could see Effect Esports get into the mix here for that pole position. They are looking sharp, they just need to find some tow.
I was wondering exactly the same, Paul. I mean, they're not a million miles off Deutsche Payment, and all they say, all it takes is that bit of tow, and they'll be right into it. As just seeing our top two there, and interestingly, Deutsche Payment lining up behind and positioning their car behind Vulcan's there. Mind games going on right now as we see Hugh Gas come through the final corner. Alvarez on a quick time. This is surely going to be improvement. Currently 4th in the standings right now, 151.85. Are they going to go quicker? Let's find out, and yes, they do. Fractionally, though, still remain in 4th, and still distance some work to do between themselves and Effect, but they are going to be giving RD a tow, who are currently sat 7th in qualifying right now. There they are through the S's. It's going to see right now as 49 Motorsports improving time there with a 151.8. Still remain 5th, but RD is going to really have to. You can just see how the tow works there. Whether they've really closed up down the back straight onto the back of Hugh Jazz.
Indeed, and as they've closed up, one little thing I've noticed through the S's at turns 2 and 3, the RD SimSport machines seem to really understeer in that dirty air of the car in front, and I do wonder there whether they're perhaps going to struggle a little bit over the remainder of this lap, because now there is that focus, of course, on these bank turns and these middle gear turns as well. And you can see there Hugh just pulling over to the side and RD SimSport carrying on the lap, but I think they've actually been given a bit of grace here, given the fact that they've had the tow for all the portion of the lap where they need the tow, and now the straightaways become a little bit shorter, albeit we have to run up the back straight here up towards what is at turn number 8, and as they make their way into the braking zone, I think Anders Vries Ankerson at this point will be feeling as though if he can nail these last couple corners, it may be the best lap they're going to get out there, given he's had what is the time in the tow in the early half of the lap. But I say that the car's stepping out a little bit going into the last couple of corners, just doesn't seem as though the car's hooked up.
No, you could really see it coming out of the third to last corner there. The corner really had this nasty bump on the inside, which it's a bit of a tricky conundrum. You set your car up so you can drive across the top of it, or you sort of just move the car across a little bit to the right and almost drive around a bit so you can get onto the throttle easier. But see what Ankerson can do. It's going to be an improvement in time for him. Well, it is boost from 7th up into 5th, which leaves them Sloan Porge of backmarker down to the bottom of timing standings right now. Deutsche Payment, they've just improved on their time. Only fractions though still remain in 2nd. Vulcan, they're on an out lap as well. Right now is Brandon Blakesley, and look to try and keep hold of that 1st place in qualifying right now. And will he improve at all? Let's find out as we arrive on board him. Just hitting that 200 ball there, keep an eye out for it, onto the brakes and across the curbs. Don't want to get too far across there, otherwise you pick up an off-track limit and that's going to delete your time. Equally coming back directly across, you're going to hit that bump, so that's why you saw Blakesley just keeping to the left-hand side of those curbs there until the last possible second. But as you said right now, it is all about remaining smooth. No bus stop here today, so the drivers drive straight on past that. Boy, you have this bump here, that nasty bump there, which is right on the racing line in this configuration of the circuit. Boy, head on round. And then down through the chute in. It's just almost never ending here. Just trying to take some of the curb and then much of that curb on the outside there. Trying to maximise your exit speed for this short run then towards the toe in the boot section. Car wants to understeer. You can hear him fight. The tyres squealing and scrubbing a bit, using that extra bit of tarmac on the outside there just to hook it up around, carry as much speed and momentum. That's all of what this circuit is about. Pick out your braking marker. About 150 onto the brakes, clip the curb on the inside, use some of that new paved section that used to be a gravel trap, but into this corner, mentioned about it. There's a big bump right in the road, any second about there, bang. As soon as you come back onto the short version of the circuit, that's where it's the transition between the two. Just a bit of a lift there, just to keep the car settled and turned in, so you don't take too much of the curb. Then the final corner, runs it out to the wall, and what sort of time we're going to see from Vulcan? Is it going to be an improvement? 150.6, their previous best. Well, let's take a look. No, they go slower by nearly 0.6 of a second, Paul.
Oh, indeed. And it was a smooth lap, but at the same time as well, a lap without the tow there. I think Brandon Blakesley knows that trying to improve on that 50.621, it's just not going to happen unless they get another tow down the straights. But meanwhile, Alistair Catchpole here in what is the Effect eSports machine, tucked in behind the 49 Motorsports Magenta car, which is currently down in P7 as they come to that timeline. Will we see an improvement here from Effect eSports, or will it be the case? No, he doesn't. He goes on to another lap here. And I think it's the case they're saving the best to last with the rubber that's been laid down on the circuit. And you can see in the rear of the picture there, we do have what is the Porsche Cayman from Backmarker Racing, orange, driven by Ed Cookstus, trying to get into that toe, albeit just a little bit too far back here, I suspect. I think he hasn't quite got the toe where he needs it. These cars normally generate a toe zone about 1.5 seconds back and closing. I think he's just out of reach of the toe he needs.
Not helping Cookstus right now, is it at all? It's a tricky conundrum for him, and looking for more source of race pace as opposed to the initial pace during qualifying. Of course, we have got two teams yet to set times. One being D-Line, who've had all their times deleted so far. As we just see right now, back marker orange. Going to take something big from Cookstus. He hasn't really been towards it. He's been above the midfield at best sort of all season long, really, hasn't he, Paul? Never really too much higher. Not really one that's worried our leaders. I mean, it's showed from when we looked at the standings earlier. He's certainly not challenged back marker, but could well potentially, you know, all it takes is one or two instances that you get brought right back into play.
Oh, most definitely. And the thing that I think has been really noticeable is about the attitude they've come to each and every round. They've gone with the car which isn't the favourable car for the calendar. We've seen that the Aston Martin Vantage V8 has been the stronger of the two GT4 cars, but it hasn't phased them. And we've seen time and time again, they've taken the fight for those potential P4s and P5s, and where they've been able to deliver those results, it's meant a lot to them. And I think here today, their focus, as we were talking about earlier, Tim, is more on what is affecting the race, and whatever they get in qualifying, if they actually move up there to P5 on a 51.586, getting some toe right at the end of the 49 Motorsports Magenta. They're there to pick up the pieces when the big names fall or when they have the instance, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they've gone into this race to do. They're focusing all around the race pace, and they'll be waiting to see where the leaders, particularly the Vantage leaders, fall by the wayside. And if they can do so, I'm not going to say they're going to be on the podium, but I think they're looking at a top 5 to wrap up their season.
Let's head down to the back straight. You can really see the bump there from the 49 Motorsports machine. It's on the entry as Castro on an improvement in Sector 1. Let's find out Sector 2, another personal best. That's those green colours below their name right now. You can see how well they're doing in the respective sectors. As we head through the chute, down towards the toe. Feels like a lot longer when you're in the car compared to what the contemporary cameras actually show it as right now. But a little bit of a twitch mid-corner, really tricky corner is the toe. Deceptive in a lot of ways as coming to the end of qualifying now for GT4. So this is all or nothing right now for Cookstus. There's no improvement in Sector 3. So many tricky corners here at Watkins. Doesn't look too bad. It's really deceptive in that way. As we're going to see them move around now and really losing the rear end there on the exit. You can see the oversteer there, the car just sliding and stepping out on Castro, and it's not looking good for him right now. It's going to take a big final sector, all or nothing. It's the final chance, the final lap in qualifying. What can he do? Is he going to move up from 7th? Well, let's find out together. And he does, displaces RD Sim Sports in 6th place, moves up a row on the grid as well in doing so, up onto the 3rd row in GT4. Wow, great lap there for the American right at the death.
Oh, indeed, saving the best to last there and nailing it. And indeed, that means that the emphasis now really will be on RD Simsport having to work their way from that 4th row in the GT4 grid. But a great qualifying session for our GT4 class drivers. And in the end, it was Brandon Bakesley from Vulcan Sim Racing who took that pole position, albeit it was by a margin in the end of a couple of attempts to Deutsche Paint Def Omens. But we've definitely got a GT4 class which is going to be full of action all the way from the start, I think, when we get under racing conditions. But now our focus turns to GT3s, and of course we've got the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs out on the circuit, so it's a little bit more of a crowded session here, and I can imagine there might be a lot of drivers, much like what we saw with our two belligerents for pole position, the GT4 class, Tim. I think we're going to be seeing a bit of to me to you, or no after you sir moments with regards to that slipstream as the time goes on.
I think you're not wrong there at all, Paul. Yes, we've got so many cars out on track, a real challenge now for our drivers, because we've got to share the track with every single one of them in GT3, both Pro and 2 subclasses within one class. We're trying to find some space, but equally, Paul, as we've seen in the GT4 qualification, still have not too much of a gap to the car in front of you, so that you can utilise the slipstream, as I said, all the way out turn 1, the 90, all the way through to the loop, which they're just entering into right now, as we see the RD Sim Sport machine doing so. It's a terrific command from, if anything, you can almost do with the circuit being inverted on its head, because this is the sort of part for the ultimate lap where you want all the nice slipstreamy bits towards the end of the lap so that you don't end up tripping up over the car in front of you and suffering from any aero wash.
Oh, 100%. That is the awkward thing, of course, when you try to gain the toe on a lap, and particularly when you need the toe at the starter lap. Get too close to the driver in the front, and you pick up what we like to refer to as the wash, or that dirty air of the front of the car in front of you. And we're seeing it here with regards to what is effectively Rob Sutherland in the RD Sim Sport BMW M4. And behind him there, we do have another one of our M4s, and I do believe that's the number 46 car of Alpine Stars GD6 Racing. But you can see, as the lap has gone on, the gap between the two of them has closed massively. And the problem is, and Alpine Stars are feeling this now, they have to make a choice. Do they try to pass the driver in front and impede their lap and put themselves at the wrath of the stewards potentially, or do they wait and have their lap spoiled? And that's what they've had to do here, is literally tuck in behind and say, you know what, right, we've got to let it go. And we'll see our first lap times come on in. But I think for Rob Sutherland's, we see a flash of lights there from Miguel Vigo. He's not happy with the way Rob Sutherland's lap came to an end, and Vigo immediately bringing the car down the inside there into the 90 right, and that is a sign of a driver I think is very frustrated. I think he felt as though he was on for a good lap, but that's the risk you take when you run that close to somebody. If you get too close, your lap could be completely botched, or you've got to very quickly trying to overtake the driver in front without ruining their lap. And in the end, it's not worked out for the pair of them. Conversely, however, a new team on the block, unless I'm very much mistaken, RI Management Racing Team, they've just gone provisional pole on the first laps that have come on in with a 40.795, the only team to do so. And well, the Dutch driver here absolutely flying of Xander van Herwin as he comes charging down the straight.
Well, charging and then pulls it over to the right to allow the field pass. Obviously they're on quicker laps as well. This should be a quick lap. Campbell, what a battle we've seen between himself and of course Armstrong all season long, and Campbell been flawless. He's done it all by himself here again in the Porsche to duel it out. And surely, I mean, form book says pole position, but I mean, of course, Armstrong has got a qualification ban, so we won't be near the top of him. But I mean, surely this has got to be the pole position time from Campbell if we learn anything from this season. But of course, ROA management, you know, they've been really quick during practice, haven't they, Paul?
Oh, indeed. RI Management really setting the timing towers and screens alight in practice, looking absolutely unstoppable. But the thing is, practice is one thing, qualifying is another, as we see there the time, which was not set by the RSI by Buckingham FTR machine of Sean Campbell there, an invalid lap, and he'll have to go again. But we do wonder whether the pressure will now get to our emerging stars, and whether it's the case that the old veteran, as you say, of Sean Campbell, who really has been the machine of this season in terms of taking the car to the circuit, time and time again by himself, and delivering an absolutely flawless races, and he just has not had a weakness in his armour at any point. And we talked about it on the broadcast at Imola, and it was the case then, winning by such a margin. I think over a minute in the end was his victory distance, and he just simply well, there was no point where we actually could report and say, oh look, he's made a slight mistake there, the car stepped out. He was just so comfortable behind the wheel, and I think everybody within this GT3 pack will be thinking, how can I be like Sean Campbell? And well, to be fair, another name who we should really give some praise to, Prismatic Motorsports Athena's Emily Howe, who, to be fair, the team have been great, and Emily Howe has been going from strength to strength over the course of this season as Howe makes her way to the timeline here.
Howe, one of those drivers that we haven't had for the whole season, and was absolutely top form, one of the drivers to beat last season. This season has sort of fallen by the wayside. I think but that's by her own high standards, you know, where she set that bar so high herself. And yes, we've had new teams come into the championship as well, but even so, it's not probably been her best season, I'd say. And again, that's just by her own high standards as Crawford heads up into third place, while Campbell as well at second. And I mean, look at the margin. Sorry, apologies, he's exactly 100th of a second between ROI and RSR. And do you know what, Paul? I'm left a bit gutted for Armstrong, because we know how quick he is. We know he can take the fight to Campbell of RSR. Now we've got ROI as well. That would have been an epic three-way fight between those teams right at the top, and I think for the whole race long.
Oh, indeed. But the thing is, of course, Tim, we may be denied a three-way shootout for pole position here. Of course, let's not assume that FTR Esports GT3 can't get in the mix there. They're only a further 2 attempts off that battle for the top 2 right now. But it is the case, I can imagine that, well, Armstrong from Bram Esports, as soon as we go green for racing, he will literally do everything in his power to get on through the pack and go hunting after the win. You could imagine that ROI and RSR by butt kicker may battle hard over the course of the race, and if they do battle hard, then they could really cost themselves some key time, and we could end up seeing that Bram Esports BMW really appear out of nowhere and go on the charge. And that's the great thing, of course, when you've got 4 hours of racing here, a circuit which really lends itself to overtakes. It is the case that we can see battles time and time again, and battling here costs a huge amount of time. And we've seen it already where drivers have had to try and find their way through in the qualifying session. They've got too close, they try to look down the inside, and their laps are aborted effectively because they've just spoiled the lap. And enter you to Amin here, just about getting the right amount of space. The car in front is the Finn for 49 Motorsports Maroon, and again currently P12 and looking to try and build up, currently on an outlap.
They are, and I tell you what, another one maybe not had the best of qualifying so far right now is the backmarker Lamborghini, currently 11th overall. Let's not forget Boscher Williams. We saw an amazing qualifying from him at Montreal earlier in the season, where one of those drivers was able to show that, you know, can take the fight to the front group of guys. And so, yeah, a team has been knocking on the door a little bit. Going to be interesting to see how he gets on, and especially in this last stages of qualifying too, Paul, because a bit down on by his own high standards again.
Oh, indeed, and that's the thing with Boscher Williams. He's one of those drivers, like plenty of our drivers here, who really do judge themselves very critically, and sometimes quite harshly, to be fair, but that's how you get better effectively. You have to look at each and every race, every lap you do, and when those little mistakes come in, you do have to kick yourself a little bit, as we see Boscher Williams there doing more than kicking himself, kicking the barrier and actually damaging the right-hand side of the car from his perspective. Has to jump to the pits, no doubt, there for repair work, but it is the case, pushed himself hard, but that's how our drivers have really upped the tempo. And we've seen it over the course of this season. Some teams in the GT3 class, also the GT4 and the TCR classes, whereby they've been in the midfield, but then at certain circuits they've just risen to the top. And well, we do have another team here today that's currently in P7 who are doing quite well, and that is Aerokinetics on a 41.243. But just taking a step back very quickly, Tim, looking at those qualifying times from P4 all the way down to P13, we have got effectively what is 8 drivers within 7 tenths of each other. Would you believe it at Watkins Glen?
I'm rendered speechless practically, Paul. I mean, it's frightening just how quick it is right now. I mean, we've got that battle, the three-way battle right now for pole between ROI, Alpine, and Alpine Stars and RSR. Equally, like you said, Scania, FTR not far behind. I mean, only 200 separating those two. We've got Sutherland of RD Simspot. He's on a quick one as well. Improvements in sectors 2, 3, and 4. Let's see what happens to him as he comes across the line. Currently down in 17th right now in qualifying. As he comes across the line, his previous best, well, goes 2 positions higher with a 141.92. He's found another couple of attempts as Campbell's gone fastest of anyone in sector 3 right now for RSR by butt kicker. We've got 2 Americans in the top 3, 2 BMWs locking out the front row right now. There's another pair pull for Campbell as well. And that looks a little bit wide. You can tell just how much he's pushing here right now, Paul, can't you? As he's going to come across the line. Let's find out together what's the time it's going to be from him. Previous best, 140.8, but there you go, 140.739. Provisional pole for Campbell of RSR. Wow. Wow, 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 Paul.
Oh, yeah, that was an absolutely incredible way to wrap up the lap there from Sean Campbell, Tim, and I'm with you that in terms of just absolutely speechless with regards to how this battle for pole position is going. And to be fair, we still have just over 2 minutes to go. That's equivalent of 2 more laps. Oh, goodness me, as we see the Pragmatic Motorsports car there, one of the two, having a major whack to the wall on the final corner exit. And our drivers want to be as close as possible to that wall, but not too close. But as we continue to focus on Roy Marcia from Stage 1 Racing Senior GT, I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess how that top three are going to line up. And it's anybody's guess who is going to be the other car in that second row, because it is so close around here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly see a team jump from, say, P14, so Sakani Endurance Motorsport, jump all the way up to the top 10, or even a higher right at the end here. It's all going to come down to the very end, as we're seeing more times coming in here. And Kevin van der Wiel, it is the case that he's got 2 sectors that are his personal best, sectors 2 and 3. Runs a bit wide there going out to turn number 8, using the full whip, and you can see how much he's pushed as well. They're all coming alive here.
It normally tends to be the second half of qualifying, things die down a little bit. Not here at Watkins. It's coming alive in GT3. Duvall, another driver on improving rats right now for stage 1. Well, where's then into the pits for him. He's going to abandon that lap. Fuel up. Go again. But actually, no, he's not. I don't think he's going to have enough time, actually. Just looking at the clock, time has completely escaped me here. We've got about a minute left in qualifying, so that is done for stage 1 in the Porsche. As you can see, all right, not improving for them. I think we might be done and dusted, Paul, but even so, if we are, our top 3 separated by not even 10th, 700th of a second from first to third. 700th of a second.
It's just, when it's separated by that margin, as we're talking about earlier, in terms of how important qualifying is, it goes to show you that I think here qualifying is not going to be that important. All of it will come down to the race, where it's the open couple of laps. But meanwhile, we say that, and then looking at Dennison there, is the case he's gone purple in sector 3. Could it be the case that the Aerokinetics driver in the BMW M4 suddenly pulls out a blinder? He sets a personal best in sector 4, but he's currently P7. And well, that 41.243 last time around him, and as he makes his way through the final corner, we'll see what he's updated to, as he just misses the wall there coming out the final corner. The checker flag is out. This is a very fast lap, and as he crosses the line, what's it going to be? When it's updated on the timing tower there, it is the case. I don't think it's been updated.
No, he's gone slower. In fact, Paul, the margin is so different. So slim that it's barely a difference. 5 thousandths of a second between his best and that lap is just completed. As we see, all right, they have gone faster, but equally, that's them done and dusted. They're going to remain in second place right now. As you see, Boscher Williams bringing the Lamborghini back into the pits there for backmarker racing. For the endurance light setups there, interesting choice there. And definitely trying to dazzle his opponents with all that brightness at the front end of the car. But wow, finally, it's time just to settle down a bit and get ready, because we're about to head across into the race session, and we're going to find out in 4 hours' time who's going to take the victory here at Watkins Glen in the season finale of the Sim 3D GT Trophy by FTR Events. What's going to be another absolute cracker. Don't go anywhere. Go and grab your drink now. Go and grab a toilet break, because we are about to go racing very, very shortly in approximately 3 minutes time for what's going to be another barnstormer. Paul, obviously we're now done and dusted, and wow, what are going to be the tactics? I think that's what we need to start thinking about, but we will be back in a couple of minutes. We'll see you then. take a quick look through the qualification results. So in TCR, well, there you go. RD Sinsport taking the pole position for them. Definitely going to be an intriguing one to see how they come out here today. Then crossing to GT4, well, Vulcan, it was an absolute cracker from them. Displacing Deutsche Payment, that slipstream really paying dividends for them. Are they going to translate their cross into a race victory? Well, not long to find out at all whatsoever. I'm sure it's going to be an epic battle between themselves and Deutsche Payment. But what can the effect do from the second row and Hugh Jast as well? It's going to be an intriguing one. Into GT3 well, of course, mixed in with everyone. They were tough times set up. And, of course, at the tough end of GT3, it was RSR. With, of course, ROI, the new team, Alpine Stars as well. It's going to be an absolute cracker, I'm sure. But let's have a look across into race. The team's just getting underway right now. Being led away there by the front row. Behind the Porsche 911 safety car, as always is so standard. Yes, we've got GT4. Nice, time to move off now. You see the TCR guys just remaining on the grid still. Rolling start as ever in this championship. Paul, are you ready?
Well, I don't think anything can prepare us for this, Tim, but I'm as ready as I can be, given the fact it is going to be close across all three classes. Well, we were discussing briefly in the break about the strategies. I think every team's got to have a plan A and a plan B here. The plan A's got to be they start off strong and lead their position going into the first couple of laps. Plan B has got to be potential undercuts, because this is going to be intense and all the way through. Any moment somebody drops it, it could be not necessarily race ending, but they've got to try and pick up the pieces as rapidly as possible. And in all three classes, we have got obviously the showdown between the top two of Sean Campbell and Xander Verhoeven. RSR by Butt Kicker versus RI Management. Don't count out Alpine Stars Geodesic. We've got the showdown in GT4 of Vulcan Sim Racing versus Deutsche Payment Def Omens. And we've also got in TCR the showdown between RD Sinsport 2 and Orbit Motorsport Mars. And let's not forget as well, James Armstrong from Brabham Esports coming back to our GT3s. He starts at the back, but I don't think he's going to be at the back for long.
It's an interesting tactic for the tactics potentially that Armstrong's going to pay. I mean, because we know the raw pace that he has got. We've seen it time and time out here at Tell Simsport. But in equal measures, Paul, it's a tricky one because he needs to clear through that field as quickly as possible, doesn't he? But then in equal measures as well, these two not get frustrated by the cars in front of him and his own ability as well of not being able to clear them maybe as quickly as what he may have hoped.
Indeed, and that was the thing I think that really held Armstrong back at Imola. There was a degree of frustration that crept in with Sean Campbell just seeming to find a way to scupper him each and every time, and that's what he's got to move on from. He's got to think, right, it's a fresh page in the book, it is the season finale, it's now or never, do or die, and all Armstrong's got to do is take each person or target one by one, get through that field and hunt down this front row. As it makes its way now to the last couple of corners, the safety car is gradually pulling away and we wait to go green.
We do indeed, Paul, we do indeed. What's going to be 4 hours of excitement, 4 hours of drama, 4 hours of not quite knowing what's going to happen from green through to checkered, but it's time to get hyped, everyone. Because as the Porsche 911 safety car pulls in, it's time to get ready. Because let's get ready to go racing here at Watkins Glen. And we are green, green, green. And the race down to turn 1 is on here. As we see Campbell just leading away. Alpine Stars getting a great start there early on. And everyone in GT3 making their way through the Porsche after a flying start already as well. I tell you what, Armstrong already at 4 places in that midfield, battling his way through hard. As we're about to see GT4, they have got underway right now. They've all made it through clear. I tell you what, Darian Tabernac, you see him in the background there. He's got a good start in these early stages and looking to make a bit of progress in GT4. Just blocked up a little bit. That's Hugh Jazz just covering them off. And that's another place that he's up there. Audio 3. in full attack mode, but something's happened to Kuskus because he's at the back. But let's take a little look, because the game going here in TCR right now is FTR. They've made up a place already, but equally Brabham not making the best of progress. And I tell you what, look, he's on an absolute flyer already. Up 8 places is Armstrong, battling his way through the field in these early stages, and in absolute that full attack mode, like you said about Paul, no more, no less.
Indeed, and with the number of places he's gained already, I mean, I think it'll be the case that RSR by Buttkick, FTR, and Alpine Stars GDC Racing, they may have the strategists right now. They'll be looking at their time screens and thinking, is that a glitch on the timing screen? He's gained 8 places, and we're not even at the end of the open lap here. No, it's the truth. James Armstrong really going on the charge, but as they make their way through the final corner, we look to Sean Campbell, who leads the field to the end of lap number 1 under racing conditions and charges onto the next one. You can see them lying astern in the charge down towards 90 right 1, but meanwhile, a bit further back there, we do see a bit of battling going on 2 wide, and that is for the 49 Motorsports maroon car. But I'll focus on Rich Crawford right now for FTR Esports, and keep your eyes on what is Rich Crawford and FTR Esports. They may get into this battle for the win. They showed themselves in qualifying to just be a couple of attempts off of the leader's pace, but they are showing here right now that they're staying with RI Management Racing Team, albeit it may be a little bit of fuel saving going on here already to think about that longer term strategy. But as we can see, our drivers making their way down towards turn number 5 already. Our top 4 continuing together, and then having to get themselves set up for the sweeping right-hander down into the chute. But it's been very interesting this start of the race. There has been that move by Alpine Stars, but other than that, it's been a relatively calm one. I think everyone just trying to take it a little bit easy in this top 5 group, whereas a bit further down the order, of course, Armstrong still charging, but you can see that gap already, and in fact, that's Armstrong now up to P9 at the rear of the picture.
I tell you what, it is all happening here once again. It's like we knew what was coming almost. There's this intriguing battle for the front as Crawford, you said about him, Paul, really pushing up, but we've also got the AM team as well, tucked in behind them. That is the Aerokinetics team, and I tell you what, they're making Crawford's life incredibly uncomfortable right now. Is nose to tail at the front, pretty much all the way down to 8th in one long stream. I tell you what, that gap's going to close up as well, because Armstrong will soon be onto the back of that one right now. As you mentioned, up already 10 places into 9th, as the start that he would have hoped for. And with this pack at the front being so close together, it's exactly what you want and what you need when you're stuck in this sort of situation, isn't it really, Paul?
Oh, indeed, it's exactly what you require. But as we cut over to our GT4s here, we see Brandon Blakesley, the Vulcan sim racing driver. He is continuing to lead the class ahead of Ben Kelly McCauley for Deutsche Paint Def Omens. But behind, notice there, Alistair Catchpole from FTR Esports. He cleared what was that P3 position nice, and he got into P3. And as they roll their way through the final corner here, it's interesting the fact this top 3 are breaking away from the rest of the field. Although I say that, keep your eyes on the Brabham Esports blue car as being piloted by Dorian Tabaching in P4 right now. It's the case he's come all the way through the field. But we take a look back here at Tim at something which has happened previously.
We're just taking a look now. So something has happened to Castro 49 Motorsports apparently. He's had a bit of an incident somewhere. Well, it may have already happened, I think, there, Paul, because look at how close the TCRs are behind them. And they'll stick with him and see if anything hopefully happens into the chute. No, but we clearly, I'm guessing he might have run wide, picked up a slowdown. It's always a possibility, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Those track limits as we return to live pictures. If you go a little bit too wide, of course, as they like to say in iRacing, they believe you cut the course, you've got to take a slow down, and as you do, it's a painful experience because everybody else goes behind you at full speed, and you have to take a slow down on, say, the back straight or even the main straight as here. That slowdown, when it's a 1 second slowdown, but it feels like 2 to 3 seconds are lost. But speaking of places being lost and gained here, Orbit Motorsport Mars being piloted by Ethan Buss at this point, losing a place at the start in the TCR class. Ryan Chevalier in the FTR Esports TCR machine has got between themselves and James Holman in the RD SimSport 2 machine. But as we ride on board here, they roll their way down through turn number 6 and heading up towards the toe section of the boot. But this TCR class definitely looking very fierce right now as they head into toe corner, into that turn 7. And as they roll their way through the right-hander here, of course, this trio all just nipping back and forth at the moment, much like our GT3s at the front of the field. All I think thinking at this point, okay, do I need to gain the place? Do I just simply wait and hold position, do a bit of lift and coasting? It's a bit of a conundrum, Tim, because you want to go on the offensive, you want to win, you want to be up front, but if you get up front, is it the right place to be at this point in the race?
Let's have a look. There's been a change for the lead, Paul. And, well, it's in the slipstream, out of the S's, time to perfection, down the back straight, go Alpine Stars, and no defence there from RSR. And electing just to not fight it, tuck back into the slipstream, back onto the racing line, Paul. I think definitely a bit of a wise move, and think about the longer game here from Campbell.
Oh, indeed. I think Campbell, they're already playing that frustrating long game. He just seems to have this way of getting on people's nerves by just tucking in behind. He doesn't always want to be the leader, and he'll just tuck in and do lifting and coasting into a lot of corners to save fuel and use the toe of his rival in the lead there. And that's really what we're looking out for here with regards to all of our lead battles, is who's the driver who right now is thinking about that long game in this race. Of course, we're only a couple laps in. Our GT3s are coming to the end of lap number 4. Meanwhile, our TCRs have just gone on to lap number 4. But already I think some heads will be turning more towards, okay, you can't gain the track position right now, you'll gain it later in the race, and you've still got 3 hours and 53 minutes of racing to go. And that's what I think Ethan Buss from Orbit Motorsport Mars is doing right now. I think he's got a lap time in mind, they've worked it out, and as soon as that lap time is dropped, they'll start pushing to go back after the leaders, but otherwise they're just going to sit there in P3, because he's not showing any signs right now of aggression. He's taking little peeks to the inside, but who wouldn't at the end of the day to try and get in the mind of their rival?
Let's tell you what, let's just start a quick look across, and already the track temperature's leaping up here. Currently about, it's going to be up to 20 to 12. Local time, midday that is. Of course it wouldn't be the evening, would it? It'd be pitch black here at Watkins. 39 degrees Celsius, track temperature. Definitely not helping things. So the amount of grip that's available to our drivers, but at least, you know, I mean, if you see it, it's going to drop anymore. If anything, it might creep up a little bit, and then might see a bit of a drop off towards the end of the race, do you reckon, Paul? I'm just thinking in terms of tyre management and how this is going to play out for our drivers. Definitely not making it too comfortable for them.
No, it is an awkward one with regards to those temperatures, because the higher the temperature goes, the greater the degradation on the tyres. We'll just hold that thought very briefly as we see Armstrong here. Oh, goodness me, it's a switchback at 4th here, but Armstrong finally cementing the position versus the Aerokinetics car as being piloted by Daniel Dennison there. But Armstrong definitely trying to make it clear. That I was getting flashbacks there to what was PK versus Mansell at Silverstone all those years ago, with the fact they're both siphoned from one side to the other, and in the end, it is the case that Armstrong comes on through and gets the job done. But then coming back to the point there, that will not help with the tyres, those constant switchbacks, because every time you put the tyre under load like that, you take a little bit more off it, and as track temperature and ambient temperature goes up, which we would expect, of course, given local times heading towards midday gradually and then into the afternoon, it will be the case those tyres will drop off ever more until things cool down. But Armstrong there, I think he needs to keep his cool a little bit, going very wide, and could that be a slowdown on its way?
Could well be. Could well be, potentially, Paul. As well, it is on between ROI, and looks like RSR might use another place here. The same spot, the same position on the track, and almost the same move, but right around the outside. And this is going to play into RSR's hand, because the Porsche is going to have the inside line now. We head down into the chute to send down to the lowest part of the circuit and the bottom of the toe. But well, talk about keeping your footing there, Paul, and holding on for absolute dear life right around the outside.
Oh, indeed.
Apologies, Paul. Something's happened to there. We got the Atlantic Lamborghini. It's taken a bit of a spin. That's Gareth Higgins. Let's take a little bit of a look here, and there was a bit of a twitch in front of them, and they just, well, they were around the outside, and they almost got muscled there.
That was very unfortunate for the Atlantic Motorsport guys. They're trying to go around the outside, but that is the risk that comes, of course, when you do go around the outside of a rival. And we saw the Aerokinetics car there, I think, just losing the front end slightly, getting a little bit of snap oversteer on corner exit. And, well, when you lose the car, it is the case, of course, you normally end up drifting a little bit wider out. But in this case, with Gareth Higgins being on that outside line, there was only one thing that was going to happen. They were going to come together, and Atlantic Motorsport had been punished for all that. And, of course, by no mistake of their own, I wonder if there'll be a ticket going to the stewards about that one to say that they need to look at it. But as we come back to our live pictures here, we continue to watch Brandon Blakesley here, and well, it looks like, I would say it looks like a little bit of a traffic jam right now as they make their way up towards the toe corner, given the fact that Blakesley is really bringing this top 4 in the GT4 class together. He's pushing, to be fair, but everybody behind is queuing up to take a shot, Tim.
It's pretty much just like take your ticket and get into the queue for the cheese counter right now in GT4 with Volker, Dutch Payment Effects, all in that group as we see the rest of the field coming through, but they are chasing hard, and right now we're about a second covering our top 4 as we see them head through into the penultimate corner now. I tell you what, nobody is giving an inch right now, are they?
Oh, most definitely not. They're all going for it here, and that's the key thing in terms of everything being on the limit. But speaking of being on the limit, it's now the case that we see our GT3s making their way past the TCR class for the first time here, and those inter-class overlaps are beginning. And well, we can see it's James Holman, the RD Sim Sport 2 driver, who's leading the TCR class here, and he'll be hoping that when the GT3s gradually siphon their way on through, there may be a little bit of disruption here to the running order of the TCRs in terms of a GT3 squeeze.
Oh, there's a sprint in the background. There's one of the TCR's gone. I think it's Tabernaki's gone off there, Paul. There's been a big incident. We'll see if we can try and pick up some pictures of that one.
Oh, goodness me. Well, I think that was what I was trying to cover on to with regards to that overlap, and well, that's not the way we want to see it in terms of cars coming together in a big whack to the wall, but hopefully we'll get to see exactly what happened there. But that's really going to upset the rhythm of the TCR class. Indeed, our GT3 driver, who I think was caught up in that, but right now you can see how Andy Fox
and Fran... Something's happened to Crawford. He's gone. I caught out the corner of my eye, Paul. Someone had just carried straight on, down into turn 1. Let's see if we can grab a replay. And maybe connection issues, but yeah, that's him gone.
Goodness me, it's drama, literally 2 bits of drama in a very short period of time, not even separated by a minute in there. Rich Crawford being into the wall for what was FTR eSports GT3 at turn number 1 due to connectivity issues by the looks of things, and also a TCR car being right involved in a major incident between turns 9 and 10 with one of our GT3s, I suspect him, where it is all kicking off now, and we're not even 15 minutes in already.
I think it was Chevalier of FTR. A car, because they are into the pit stall, so that's my guesstimate, if you were, for my 2 pennants worth. I'll tell you what, right now our leaders in GT3 are about to come up onto the tail end of GT4 and keeping half an eye on it. So at Stage 1 Senior, I think something's happened to them as well, because they're into the pits. She said, Paul, it's all happening here, and we've barely been racing, what, not even 20 minutes yet.
Oh, indeed. And if that was if we want even to add more to this, it's the fact that I can tell you the stewards right now are investigating that incident that we saw earlier going through the chute between Aerokinetics and Atlantic Motorsports. So we're expecting an update on that in due course. And well, I can imagine the stewards are going to be taking a look at some other incidents, as it is the case. I think Leah Belch is going to be taking over the FTR eSports GT3 car that we saw go straight on at turn 1 due to connectivity issues. They are going to try and get the car back out on circuit. But as we finally let things settle down a little bit here, we're now riding on board with Miguel Vigo, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing driver, leading of course the GT3 class overall, but he gets very close there to the back of the 49 Motorsport Magenta GT4, and now he cuts his way past the RD Sim Sport 258 machine. And well, it's the case, I think Vigo here knows he's got to seize the opportunity whilst RRI and RSR by Butt Kicker are fighting over that P2, because he's not going to get another shot like this, Tim, where he could try and actually break away and put a couple of seconds between them.
Well, he is not hanging around and dancing with death, dancing with the devil right now here in the Battle of the Glen. As I tell you what, it's all on. Well, there you go. There's the Brabham eSports GT4, and this is his chance, isn't it? Because it's hard to overtake through here. He's going to put some daylight between himself and the 2 cars behind. There is Cookstus there in the Porsche backmarker GT4. I tell you what, Paul, this is some absolutely epic action here right now.
Oh, most definitely. As we look forward now, and as he makes his way towards the end of that, I think Vigo at this point will be worrying about what's to be as we now look at James Armstrong gone.
Well, exactly. That is my point. This is Armstrong. He started dead last in class, and I tell you what, he's just coming past. That's RD. That is the Porsche back marker ahead of us. He's not far off our lead pack right now whatsoever.
Well, indeed, no, he's not. And just an update on that stewarding decision between Aerokinetics and Atlantic Motorsport. It is the case a drive-through penalty has been awarded to Aerokinetics for avoidable contact. So it's the case their day is going from good to bad to worse. But coming back to the more important point here, we're seeing now our top three. They're only a couple of seconds up the road from Armstrong. And I wonder here whether Sean Campbell's tone of racing will now change. We've seen him be quite placid in terms of his approach. He hasn't really been too aggressive so far. He's just let the top two take over the lead of the race and stuck behind them. But when he looks at his timing out and sees that it's going to be a 5-second gap between him and the one driver who has been his equal measure in terms of on-track battling and pace, I wonder if he'll suddenly put the move on to RO management and also to Alpine Stars and say to them, look, actually I want that lead back here because you've got a bigger problem coming up behind.
I tell you what, it's an intriguing conundrum that's being played out right here, right now, isn't it? Because it can happen, will happen. I tell you, what's going to be the biggest challenge, I think, for them right now is they're about to end this lead group, are about to enter on the lead group. There they are in GT4 right now. Vulcan, Deutsche Payment and Effect, who are all incredibly, you know, they're fighting for the win overall. They're not going to want to give an inch. Equally, this train of three coming through, they're not going to want to give up an inch either. Where does this one go right now, Paul? It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I think, to be honest with you, if I was in the shoes of any other drivers here, I think you've just got to push for the time being. I think you've got to just say, right, roll with the dice on the strategy, forget the strategy for now, and just go all in and try to find the track position out there. Try to get the battles clear or those worries clear, because it's the case that whilst it is a 4-hour race and there's plenty of time, the strategy is going to be critical. I don't think you can hang around right now and try and think about fuel saving too much. You may be able to do a little bit, or it's ultimately you can see Sean Campbell ahead really trying to put that pressure on for P2.
Oh, Paul, this is why we come racing for moments like this. Great action up and down the field, regardless of what class it is right now. And the phrase has never been so true. The cars aren't real, but the racing really is. As I tell you what, this is a bit unsettling. It would be for me at least, if I was Campbell in the RSR Porsche right now, because the way that Herwine is blinking in and out for ROI investments and that BMW in front of them, it is so unsettling because you never truly know when they're going to reappear right in, especially when you've got two such evenly matched competitive drivers.
Indeed, and when they're this close as well, and the fact that when you do have that blinking in and out, as you say, of the car in front, it makes you wonder whether when they reappear they're going to be just close enough for you to go into the back of them. Oh, goodness me, but we see here that's Anthony Tuamine and the 49 Motorsports maroon car pointing the wrong way there. I think that's at turn 8 on the apex of turn number 8. I wonder if we'll be able to see exactly what happened there. There was a bit of contact or just the rear snapping loose with the tyres not having the grip, but it's been that close. And we take a look back here. Well, Tim, I think it may be an unforced error.
It is indeed. Round goes to the rear. That Lamborghini, gutting for him. Absolutely gutting. Well, as things start to settle down a little bit, or even have they? Because I tell you what, right now, that is for position overall right now. The Stage 1 GT3, of course, that earlier incident, bringing them into the pits. Roy Mass heading through the leaders in GT4 right now. Not getting the assistance of blue flags, although truly in iRacing you don't actually get the assistance of them. It's not like Formula 1 where you have to leap out the way instantly. They're pretty much just there as a reminder. Look, this faster class coming through. You know, just be aware. But in equal terms, I'll tell you what, it's tricky for them indeed, as Mass not clear of all these guys. A big ask for him to wall Stage 1. Next car up on the road for him, 17. That's a minute further down the road. Let's just see the 152 machine there trying to squeeze. So 192 even squeeze their way through. As it's a bit close for comfort here. Now he's of course lost the Lloyd Lamont of B-Sim Racing. I tell you what, I know I've said it already, Paul, but It gets a bit unnerving and a bit tight when you've got packs of cars fighting it out at different positions, and then you've got another pack coming through or equally embroiled in their own battle. Just trying to do a bit of maths roughly now. We aren't going to be too far away from probably about another 6 or 7 laps time from when we're going to have GT4s coming past the TCRs, and equally as well, I would imagine we'll have the GT3s coming through them as well. That's where it really gets hairy and interesting.
Oh, indeed, because then it's the case you've got 3 classes all in their own respective races, all trying to intersect across one another. And coming on to your point earlier, Tim, about the blue flags, for those wondering, it's the case, okay, it's not like F1 rules. Well, what does it mean, a blue flag? It means that a faster car is coming up behind you that's on a lead lapper of a different class, and essentially that car will be looking to make its way on through. So that places the emphasis on the faster car, or the lead lap car, to find its way safely past you. And that in turn means that when you're that driver in the car that is being passed or lapped, if you will, you then have to really rely on the driver around you to do things safely. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some very hairy moments, or even some moments of contention, when the 3 classes intersect in 6 to 7 laps time, for the simple reason we have already seen when the GT3s tried to slice their way through the TCRs for the first time, how that opened up things massively, or attempted to open things up massively at the front of the GT3 Pro class field. We did see one GT3 into the wall. I think that was a GT3 AM, in fact, and things are only going to get hotter. And I'm not talking about track temperatures here or ambient temperatures, which in themselves are getting hotter as well. So we've got a lot to look forward to ahead. And one thing I'd just like to say, Tim, no safety cars so far.
No, you haven't. We haven't. Yeah, cars have been able to recover themselves, get back up and running, haven't they? So that's why we are still green here in the Battle of the Glen. It's what is turning out to be an absolute dogfight, let alone a battle here at Watkins. As I tell you what, despite that epic start from Armstrong of Brabham eSports, picked up a penalty. That's due to avoidable avoidable contact even with the stage 1 number 34 car. That's where Kevin Fall coming on board for them. So despite the brilliant start, it's a drive-through penalty by the looks of things. So, no, sorry, 15-second stop and hold, isn't it? Apologies about that one. That's really going to put pace to the absolutely epic start Armstrong managed to make.
It is going to hurt quite considerably there after that epic start. But speaking of epic things going on circuit, we come back to this battle for P2 right now. What I'm noticing here, and I wonder where Alpine Stars are trying to play a very risky game in the lead, it's the case that Miguel Vigo is not breaking away from this too rapidly. His advantage has stayed at 1.2 to 1.3 seconds, whilst Campbell has been somewhat frustrated by Herwin in front of him. And I think perhaps Vigo here is trying to use this as sort of, until Campbell gets past the P2, I'm not going to put my foot down here. It's a very tricky one though, because he could break away, I think, but if he doesn't and he tries to fuel, so it could work out more, as Armstrong is into the pits to serve that penalty. But Armstrong himself must be thinking right now, don't lose your cool, because we saw back at Imola what happened after he picked up a penalty and the frustration just kicked in. And Armstrong's got a long way to go, Tim. It's the case, we're not even half an hour in. He could still win this technically.
He could do. You're not wrong there at all, but we've seen crazier things happen here at FTR as we rolled on board with RSR. Oh, there's the fuel saving going on. The tactics are alive and well here in America. The mind games as well. And I tell you what, there is interesting from Campbell. If you can't win it through raw pace, he's going to stay right on the back of Irvine for ROI investments and just fuel save his way around this situation.
Oh, indeed, and we have seen that from Campbell so many times in terms of his fuel-saving approach, and I'd say he's the master of fuel-saving when it really comes to it. But as we look from him back to our GT4s here, we're looking at the Deutsche Payment Dev Omens machine, and well, Deutsche Payment, they started P2 in class, they haven't gained, they've just been tucked in behind the Vulcan Sim Racing machine there, which is being piloted by Brandon Blakesley, as we do see some of our GT3s making their way around the outside. But Deutsche Payment Dev Omens doing a very similar thing here to Sean Campbell, but Ben Kenny McCauley knows he doesn't have to win this one by track position immediately, and I think right now VSR will be thinking, okay, we've got to come up with a plan B at this point. Speaking of plan B here, well, James Armstrong will be definitely on what is plan B for Brabham Esports, having dropped all the way to P15. He's got it all to do again, and he flies on through past our GT4s. But definitely, I think now we're starting to enter that phase, Tim, where a lot of drivers and their teams will be starting to think more about, okay, this is where we are now, X number of minutes into the race. What does our roadmap look like? What do we look for in terms of those pit stops and whatnot? As meanwhile, heading down to turn 1 here, we do have Lloyd Lamole from BSIM Racing. And here's the case, the BMW driver there making his way up the inside of back marker Racing Yellow.
I tell you what, it's these tactics are going to be so crucial, aren't they, really? We've still got so many. I know we are still incredibly early stages of the race. However, even so, you can tell what the drivers, they're thinking about this long game and how this is going to play out. I mean, this is one of the shortest races on the calendar, but even so, it's still a big part of their thinking of how they're going to manage their way around this one.
Indeed, and as our drivers roll their way on through on another lap here, and we continue to follow this battle for the front of the GT4 class field. The thing, of course, is when you run this close and they make their way down towards turn number 5 at this point, well, I think we're going to finally see a sign here. Deutsche opponent Def Omens up in the ante. They're going to look to the inside, and will Watkins Sim Racing decide not to defend it too hard here. They now want to be the ones who follow in the footsteps of the leader, but I wonder if Ben Kenny McCauley at this point has been given the order, which is you've now got to push. Now there's the critical part of the race as we see FTR Esports behind MP3. They just follow on through as they roll the way down the hill and up towards the toe here. But this top 3 in the GT4 class, they continue to stay nip and tuck. Nobody has made the breakaway so far, and as they head down the back straight here, heading up towards turn number 8, I think the challenge will be now exactly when do they look to make that first pit stop. Now, speaking of pit stops here, it is the case that we have seen time and time again that the pit stops normally come around an hour into the race, sometimes a bit earlier. They come around the 50-minute mark, depending on whether it's the GT3s or the GT4s. The TCRs go a bit longer than that, but we are expecting multiple stops here today at the Glen, and with those multiple stops in mind at this point, it will be the case now that as we do see there, our RD Sim Sport machine, the GT3 one, making its way between our GT4 class leaders. They'll all be thinking on the one hand about when to have to make that stop versus when do they have to push a bit hard. But as they come down the start finish straight and onto another lap, we're going to stay with the GT4 class battle for a little bit longer here, because it definitely is one of the biggest points of contention at the moment. And we can see that FTR Esports falling back a little bit, coming down into turn number 1. I think FTR Esports here are definitely trying to play this very long game of conservatism and fuel saving through each and every corner as they roll their way now onto the run towards turn number 5. But as they come through the right hander here, it is the case they head all the way down. And will we see a return by VSR, Watkins Sim Racing, to the lead, or will they just simply tuck in behind their rivals in front? Will they decide to tuck in behind here and just burn off a little bit of the speed via lift and coast into the braking zone for turn 5 as they roll the way now down the hill? Now, we have had an update, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to, you saw earlier Rich Porfor making his way straight on at turn number 1 due to a disconnection issue. We have had confirmation of that disconnection, and it is very unfortunate the fact that they have got Lee Belcher. He took back over the car and they were able to rejoin, but upon doing so, effectively, they have been given a disqualification for what's happened. That's been given not by our stewards, but by the automated iRacing stewarding system, which we're not able to work around. So unfortunately, that does mean that FTR Esports GT3, they will not be taken to the circuit again, as I'm to understand it, so we will not be seeing them. That is our first official retirement from this season finale of the Sim 3D GT series. But with that being a very unfortunate moment, we would have loved to have seen how they would have got along. It is the case. Everybody else still running green right now as we reach the end of the first half. Now we've still got 3 hours and 30 minutes of racing to go here, and well, it is the case regardless of which class, we've got battles up and down the field. But our closest battle battle, as we have said, is this GT4 class battle. The top three staying together, and the focus really has been on what is Ben Kelly McCauley, the leader in the Deutsche Performance Machine, and Vulcan Sim Racing's Blakesley, behind Brandon Blakesley. But keep your eyes on FTR eSports' Alistair Catchpole, who's at the rear of this group, and he seems to be playing a much longer game by comparison as they now roll their way up the hill and on to another lap. But as they do, in terms of other updates we can give you, it is the case that we have had a 15-second stop and hold penalty awarded to the number 77 car, that's Stage 1 at Racing Senior GT, and that was for avoidable contact with the Bram eSports Hissing Sid machine. So it is the case that they've been in trouble with the TCR machine. It is the case, I think the two came together, and we did see that much earlier on when the two cars came together, but otherwise it is the case that no more shooting decisions at this point in time as our drivers continue to roll their way on around. But as they come charging on down the hill here and in to what is the shoot once again, it is the case that, well, it's just myself in the commentary box at this brief moment. We are waiting for Tim to return. He's just had to step away for a brief moment, but he'll be back in due order. And as they roll the way up through the right hander, what else we've got to look forward to later on in this race? Well, I think right now we are entering that twilight phase, if you will, of what is the run for pace versus the strategy starting to come on in. And you can imagine that for the next couple of hours we're going to see a bit more emphasis on strategy and those critical overtakes. But then when we look to that final hour, that final half an hour, that is when we're going to be seeing all in driving from start to finish, because at the end of the day every team wants to try and finish on the ultimate high in the season finale. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Whether you can win the championship or not, you want to come away with a win and end your season on that high. And as we see our top three here in the GT4s making their way through the right hander of turn number 11 here, it is the case that they stay as they were, and no real change in temperature at the moment. We've still got an ambient of 24 degrees centigrade, a track temperature however that has gone up by 2 degrees centigrade to 42. So those tyres are going to be starting to feel a little bit of a pinch with regards to their wear rates, and that may just start to skew some of the racing for some drivers here, particularly in the GT4 class, where those tyres can wear quite aggressively, and also in the GT3 class. But as our GT4 drivers make their way through, we do see here, we do have another one of our GT3s trying to sneak the way on through, trying to go around the outside, and that is, I do believe, the number 77 car there of Stage 1 Racing Senior GT's Roy Mast, who's coming through. And Roy Mast, of course, having had a very difficult race so far as they head around into what is turn number 5 here on the outer loop, and Mast is trying to recover his way back into the race. But as they're coming around right now, we haven't got any overtakes to really report at the moment. It is the case, of course, you may not see them on the screen, but we can keep track of overtakes that are happening, and things have stabilised for the most part. And to give an update on James Armstrong's recovery drive since what was, of course, that penalty, he's currently running in P12 overall in the GT3 class, P7 in the GT3 Pros, and he is working his way very gradually up towards Roxy Gibson in the Prismatic Motorsports Minerva machine. As of course it is the case, he's got some way to go to close up the next couple of positions, particularly an 8-second gap to close up to Higgins, who's running in P6 in the GT3 Pros. But meanwhile, as we do see our GT4s roll the way out at turn number 8 once more, it is the case, of course, you think at this point with our drivers in the GT4 class having done 18 laps already, it feels like a lifetime. No, they've still got plenty more time to go. And with all the time that is still remaining on the clock as they roll the way through at the left and right here of the penultimate two corners, it is the case, I do think that my colleague Tim has just returned to the commentary booth. Tim, are you back?
I'm back, as pretty much you're on your way out off to decided there's more exciting action elsewhere or something like that.
Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but unfortunately I will very shortly have to hand over to yourself, and I think it will be our good Sean Cranny Swash. He'll be joining you in the commentary booth for the remainder of the race distance. He will be joining me very, very shortly, but pleasure as always, Paul. And, well, we're back. And it's like we've never been away, as the action is hotting up here at Watkins, like the temperature, as you can see right now. RSR by Butt Kicker, Porsches all over the back of the RI Investments BMW. And it is on here yet again as he's sucked up right into the slipstream. Fuel saving playing a part in his strategy to try and see this one out. Secure another victory in the championship. It's, I tell you what, absolute classic. Still battles up and down the field in the sim
GT3, Sim 3D GT Series. I'm sure at times they write these names to trip us commentators up as they're coming around past the GT4s once again. And they look to clear them with relative ease. Or do they? Because look, they're going to have the brand new eSports Aston tucked up right in the middle. And that's going to create for the first time in a few laps a bit of a gap between RSR and ROI Investments. Cleared them with relative ease in the end. So it's looking like this is stage one. Porsche having a bit of recovery. The GT Pro car that's been in the wars a little bit today here. And, well, Paul, what do we say really? It's been a cracker. Obviously, you're off. It's the season finale. What's been your thoughts?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm absolutely envious of you, Tim, and when Sean does join you, I'll be envious of the pair of you that you're getting to cover this all the way to the finish because, well, the first 40 minutes of racing have absolutely been brilliant. Qualifying really set the tone, and the racing so far has only upped the ante ever more. And, well, good luck to all of our drivers, of course, as they make the remainder of the 3.5 hours on the clock. And I think we are going to be seeing some drama all the way to the end. I'll be keeping my eyes on it, but it is the case, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a goodbye from me, and I will leave you with the wonderful Tim Cox, the superstar of the show, and he'll be joined by Sean Cranny Swash in due order. But Tim, it's back to you.
Oh, he's just too good to me, isn't he? Superstar, I'm not too sure about that, but Royal Superstars are the drivers out here on track right now. Because, as Paul said, 40 minutes of racing already completed nearly, and still intriguing battles happening on. We've got the track limit GT3 still in the pits there, but this battle at the front end of GT4 just will not go away. We've covered a lot of it so far inside the first part of the race. Understandable reasons why, because I tell you what, it's been some absolute cracking wheel-to-wheel action, close as you like, and despite having GT3s coming through the pack, they've still remained nose to tail, which is a real challenge in multi-class racing. Let's just see them head down into the 90. Second and third in GT3 coming through, but I tell you what, it's happening bit behind them. Effect, they're on the attack. We're going to watch now. There goes ROI past us. There goes RSR, and really able to open up a gap in that round of traffic with Deutsche Payments. The Irishman, Kelly McCauley, definitely having the luck of the Irish with him right now, because he has been able to really open up a sizable gap. As we look on board right now with the Effect eSports car. We've got the Prismatic TCR just in front of us. What part of this tail are they going to play? This is a real chance for Catchpole right now to try and make a move and catch Vulcan a bit unawares. So we clear them with relative ease. Head on through. Into the heel, sorry, into the toe, apologies. Part of the boot there. It's absolutely fascinating to see how this one's panned out. The gap hasn't really extended much past about half a second. It is very worst. But it is starting to become a bit of growing concern right now for Catchpole, because he'll be watching that Deutsche Payments Aston just starting to pull out that gap even more so and get away from Vulcan. The Brit needs to start thinking about making a move over that Aston Vulcan in front of them. Maybe to do so, they've got Stage 1 Racing GT3. I'll tell you what, let's see if we can run on board with them or something once they come through. So there's Effect cleared, nice and easy. See him Catchpole away, just backed out of there to really open up this corner, and that's going to make Vulcan run wide and give Catchpole the chance to try and close up here. I'll tell you what, this is his real chance right now. Through the S's, utilising that slipstream up into 6th gear. As there it goes, and then one of our GT3s heading past. Just backs out of it early. No one fuel saving. A little bit wide of the apex there from Vulcan. We'll get away with it. This is the beauty of Watkins Glen. There's so many lines available to you around here. Who does love that grumbling V8 sound that the Aston Martin has? Of course, shares the engine with the Mercedes as Aston do for their V8s. Who doesn't love the 50 cal soundtrack that AMG have built into their engines? A deep rumbling sound. For me, only can really be matched by the Corvette GTE. The current iteration, the C7, the previous one, the C6, which has the side exit exhaust. I know from listening to interviews and comments made by other racers that post Le Mans, especially down the Mulsanne straight where you're alongside the cars for so long, cars are at full chat, maximum amount of noise being played out through the engine. As we just got into the pits there, another one of our cars. I catch who that one was, one of the GT3s. That is, but if you haven't started to enter in now, I think it's maybe well a bit more there is Bosch Williams for back marker. B-Sim also in as well. Absolute hype activity. I think it must have been, yes, it was Kanya who were into the pits first of all. Also Vito into the pits for Alpine Stars. That means we've got a new leader. It is Campbell, because also ROI Investments, they're into the pits now. This is Campbell's time to shine. Pedal to the metal, full attack mode. I feel that fuel statement that we heard him doing earlier. What that's allowed is he's been able to go an extra lap compared to his competitors. But can he make it count where he needs to most right now? Well, that is the big question that we need to be able to answer up. He needs the in-lap of his life to jump ROI. Potentially even jump Alpine Stars. There's also Stage 1 Green and Prismatic in a GT3 AM. They've been able to go a lap longer too in their stints compared to the rest of the field. That's going to help them out. But surely in on this lap in full attack mode up to that pit limit line. Well, no, he goes again. That is how much he's managed to save. Not one lap, forget that. Campbell is going for 2 extra laps here. Now that's going to really pay dividends come the end of the race, because when that moment arrives, he won't have to put as much fuel in compared to his competitors come that last stint. And that is going to game him those valuable seconds that he may well need to secure victory here at the Glen. That is what it's all about. We've also got Vulcan Sim Racing. They're into the pits in GT4. As it's all happening here right now. But I'm now joined by a voice not heard by many, normally making the magic happen behind the scenes. I'm joined by Sean Cranley-Swash for the remainder of the race here, the final round. Sean, welcome along, bringing your inside knowledge, a massive GT driver with various successes and not successes along the way, shall we say, as well. I mean, this is shaping up to be another absolute jewel in the crown, another classic in this series.
Hey Tim, how's it going?
Well, what can we say? It's been standard FTR action the whole way through the race. 45 minutes of racing completed. Nose-to-tail battles still throughout the field. And hopefully, well, you imagine, has he saved enough to go another lap? About to find out, is it into the pits? No, I tell you what. Campbell for RSR has managed to save another additional lap here. I mean, this is going to be an extra 3 laps compared to the rest of the field. It's just frightening the amount that he's been able to save across this first stint.
I don't think we should be surprised though, Tim. Remember Imola during the season? He was able to go 3 laps longer there as well. Got told a little tidbit of information between rounds. mentioned when he was telling us how many laps he expects, or how long he expects the car to run, he miscalculated because he had been playing with his fuel maps in the previous round. So that means that not only is he saving fuel in the conventional iRacing way, using the clutch dipping, but he's probably fiddling with the fuel maps as well, which a lot of drivers aren't normally going to be doing. And I think that's giving him the edge here.
It definitely seems to be just going to come up onto a bit of traffic. Oh, and you can see where it's really held up there coming on the exit of the toe. Let's go left, let's go right. Getting a bit confused there. That is against the Vulcan Sim Racing GT4. Got pretty much the whole field except for effects. Who've also been able to save an extra bit of fuel during this first stint. And they're really pushing for victory. Of course, they've been held up, maybe you might say a little bit behind Vulcan, but it's extra fuel saving definitely all playing a part right now. Are we going to see RSR in on this lap? Well, he's in full attack mode again. The way he's attacking that final corner, looks like he might go again. No, he's into the pit. So where is he going to come out? Where are Alpine? Well, there they are right now. Your race leader before the round of pit stops, and they're just only entering into the toe. I tell you what, this is going to be close, but he might just do it. And also during those round of pit stops, Vico's really opened up that lead over Van Herwen for ROI.
Yeah, it looks like he was a bit slower in the pits as well, which is a surprise. So it's just outlap pace that's really helped him there.
Definitely seems to be. So where is, well, there he is right in this pit box, right at the end of the pit lane. Let's take a little look. Where are they? Well, there they are of Alpine. They're just about to come around the final corner, and still stationary is the RSR machine.
About 8 seconds more and he should start going.
There we go. And it looks like they're going to take control of the lead here, are Alpine, once again, because there they are still stationary. And a change of tyres as well. The car up on the jacks. There goes Alpine back into the lead. So where is Van Herwen? Well, he's going to go past as well. And actually, he's lost a fair bit of time with that taking of the tyres, whereas competitors didn't. I mean, potentially a bit of strategy additionally with the higher track temperatures we are experiencing here, Sean, where maybe electing to get that tyre stop done, dusted out the way. We're now past, about 17 minutes past 12 local time here at the Glen. And from sort of this point onwards, the track temperatures are either going to stabilise and maybe even start to dip downwards. So maybe a bit of election to take tyres earlier on in the race rather than later. But switch up his strategy a little bit.
At the end of the day, it's pretty sound. He probably thought that he could take triples but not caught the tyres. It's going to be a stretch on triples anyway with this heat. Was it 43 degrees on the track at the moment? But as you say, Tim, it's cooling. And maybe triples at the end is going to be better than doubling it.
Let's just see effect into the pits. There comes Vulcan. So they're going to have lost. Oh, sorry, no, they're apparently on pit exit even. So I tell you what, have they got the jump? Yes, they have. And really successfully, that additional fuel saving there from Catchpole of effect, getting the jump over Vulcan where they've been sat behind them for so long. And I tell you what, they're keeping themselves in the fight for this victory here at the sharp end of GT4 right now. So seeing that, there's Kuxas, back marker hot on the heels of 49 Motorsports right now. And the rear end of GT4. So far, only the one retirement. That was from FTR in the BMW, who we saw after that really strong start. That's a bit of a tidbit, bit of information from Rich Crawford. He had the sim crash on him, and that's why we saw him just carry on straight at turn 1. Lee then got into the car, Lee Belcher, and then came up saying that they'd given them a meatball, and then it DQ'd them 30 seconds later, disqualified them, so they are out, unfortunately. Done dusted. We haven't seen those guys return, which is a bit gutting because they're running incredibly strongly here, Sean, especially from that qualifying performance.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? We don't have mechanical failures here, but we do have technical failures in sim racing. It's something I don't like seeing to happen to drivers, but it's kind of nice to see that parallel with real road racing here.
That's an interesting play, as we saw previously there. Back marker making their way past 49 Motorsports. I mean, should we have mechanical failures built into the sim. It's a bit of an intriguing one. You see it back on the days of Grand Prix 2. I'm really showing my age here right now. I remember having an absolutely amazing race there at Hockenheimring, and you used to use keyboard and mouse, well, mainly keyboard for the controls on that one. And back on the original circuits, where of course we used to head out into the forest, with those long straights with those chicanes, every sort of section breaking them up. And it's fine as I came into the stadium section, broke the rear left suspension, went running round, and that was the end of my race. So as you can tell, it still haunts me to this day, all these years later. As we've got D-Line in GT4 there into the pits as well right now. And can we see 49 Motorsports make their way back past back marker while they're in the slipstream? The Porsche looks vulnerable. The Aston trying to use that tower of power that in that Mercedes drive V8, and they're into the slipstream, and Kushner of back marker knows it. He feels vulnerable right now, took the defensive line, but is able to move back across onto the racing line right now and keep hold of that position and defend them.
You've got to feel sorry for the Porsche, haven't you, really? It's the child of GT season. All Astons are just that one. I'm kind of impressed whenever it isn't finishing in the bottom two.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely the more challenging of the two cars in terms of the BOP in the way that has been set up this season within iRacing, of course. As is the norm anyway with new cars, they do tend to be that bit stronger. As we just see, I believe that is the ROI car. Yes, it is in GT3 second place in class right now, heading back through. As I tell you what, this is a move on right now. So second in class in GT3 Amtrak Limit. They're going to drag it out with them. That's RSR moving up to third in fourth overall, third in class. That's a move done over them as they cleared a couple of the TCRs there.
One thing I've just noticed with the RSR car, they were the third car to take tyres this stint that was still on the lead lap, and they were the quickest by over a second as well. So not only did they take tyres, they were the quickest at doing so.
Let's round that onto another lap here, out onto lap 30. Still all very
seeing the TCR cars coming in soon, Tim.
We should be indeed, Sean. They won't be that too far away, will they? Just looking at the clock, funnily enough, we're 7 minutes away from the top of the hour here. And still everything to play for. As I tell you what, they're at it again once more just behind them. These two, tail end. That is 49 Motorsports getting back past back marker. It took them an additional lap. They've got it done down that long back straight. It all really starts, Sean, doesn't it, with that exit out of turn 1, the 90. Just sure you get that right. And it just pays for you come the braking zone into the loop, because it's those extra 2, 3, or even 5 kilometers an hour that make the massive difference and allow you to get this overtaking moves done and also invoke a much quicker lap time.
Yeah, it's actually quite a strange one. I think that run from start-finish line all the way through to the loop is about half a lap. And if you get that first corner wrong, if you're not carrying enough speed through that first corner, it ruins your entire lap all the way through to the outer loop. And you're never going to be able to catch the guy in front if they have a better turn 1. That's half the lap. That's stuck going, I can't do anything now.
Definitely won't help you whatsoever. Just got that is the Scania BMW, I believe, is coming through there past them. Making some moves, and it's definitely going to separate them out a little bit, and that's going to play right in the hands of the 49 Motorsports Aston, because they've now got a second of fresh air between themselves and back marker. Battle that's been going on for the last 6 laps, I would say, as into the pits comes Armstrong of Brabham. That is a unscheduled stop, although he is, to be fair, a stop and go. I believe that's got to be a penalty related, surely, because not what you would expect from him.
Yeah, they had a 15-second stop and hold, but that wasn't 15 seconds.
No, he served that earlier, and bit of a strange one there from him. After that electric start made within the first 3 laps, and made himself up from last in class, which was 19th, all the way up to 4th. And then, of course, that penalty, as you mentioned, the 15-second stop and hold for the unsafe overtaking manoeuvre. Really put pay to his race, and you know for a while he would have been up there at the sharp end, fighting it out for the victory. And wow, 4-way battle, what a sight to behold that would have been. It brings back memories for me, Sean, of last season at Spa. No, actually, apologies, it's even the season before, where we saw, well, that late safety car really put the cat amongst pigeons. We had a 6-way fight, drivers on different strategies for the victory. It was an absolute classic, wasn't it?
Oh yes, that was brilliant. It was falling into night time as well. We had cars that were fuel saving, cars that had just come out the pits full of fuel, fresh tyres, and it was really up to the safety cars at the end, which really determined the end of the race.
For me, it still wasn't as good as my favourite one probably was last season at Belle Isle. It was just an amazing race. We had a few safety cars in that one, which, you know, of course, being a street circuit, you could probably argue you would expect that. But even so, we had, of course, I mean, let's not forget our leader in GT4. Of course, that was the lower of the 3 classes last season, because we had Porsche Cup in as well. Led up all the way up until the last quarter of an hour and managed to hit the one piece of grass that is on that street circuit, span it around, put it in the wall, end of race for them. And then for the last 4 laps, we were entertained by amazing racing for the win in Porsche Cup. It was just spectacular, and one of my favourite races that I've ever commentated on, to be fair. It was just had absolutely everything in it, and with absolute abundance all the way through, as that was a bit close there from Armstrong, as he's coming right up onto the back of RD Sim Sports, who, I think he's the fastest car, I think, just let him through, trying to follow it forward and touching the grass there, having a good old wiggle on corner exit, the Brabham BMW. Now, I'm here dicing with death, but it just shows just how hard Armstrong's pushing for me right now, Sean.
Yeah, where is he now? He's all the way back in 14th place. He's behind all the AM drivers as well. It's pretty much plumb last. He's got a lot of racing to do, though. It's only 3 hours 3 hours to go. You don't know what's going to happen to the leaders. He might as well go all out, because you never know what's going to happen.
You don't indeed. You don't indeed. It's that's the thing about this series. You never truly know what is exactly going to happen. From green flag all the way through to the check-in, it's a voyage into the known and a voyage into the discovery here at the Glen. And but not just even at the Glen. I mean, within every race of this season, because you've got the addition of the safety cars. We were talking about myself and Paul during qualification, where it's just like no other series on iRacing. This, in terms of, you can't leave as a second driver, you can't go away and leave your teammate. Where normally Enduros, you know, for any of you that are taking part in iRacing officials, whether it be the Spa 24, the Daytona 24, or even down to the 6 hours of Watkins, making it obviously relevant to where we are here today. It's just basically, you know, you come in, you sit with your teammate for maybe a couple of laps, just have them get acclimatised, make sure they're all right, go off, grab yourself a drink, something to eat, maybe even have a bit of a nap, depending on what part of the time of day that you are covering. And then come back towards the end of your stint, you don't need to worry too much. Each stop, stick in a full tank of fuel, you have preset where you will be taking tyres. Here, none of that whatsoever. I was having a chat to our friend here at Tulsa Sports, Seb Bosch-Williams, who drives for Backmarker Racing Yellow in the Lamborghini in GT3 Pro, and he was saying it's so tricky. You know, you literally have a chance to go and snatch a quick bathroom break, and you have to race back to your rig because you know full well that if something happens, you need to be there to try and assess the situation with your teammate. Work out, do you come in? Do you take tyres at this stop as well? Do you take maybe a reduced fuel load to try and get a jump on some of the drivers around you, or adapt because of where you're going to be into, where that safety car is, at what stage of the race? So many different metrics playing it out. So seeing Deutsche Payment just head through there past the Prismatic and the Brabham TCRs and not getting held up too much. They've had a real gap around the pit stops. And now 6.1 seconds clear of Catch Bowl, who was battling with themselves, and it was RD, wasn't it? For them, so you know, Vulcan, they've had a torrid time since the round of pit stops. Vulcan really not helped them whatsoever.
That's a real shame, really, for Vulcan. They had a fantastic week in practice. They're one of the fastest cars all week coming into this race. They had a good quali, really. After that, it's just been bad luck.
Yes, I mean, it's only really come back in the last 20 minutes as Prismatic have dropped a place there. That's because they are into the pits. Likewise is Ethan Bass as well. All happening in TCR, so pit window fully open for those guys right now. This is everyone's starting to come back to it again, and it's like an accordion, and gaps expand out, they then contract. And right now, RD all over. Now, I would say the rear of Hugh Jass to give it a lovely backside pun, but this is where it counts. Out of the 90, what's called, it's a 90-degree angled corner in the slipstream, full attack mode, pushing that accelerator pedal as far down as you can, and some more to see the Brabham GC3, and you can just see clever stuff there. Pulls out, goes for the outside line because he knows full well that Brabham GC3 is going to be on the racing line, and that means he's going to be able to get the slipstream the whole way along his RD, gets the move done into the outer loop, or even the carousel as some people call it. Spectacular stuff from them, and now becomes the hard work, because getting past is one thing, but then keeping hold in that place is another, and out onto the grass, that is not going to help them whatsoever. But equally now, Sean, it's now trying to build up that lead and extend out enough to get them out of slipstream range, or equally just praying for a bit of traffic come in and just separate the two of you.
They were running quite similar laps for a while, and it was only that GT3 that came in and helped RD get past that's really made a change here. I imagine that we're going to see these two guys swap places a couple of times as they come up through the outer loop. There's another GT3 coming through here. He might get them by the end of the first corner, maybe before if we're lucky.
Right, so the RD SimSport GT3, oh, there's a bit of contact there between himself and Hugh Jass. And that is the gap that the sister RD SimSport car and GT4 class will have wanted. And you do have to wonder whether that overtaking move was done to just try and put themselves between them and the sister car to open up that gap. But with that additional contact, I get the feeling the stewards might have a little bit of a look at that one.
Well, they might very well do. It looked a bit team ordery to me, didn't it?
It definitely did have a whiff, a slight odour of that. So just seeing Orbit Motorsport here, they are leading in TCR, and they've got to jump over the RD SimSport TCR as well.
Yep,
that's
and
pretty
they've got
good
past Andy Fox as well in green.
They've had a cracking round of pit stops, haven't they? As Fox is for Brabham is only just coming into the pit lane right now. That's worked out an absolute treat for them. They couldn't have asked for anything better, really, as actually, no, apologies, they're just heading out, wasn't their pit was further down the line. This there goes the Prismatic machine. I'll tell you what, not the best set of in-laps there. They would have hoped, Fox certainly would have hoped for.
What we saw was the GT3s coming through the TCRs in the last couple of laps. The guys that hit it early, I think, probably, well, I would say they were going to have a better job, but James Holman lost out to Ethan Bass. And Andy Fox at Brabham lost out to Prismatics. So, no, really, I think it's luck of the traffic.
Definitely always plays a part, doesn't it? Definitely always plays a part. And I'll tell you what, even so, credit to Prismatic. They are running an absolutely exceptional race right now. I've been in the wars a bit this season, I think it's fair to say, and struggle for pace as well a little bit at times, but not here at the Glen. It's all coming together for them. I do have to wonder if they've had this sort of race earlier in the season, just where they may well be in terms of the championship aspirations. I think they would have been up there certainly fighting with a fair few of the teams.
It's been a really tight championship for TCR1, particularly at the top, and the teams that have really suffered with a bit of bad luck in the early rounds, that kind of luck's carried through, and I guess there's nothing much to play for now, and there's less pressure on these drivers, and maybe that's what's helping them out.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Certainly seems that way. And I'll tell you what, we have had some cracking races. We just entered into the second hour of racing. Let's have a little bit of rundown through your order right now. There is your leader, Alpine Stars Geodesic. An advantage of 9 seconds now. Really made quite a bit of time during the round of pit stops. Vigo, the American, going for victory here at his home race. Can he do it? Oh, we're only quarters of the way through the race. Still plenty of racing still to do. Still lots of conundrums and hurdles to come across and to face. ROI Management, the new team to the championship, turn up late to the party. They've come in with their dancing shoes on and are really fighting near the sharp end. Have been brought in a battle for the first stint. RSR by butt kicker, but now found themselves by themselves due to Campbell lacking take tyres, which has meant that third place overall is the AM team of Sicania Motorsport. Daniel Avono currently at the helm for them. Has been really having a strong race in the BMW. BMW locking out the top 3 positions overall right now. Definitely car to be in. That and the new Mercedes when it comes to GT3 racing on iRacing. 4th overall, that is the RSR by Butcombe machine, as we've said before, the Porsche. First non-BMW runners. Campbell on an alternative strategy. What can he pull out the bag? Fuel saved for the whole of the first stint. And sat in the slipstream, fiddled with fuel maps, meant he was allowed to go for 2 extra laps compared to the rest of GT3 field. 5th overall, well, that is the track limit racing car. Simon Ball, an absolute flyer. 2nd in class, 2nd in the AM category. And they are going incredibly strongly up. They've climbed 3 places and pushing hard in the AM category. Into 6th and 5th in class, say 4th in class right now. Well, that is Backmarker Racing Lamborghini, the highest of the Lamborghini runners here. Washer Williams. He's been in full attack mode, full send mode the whole race long, and it's gained him 7 places after, I think by what he would say, a poor qualifying by his own standards. Of course, had an absolute flyer at Montreal, put it on the front row in what he claimed was probably the best lap that he has ever done in the whole of iRacing. Just everything came together nicely for him. Into 7th, it is Atlantic Motorsport. Gareth Higgins in another one of the Lamborghinis here. They climbed 2 places. Currently find themselves 5th in GT3 Pro. Let's move down into 8th and GT3 AM. It's the Sicania sister car. They're running the Lamborghini. 3rd in class, 8th overall, up 6 places. They've had a great start, have the Italians. They're going to carry that one home. Then it's Prismatic in GT3 AM. Roxy Gibson in the car in the Porsche. Strong outing from them as well. They're up 7 places. Definitely another car that has had a great start and joint highest position climber with Backmarker Yellow. It's 10th overall, and it is B-Sim, the BMW. The best of starts He's dropped a few places, but now settled down into the race and rounding out the top 10. Into 11th. Well, that is Aerokinetics, another one of the new teams here, and that's the leader, Geodesic, just heading past them. Bruce Jackson currently on board from them. Dropped 4 places, like B-Sim in front of them, but again, have settled down into racing right now. Bit of tall order, 26 seconds behind B-Sim in front of them, but do have a nice comfy cushion of nearly 4 seconds in front of Stage 1 Green. You can see just there, and another one of the BMWs. Let's move down to 13th, and it's GT3 Pros. Well, the AMs have been running strong overall, but it's not been such a good day for the Pros. Prismatic, they have made up with Emily Howe in the wheel. They have changed now across to Widner. They've made up 4 places since the start. Definitely having a much stronger race here than they've had in previous rounds. Into 14th. Well, it's been a torrid day for Brabham. Qualification ban, started dead last. And the opening laps made themselves up all the way up into 4th place. But then there was contact on the way through, an unsafe overtake. They incurred a 15-second stop-go penalty. Do find themselves on an alternative strategy now, though. She's playing a little bit of a part in the story here. So it's not a true representation of where it truly is. RD Simsport, they are in 15th. Last of the BMW runners. As we then into 16th, it's 49 Motorsports in the Lamborghini. Not the best start. They're down 6 places. Likewise in 17th, Stage 1 Senior, who've been... Oh, no, I was going to say they've been in and out of the pits, but that is one way to enter the pits.
They were actually coming in.
And just lost the rear end there, coming out of the final corner. We caught it just as it was happening. Wow, that is big damage. Not to mention the Austin Power style 90-point turn in the pit lane. And I was saying how they've had a real torrid time, and that just adds to it. They towed to the pits. Gotta feel for those guys. Well, let's head across it. Wow, we're going to see. Ooh, we've got a replay of exactly. Well, this is where they were trying to get turned around in the pit lane. There it is. These cars, much as they can turn incredibly aggressively, when it comes to trying to do a little maneuver, a 3-point turn in the road, the turning circle on them is absolutely massive. And you can see Blanquart there, the Belgian driver, suffering dearly. He's come back through all GT4 once before. He'll have to do it again now. Let's have a look into GT4. Talking the Devils. Well, Kelly McCauley, the Irish driver, he's been scintillating all season. Came on board with Deutsche Payment and driving with Daniel Muth. We say flawless display from them. That is why they lead the GT4 Championship. Effect in second are going absolute great guns here today. Catchpole, he's been fuel saving, went longer than the rest of the field. That's why he finds himself where he is now, 8 seconds behind our leader. Has spent much of the race, tucked behind Vulcan. Another one of our new team, well, new drivers, Dorian Tabernek of Brabham eSports, the Israeli. He's having a decent outing on his opening to this entry to the series. Up 7 places so far, 20th overall right now. Only 2 seconds behind Effect in second place. There's still a chance of climbing places. RD Simsport, they're at 5 places into 4th in class, 21st overall. Colin Brandt has been doing a solid job for them, especially since he got past them. They've managed to drop Hugh Jass. And they do have a bit of a contact just coming into the corner. Funnily enough, we're about to come up to now with this sister RD Simsport GT3. Team orders maybe coming into place there. 49 Motorsports, they are 23rd overall and 6th in class. They have been locked in the battle for with Backmarker in the Porsche. There they are. Since they've reclaimed their position, They've managed to extend out a 6-second gap. Thank you for Kuchus, the backmarker racing orange. Then let's have a look down into TCR. Well, Orbit lead the way. The round of pit stops worked out an absolute gem for them, an absolute treat. Now finds themselves in control of standings here in the touring car class. Then we're down into RD Simsport in second place. Drops a couple of places, but still remaining strong and looking for a decent result for a team that have really grown into the championship. Prismatic, they are third in class right now. Another great result, really making hay with the Sunshiner Prismatic teams here in the final round. Another team hoping for a strong result, but they do have the Brabham eSports TCR not far behind them at all. Only 2 seconds is the gap. But they have got a comfortable gap, these two, over FTR, last runner in TCR class, and the last runner out on track right now, 30th overall. They're 14 seconds behind the back of Fox for Brabham. Retirements, well, looking like it's stage 1 senior after we've just seen them with that career into the pit stops. They may well be retiring. D-Line, we lost them, but they have no apologies, they have got going again. They are your last runner. There they are in GT4. Vulcan retired on lap 30. Gutting for them because they'd had a really strong outing. And look like potentially might even vie for the victory here, but just hasn't worked out for them. And then, of course, FTR, we lost all those laps ago. Out on track, I believe Higgins has had a bit of an issue somewhere.
Let's see if we can find out what
see if we can get a replay of that one. That'd be intriguing to see. Let's take a little look. So here's the Atlantic Lamborghini. And around she goes. Loses the rear end at the toe. Gets the car. Ooh, that was a little bit close to the Brabham GT3 of Armstrong. Managed to get it turned back around, not helping them whatsoever right now, because they were hunting down back markers, Bosch and Williams, with the latter definitely being able to breathe a sigh of relief. There is the Brabham car in GT4. Really, really pushing hard here.
We're going to have a battle here pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, I think we are, Sean, aren't we? I think it's going to be on here.
What's interesting is, as you said earlier, Catchpole has made its stop lap later. So it's GT4s, they're always going to be changing their tyres every single stop. So he has got an extra lap of rubber on up front, so with the car behind.
Well, this is, I tell you what, this is getting a bit close and a bit dicing to death right now. As we've got 3 wide in the background there. TCR locked in the middle of 2 GT3s. As the field starts to trip up over one another. We've got GT4s, GT3s and TCRs all trying to share the same piece of track. But look at what has happened, because Sabanak is right onto the rear end of Catchpole. As we head up through the S's, that's going to be intriguing. There goes a bit of traffic, and he just has to lift there. The RI Investments car headed through. But don't you just love these shots of cars coming through? Having to guess which lane do you pick, which is going to be the fastest, the inside, the outside, or even the middle. But that has played right into Catchpole's hand for FX eSports, and that's what's allowed him to keep hold of that place, because that looked like that was going to end in tears for Catchpole, and he was going to lose that second place.
Looks like Track Limit Racing have changed their driver over. Craig Molnar's now in the car. Over from Simon Bull.
I tell you what, it definitely seems that way, doesn't it? Because driving change is starting to become part of the racing now, and as we're entering in, you know, some of the drivers will be done and dusted, having to undertake qualifying the opening hour and a bit, where you definitely got to have eyes in front of the front, the back, the middle, the side, everywhere. As you try and cut your way through this traffic, Sean.
Yeah, with that track limit car, obviously they've changed driver, they're going to be changing tyres as well. But they did stop laps earlier than every other GT3 car in the last round, so they've had to come in same time again. What are we? We're 45 laps in, so they've made a couple of more laps, but this is really going to impact them, particularly in the last stint, I think, because they're going to have to longer splash than anyone else might need to.
Oh, no, there goes Drango's catch fault, and that has gifted Brabham the place. Oh no, effect after running so strongly here at the Glen. I did wonder, it looked like... Oh, was it a bit of a netcode tap from behind?
It looked like it, didn't it?
You have to wonder. Because I thought it seemed a bit weird. But Tabernacle just seemed to run a bit deep into the 90. I tell you what, actually no, apologies, I thought the front bumper was starting to come away though, or maybe a bit of damage to the bumper, but it's just where that paintwork lines up with the panel gaps on that car that made me think that it got a bit of damage to it when it hasn't. But that is your leader in GT3 and
comes RSR.
third overall. And I tell you what, they'll be looking to find a way through winning at Campbell as they clear the Brabham GT4, sneak through on the inside, and are we going to see a lunge here into the heel? Or is it going to be more fuel saving from Campbell, who's tucked up right behind that Scania car right now? Or to see Elect just to sit behind him, Sean, and just wait till he gets out of the 90 and then just clear him in the slipstream all the way down to through the back straight.
Well, he's coming up to lap 48. He's probably expecting this car in front to go up in the pits anyway.
Oh, that's very true. We are right into the territory, aren't we, of pit windows here in GT3.
Might look to clear him now on the back straight.
Well, let's find out. As we head down into turn 1. Just looking, you see the way that Porsche is just so much more tighter through turn 1, and it pulls out. There's a flash of the lights from Scania just to try and clear the Brabham TCR. There's the prismatic machine as well. That's going to block up a bit of a lane here for RSR, but it opens up once again. Are we going to see the lunge? He's in the slipstream. Is he going to fuel save his way through this one? We have seen a lot of raw pace from Daniele Vono. And there you go. I think this is a complete... Where we've seen just raw pace pretty much all season from Campbell, I think this is a completely different... Well, actually, scrap that. Forget that. Up the inside, into the chute, on his merry way now. I was thinking maybe a different strategy coming out from him. He's just going to fuel save his way out of this situation. But scrap that. Move done. Third overall right now for Campbell. Back to where he was. However, it's 14 seconds down the road from Van Herwin of ROI Investments. But, this is the big but, RSR did take tyres at the last stop, whereas Van Herwin didn't. So actually, if we look at that in terms of net time, Sean, I think I'm trying to do the mental maths here, but I think he may well have done enough here to take the lead of this race, assuming two cars in front of him take tyres at the next stop and Campbell doesn't.
Well, the difference in pit stop time when you take tyres and you don't is around about 30 seconds. Just shy of 30 seconds if you do pit stop. There's less than 30 seconds between them.
Well, we're about not long away from finding out, because I'll tell you what, Scania from first in GT3 AM, 4th overall, were briefly, of course, 3rd overall as well. A great result from them. They are into the pits. So, pit window fully open. Likewise, Daniel Dennison as well. He's into the pits too. Let's see if we can try and get you... I'll tell you what, that incident is under investigation, definitely between Effect and Brabham. We saw a couple of laps go down at turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that was going to be looked at. I'm sure the team management over at the Effect eSports are going to be shouting at the stewards on that one.
The perennial finger wagging down at the steward's office, undoubtedly. As I tell you what, RD, they're locked in the battle in GT3 as well. That's a really close battle we've got going on right now. Likewise, this one, Brabham too. for that place in the podium in TCR. Prismatic starts to come under a little bit of pressure. Looks up behind the sister Brabham car in GT4.
Alpine Stars are in.
Well, there you go. Your leader is in. Here we go. It is time to venture into the unknown and find out. ROI are in from second as well. Will they take tyres? I mean, surely, Sean, with these track temperatures, when that's 45 degrees Celsius, that's, what, about 110 Fahrenheit. Nearly borderline cook and egg on it conditions. We knew that Campbell for our result would continue on again due to, you know, that fuel saving did in the first stint, put him 2 laps, you know, out of sync with his competitors. But we're about to find out, are these guys going to take tyres, or is Campbell going to let's take tyres yet again?
Well, Alpine Stars have changed their driver. Pickle is in. We know he's quick, and we know he's comparable in lap time with Campbell.
Yeah, we've seen the 2 Americans go toe-to-toe before, haven't we, this season? Undoubtedly, we're going to see it yet again here at the Glen. Likewise, we have got other teams in. We've got Sukanya, as we mentioned, they are in. And I'm just trying to think, have they been in the pits a little bit? Have they gone out and come back in again? I'm not too sure, because they seem to have been second time. I'm sure they came in a couple of laps ago, but could just be myself, as Prismatic Maneuver now find themselves fair overall. I know it is going to be adjusted because of the pit stops, but even so, Gibson will be absolutely loving that one right now. As we see Campbell just making his way past the RD Simsport TCR. That's currently second overall in class. That's James Holman, the Irishman. Makes it past him with relative ease. What sort of traffic has he got in front of him? Well, that is your leader, I do believe, Bass in TCR. Where is he going to catch him? There's catch Ross another place at RD Simsport in GT4. Having the best of times right now, Cashball, after getting that tap from behind. But here we go. Who is still in the pits? Nobody. They're all back out and running once again. As we've got Atlantic heading out the pits too. It's a really mixed bag here, Sean, haven't we? A real mixed bag.
Yeah, pit stops have really mixed it up again with driver changes, some teams with tyres and some teams with not. We've got a bit of queue here in GT4 as well.
I'll tell you what, Brabham now found themselves behind. That's no, I've just put the reason. So the decision was that they had to give that place back to effect within 3 laps. So they have done so early. Which is probably the sensible move, isn't it, Sean? Because you don't want to, you know, build up a massive gap, then have to lose all that time and allow, you know, wait for. Oh no! Is this contact between Prismatic and Effect in the wall down at the 90?
That looked like a driver error there from the car on the outside.
They all got caught up on the curbing.
Code, though.
They seem to get that curbing is really set. So there's a big lump in the middle which you can bottom out the car on. Oh, and they just came together, and I do wonder if it's, like I say, that bit of curbing just pausing them where they just head into one another. A catch pole after such a strong start. It's all gone wrong for Effect here at the Glen. Oh, that man needs a big arm around him and a drink, because, wow, that is going to be absolutely devastating. Well, I tell you what, Tabernacle of Brabham, all his Christmases came at once there, Sean, didn't it? Because that could have been a disaster for him.
Yeah, if he was any closer to those 2 cars, he would have been caught up in that as well. He's had to give the place back, and it's been given back to him on a plate.
It's been another incident being looked at between Aerokinetic and Hugh Jass right now. Not too sure what that is about. We'll see if we can bring you some more information on that one shortly. 2 hours and 30 left remaining here at the Glen. As on pit exit is Hayward in GT3 and for Prismatic. They're still running strong, third in class right now. Tell you what, it's not been the best this round for Scania. They've really been struggling here at the Glen. There is, well, one team has, one team is coming out wrong since the round of pit stops, but even so, I mean, Team Felipe is still fourth in class right now. So you see Simone Grau. Tell you what, trying to find a way past that incredibly wide prismatic Porsche. No tall order. I mean, this is them lapping them, isn't it? I believe, yes. So
yeah, they are looking to lap them. It's only about 8/10 difference in their lap times anyway, so it's not going to be easy.
I mean, surely this is where it comes into it, Sean, doesn't it? I mean, yourself being the GT driver, correct me if I'm wrong, which I'm sure you will. This is all about just setting up the move, numerous corners in advance, just timing it to where you get that. I know we've spoken about it before, but getting that best possible exit out of turn one, the way, as you mentioned, it's nearly half a lap, the run down to the next true corner in inverted commas, as much as the S's are classed as a corner as well. But you're just flat out all the way through them and just up the inside into the outer lip, or as we have seen, where it's hanging it right round the outside of the outer lip, because that just gives you then the inside to the chute.
Yeah, if you're unlucky enough to get it done where they are right now, then you might still be close enough coming into the chute and putting your nose in on the inside and the other driver sees you. Be content just to sit there though.
Well, I was just thinking that they're electing just to sit behind right now. Is that the best strategy? I do wonder somewhat. As you're seeing this battle for the lead in TCR between RD, who are on the recovery drive right now, Holman, the bit between his teeth. This Arbit Motorsport Mars now under a whole world of pressure as we head down through the chute. And you can see the way that Holman is just moving around left, right, left again, right again, just to fill the mirrors right now with Bass. Really give him something to think about other than his braking point, his turning point, the apex, this acceleration point. Just get one above him. They've got the prismatic GT3 Porsche coming behind them, the AM car right now. They're going to separate them. Well, they're going to have a go here into the third to last corner and sneak it through. And that's played right into Bass's hands. But they are going to compromise their exit into what could be a more crucial corner potentially here, Sean. As it's, you know, so much speed carried through here in the second to last.
Yeah, that's the thing with multi-class racing. It's all about judging when you can pass and where you can let someone pass to minimise the time you've lost. And it's just nice to see that both these cars have actually kept together through that bit of GT3 traffic.
That collision we saw between Effect and Prismatic, where we are exactly right now, really put pay to Effect's racing, you know, certainly win aspirations or even possibly podium aspirations. Well, Effect have been given a warning for not leaving racing room. Also, Daniel Dennison even, he has been given a 15-second stop and hold. That's the Aerokinetics team. Their debut in the championship for avoidable contact and causing a collision. So not what they would have been hoping for here at all. But I tell you what, this battle still rages on as Orbit, well, nearly being bump drafted along here by the RD machine, Sean. And when you're following someone so closely like this, how do you maintain that gap? Because you have to be a tricky quality, because don't you have to brake a bit earlier compared to your normal braking marker?
Yeah, so that's the challenge, isn't it? So you've been running your line for however many laps, and now you're up behind someone. You have to run braking markers that the guy in front's running, but you're just 10 yards off them all the time. And if they brake earlier than you expect them to do, then you're in all sorts of trouble. It's all about watching the car in front, learning how the driver in front drives, and that's also where you're going to learn how best to pass them as well, because you'll see where they're weaker than you on the track or stronger than you on the track.
Well, here we go. Bass running it incredibly wide there. That had been many moons ago. That was all the one big gravel trap out there. That would have been the end of this race. As that is Campbell in. Now, I saw the... Wait, he's going for tyres again, Sean.
That's a surprise. He's clearly looked at the tyres coming into the garage and decided that he can't run them at the speed he's running. Again, but you have to think, it's only 15 seconds behind the leading pair when he took a 30-second extra pit stop the first time around. Maybe he thinks he can still do it.
Tell you what, he has come out of the pits. But actually, he's only 10 seconds behind. Now, interestingly, I think he's only taken tyres on the one side here, Sean. Because he was stationary for 46 seconds compared to Alpine and ROI, who both definitely took tyres because the stop was, 58 seconds for ROI, Alpine a minute exactly, which is double tyre stationary, whereas Campbell was only stationary for 46 seconds, which is longer than no tyres. But I'm wondering whether he's maybe taken left tyres. I would imagine this is mostly a right-hander circuit.
That's exactly what he's done. Maybe he feels he's losing a lot of speed, turns into the left. It's clearly just two tyres with the extra 15 seconds.
We've got effect into the pits as well right now. They've got heavy damage. Also, they've got to serve a penalty too. Wow. Strong start. It's all gone a little bit wrong. I tell you what, for me, the intriguing one, a little bit way behind the RSR Porsche right now, is Boscher Williams for battle marker yellow. Up 9 places. He's had a cracking start. The highest position gainer here today. RG joint with the Brabham GT4. Dorian. Oh, well, that was a little bit close for comfort there. But I tell you what, more Orbit just holding on right around the outside, and that's going to allow them to carry this extra speed all the way up through the S's, down the back straight. They've also got, just looking behind them, that's one of the BMWs coming through here. They'll sneak through. They might provide them with the defensive cover that they need to box them in and keep hold of this first position. But RD, I tell you what, they're in full attack mode right now. We ride on board with Holman, who's going to be the first one to swing back across onto the racing line. Holman just sticks in right behind Bass right now, and they both play it safe on that defensive line, covering off the inside right now. But that is bringing right back into them. There's another one, no, apologies, different one of the TCRs behind them. That is actually the FTR machine that is a lap down. Also with them too, it's the 49 Motorsports GT4 that's trying to find a way past. And this is the tricky thing for the GT4s against the TCRs, isn't it, Sean? They're much quicker in the straight line than the GT4s, but slower through the corners.
Yeah, this is actually the track with the biggest difference in lap time between the GT4s. We had a couple of tracks earlier in the season where they were within 1 or 2 second division. Here we're seeing that the GT4s are almost 5 seconds, faster than the TCR, so they do have those extra straights there, and they do make a difference when it comes to passing these cars. It's just when they're in the twisty sections, there's just no way past them.
Let's just see in the background, really illustrating it there, the 49 Motorsports Aston there. Eric Briggs is really struggling to make it past Ryan Chevalier for FTR. They've managed to get it done. Now this could be Bass's chance to pull a bit of fresh air. Actually, they're going to get the compromise entry here, because here comes 49 Motorsports up the inside. Bass holds it right around the outside, and he's going to get the better exit because Holman got compromised for RD on the exit. And look at the TCR battling out here. The flash of the lights from Briggs. He's not impressed right now as they drag it up the hill through the S's. They almost bang doors. You think these two cars are in exactly the same class, but they're really not. And you're going to see Briggs, so Bass just tuck in behind Briggs there and utilize that slipstream. But I tell you what, Holman is right onto the back of them. We're actually going to see a class here where you thought it might not have been possible. Holman up the inside of Briggs. Bass, no, can't quite hold on around the outside there. which would have given him the inside line into the chute, but he's having a lunge, he's having a good look, but no whatsoever. Holman slams the door right in his face there. Wow, as he gets wide, he clearly loses the rear end. Thank goodness these cars are front-wheel drive. Gives it a boot full of power to bring the car back straight again. But that was epic tactics there and reading the situation from Holman.
Yeah, he saw that GT4 coming, he knew what was going to happen there, and he made the most of the situation. I did think he was being close enough to that GT4 to stop Bass coming in behind it, but in the end it didn't really matter. He still had the pace from that draft earlier in the straight, and so through there.
That's it, absolutely amazing stuff. I tell you, they've got another, add another car into the mix, as you see Holman just really pushing it wide, running exceptionally wide there and through the penultimate corner. We've got Lamborghini coming through. That is the backmarker car, currently 4th overall right now. Going to clear path Bass. Is he going to compromise Holman? No, tucks him right in front of him, slams out the anchors, gets stopped in time on the racing line. Nicely done there, the rear brake's glowing on the Orbit car, but battles happening up and down the field right now because this is for the last podium place in GT4. Sorry, this is second and third, apologies even. There's Ardy taking on Brabham. Just that, can't seem to find that initial edge. 4 tenths is the gap. It's such a shame about what's happened to Effect, Sean, because they would have been in there, right in amongst this fight, as we see our leader coming in between them. And this is going to get tricky for Evan Pikel because he's going to trip up over him and he's going to lose a whole bunch of time. I tell you what, I've just seen 10th after 10th disappear off the relative right now between himself and ROI, where he's just stuck behind these 2 GT4s.
Yeah, he came into that lap seconds up, and he's down to 7. It shows what the problem is when you hit behind slower traffic and you can't get a battling in front. It's extra even fast. Speed sing an FTR, you'll end up with possibly a 15-second stop and hold if you get it all wrong.
That is the beauty and the beast that is live stewarding. Equally, it is no different to what you would experience in real life. You may not get the damage costs or the injury worries of large contact being made like you have in real life racing, but it's the penalties that you would serve, many would argue, rightly so as well. Tell you what, Tabernac right now going to defend to keep hold of this position against RD, because he has no way to try and find his way past right now. We've got the ROI car second in class. So they had a driver change recently. Van Glebeck getting into the car and can't quite find a way past, and experiencing exactly the same pain that the Alpine Stars BMW had when it came trying to lap through the traffic at exactly this part of the circuit in exactly the same circumstances. So I tell you what, look who's right behind him, Sean. That's Campbell of RSR. Where has he come from? Oh, and he nearly loses it. What a hold there. What a hold. That looked like that was race ending almost when that started to go.
That is a man on the edge of what that car can do. And it's amazing. He's caught up, what was it, 10 seconds, Tim? When he came
about that, Sean. About that. And clearly, that's what I mean. You could. It's not even because of the tyre situation, because ROI took tyres.
4 tyres.
Whereas RSR only took 2. Well, what would be the left-hand side, due to the majority of right-handers here at Watkins. So it's not even down to tyres. This is down to, and also let's not forget, because RSR also stopped some 5 laps later, that car has got 5 laps of fuel extra on board compared to the ROI BMW right now.
Yeah, I'm sitting here nodding my head, Tim. It's looking good for RSR right now. So, do we think that this RSR is going to sing?
Well,
Get position 2.
this is that's the key question we need to be all asking ourselves right now, Sean, isn't it? Because we saw when he came behind the ROI car previously that he just elected to fuel save. But equally, you can see the way that gap, as it was previously, has now extended to Alpine Stars, who are currently in first. So this is where it gets tricky, because he could fuel save again, surely, and maybe extend that gap even further, and then he'll be able to take a considerable less amount of fuel come last lap. But in equal measures as well, that's going to save him quite a bit of time and therefore gaining track position. But equally, I tell you what, he doesn't want to see that gap extend to Alpine Stars anymore, because that will just eradicate all that hard work through fuel saving, surely.
I think what we'll see by the time we get to the end of the beginning of the last stint, the RSR car might not need to fuel save at all. It could get in underneath that 1 hour mark. If they do, they can just run the car flat out all the way to the end. So any time they've lost in the last couple of hours will just be made up then.
I tell you what, it's intriguing stuff, isn't it, Sean? The mind games being played here, the strategy being played, and right now they're coming.
Say, Tim, the only thing that might change that is if RSR think that Alpine Stars are going to put a gap on these two cars here, they may try and go for the overtake so they can do the same thing. Stars car.
Clearing the Brabham TCR there. We've got Deutsche Payment ahead of them, which is a leader in GC4 right now. Daniel Miffit got into the car at the last round of pit stops. We saw strong performances from him last season when this team came aboard to the championship. They were in GT3 back then, but headed down into GT4, which has become a real hotbed of excitement in that championship. Really sparked a fire within it. As cleared him with relative ease there. I'll tell you what, it'd be interesting to know, is there fuel saving going on yet again by RSR? I think you've got to put your money on it being that way, Sean. It's got to be. Well, there you go. We're on board with it. I'll tell you what, let's have a little bit of listening as we head down the back straight and then into the braking zone for the outer loop. And that will definitely tell us exactly what is going on. There you go. That tells you everything you need to know right now. And to be fair, we even heard him fuel saving into this corner as well. Well, there you go. As if by magic, it's like we always know what we're on about here. Wow. I mean, to be fair, it scares... Well, there you go. He's been let past. Wow. Did not see that one coming. I don't know about yourself, Sean. Definitely did not see that one coming. I tell you what, Van Glebik just right, okay, I don't want to risk this one with him being really close to my bumper and risk making a mistake or being mind-punted, sticking it in the wall, and pulled over, let Campbell through, knows they're all working to different strategies right now, and is that conceding the position or playing it sensible? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough one, that. You could say that by letting him pass, he's preventing him fuel save, but it does mean that the RSR team have to now catch up with Alpine Stars. They're going to burn a bit more fuel. But if the ROI car doesn't continue to sit behind the RSR car, it is pretty much just giving up that place.
Wow. We've still got a bit of a way to find out truly. Fast approaching that halfway stage of the race here. And it has been yet another absolute barnstormer here.
So here we got Ethan Bass, Tim. It isn't actually a race for 3 positions. As you can see, 3 TCRs there. It's just the front 2 in front. It's a TCR at the moment.
It's well, this is where it gets tricky when you've got a back marker involved as well, and it's sometimes more challenging when they're behind you. If you're the fast, you feel like you're faster because you can see this battle going on for the lead. If it's just the one car as well, Alpine Stars, the leader overall, they're going to get squeezed wise. There's almost a bit of contact there between themselves and the Orbit TCR.
Yeah, that's the thing, Tim. I mean, as an overtaking car, you're conscious that these other classes might be racing each other as well. So you don't know that those 3 aren't racing each other, but you're going to try and clear them all and see to the maximum benefit. So,
it's such a challenging one. I was thinking more so in terms of, you know, the FTR TCR behind them, because let's not forget, Sean, here that, you know, yes, they are a lap down, but in equal measures on top of that, they're keeping pace, and if not, maybe feeling like they're a little bit quicker than these 2 where they are battling.
yeah,
So do you want to try?
Last lap, Tim, 10th slower. Stars car between.
Well, there you go. I think that tells you a lot of things right now. But then, I guess, you know, they are allowed to unlap themselves as it, wow, right around the outside pass there. This is getting tricky. And also the ROI card now boxed in by a plethora of TCRs trying to find their way past, but can't do. But right now, you've got Holman on the attack for RD Sim Sports. He can't find a way past. All lanes blocked. And Bass leading in TCR. But this is some of the best racing that we have seen all season. Certainly the closest. These guys have been at this for nearly the last 2 hours. Nose to tail, scrapping out hard. I mean, surely it's tiring, you know, mentally and physically when you're battling this hard. As much as you've got the adrenaline pumping, surely, Sean. To keep the car under control and ensure you don't make a mistake, because I feel that's what's going to separate these 2. It's the person who doesn't make the mistake is going to claim the victory over these 2.
Yeah, these, in fact, you can, by even those, it's a few laps down. Pace is so similar. It's going to be about who makes that little mistake, who maybe slightly further in their pit box, or doesn't quite make the speed limiter in time, or does it too late coming in and out of the pits. It's going to be down to those small.
So head up through the S's. Onto the back straight. Getting a replay right now, so we're on board with D-Line. Trevor, oh, that's been a contact up the inside there. Who was that with? Was that, hold on, was that the Scania GT3?
That was the BMW, yes.
That was the car that was, well, was originally leading in class, wasn't it?
Back quite a way now, but nothing's done.
No, and, well, D-Line definitely going to feel aggrieved for that one, and they are, I think they're even into the pits as well.
So it has been noted by the stewards, that one. See what happens.
These 2 under 2 tenths, separating the pair of them. Holman having another little look there, and it's intriguing for me, Sean, the mindset right now from Holman, where he's remaining nearly on the racing line, but just moving his car out enough not to be directly behind Bass of Orbit.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in, because I don't know whether the FTR is going to try and come past as well, so you're always going to be looking at that focus on them. But waiting room right now, Tim, we've got Rob Sutherland. Oh, he's disappeared. I was going to say, we've had Rob Sutherland. We could have asked him what he thought. his car in second place. He's gone again.
Or is there clearly maybe something looming larger to RD, because to disappear like that makes you wonder a little bit. But hopefully we'll catch up with Rob in a little bit, as they are vying here to take control of the leaders. Holman pulls out of the slipstream and alongside Bass. If he can't get the move done, he needs to hold on tight right around the outside. FTR tucked up right behind them too. They are a lap down in this whole situation, and Bass defends the inside. And right now, Holman just keeping hold of it, and he's going to do it because he's going to be on the inside into the chute. This is surely going to be the job done, but Bass is holding on for dear life himself. There's a bit of a nudge and contact on the exit of the corner, but they all survive it somehow. As here comes, I think that's the back marker car. Yes, it is back marker yellow and GT3 about to come up onto the back of these guys, but Bass loses that position to Holman yet again. But as there goes back marker, can clear all three of them on the run down to the heel, but that's surely going to hold up maybe a little bit. No, it doesn't hold up RD. As now joined by Rob Sutherland. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and my heartbeat has just gone up immeasurably as a result, I think.
I tell you what, wow. I see your guys, I include that for all the teams out there you guys are running. You've had some, maybe having some absolutely cracking races, leading TCR, you're second in class in GT4 right now as well. You couldn't ask for a much better round.
If only the lads would practice, I think. Anders Ankersen had brake failure in quali, which he expressed his joy at, I think is the word. And yes. He's also like he's gone through like 2-3 steering wheels this week as well, just trying to fix them, get it working. So he's not very well prepped. I think that showed for him. Callum is enjoying himself. He's also expressing that in a quite joyful manner on comms. I think we're expecting him probably to come through the pack a little bit. There is some attrition for these guys, so that's helping Callum out as well. I think the GT3 guys, well, I mean, they're kind of lumbered with me at the moment because everyone else is doing Le Mans 24. So Steve Mallow's just enjoying himself driving back through the pack really, and he's up into 8th. So he'll enjoy himself for the rest of the race. But yeah, Mr. Holman, he's had 10 minutes worth of practice. He didn't have when he was in quali, he didn't have a race set up, so he just threw on a VRS set.
And even so, still going great guns here in the BMW as well. I mean, you say in GT4, attrition playing a little bit part. Obviously, we lost. Effect had that incident, and that sort of brought them out of contention. But even so, you know, Dorian Tabernac of Brabham has come along into the championship and really put cat amongst the pigeons in terms of GT4. He's giving Callum a bit of a run for his money here and not making his life feel too comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think Callum's enjoying that. He certainly did mention that in dispatches. That Dorian was a little bit different to the other guys who caught up. So yeah, hopefully he'll enjoy that really. I think the GT4 guys are battling for second in championship, I think, as well. So I think Callum, we weren't really expecting much from today, but yeah, I mean, he'll be chuffed with the podium, I think.
Rob, you seem to have got stronger as the championship has progressed. What sort of lent to that progression and level of performance? I mean, I think back to the last couple of rounds, you've had some incredibly strong results from those. Where is this, extra pace started to come from as the season's gone on?
Not really. I would say we've underperformed quite dramatically actually in practice and other sessions. Our TCR guys have been up there, they're all thereabouts, and have thrown races away by either crashing the pits or just collecting other cars really. And that was really an idea for those guys to come in, practice TCR racing, practice TCR endurance racing outside of the Creventic, and just use that to jump up into other stuff. Our GT4 guys, Anders Ankersen, he had won every 911 race he had entered last season. So he was in the Vulcan Sim racing team the season before that, so was always sort of at points into the field. So we don't for those guys, yeah, we just want to say get on it, But this GT4 field is so good. It's really, it's the best field in the race. I mean, the GT3 AM field's pretty good as well, but the GT4 one's really, really good.
It has. I was chatting a few rounds ago to the Effect guys, and they were saying exactly the same thing. I mean, GT4 last season was a bit of the poor relation of this league, but this season, it's so fiercely competitive with Deutsche Payment moving down from GT3 into GT4. See Brabham coming along, yourselves being there fully in the mix as well. Effect too. It's one of those ones that obviously Hugh Jass as well. They've been up and thereabouts as well. Not having the best of rounds today necessarily, but I mean, it just. If you're saying about the whole practicing earlier, do you think if your guys had practiced a bit more, do you think they would have achieved even better or made their lives a bit more comfortable come race day?
I'd like to say yes, but I mean, Deutsche Payment are pound for pound the best team in the championship. Yeah, okay, you've got Armstrong up top of GT Pro, but he's running solo more often than not. But Deutsche Payment are just they're phenomenal, really. So yeah, it's tough for those guys, but hey, as long as these guys have a good race and enjoy themselves, then that's kind of really what we're in FTR for to do. As an example, I think we go back to Laguna Seca. That was the first race that Steve Mello did. It was also the first ever team endurance that Blake Townend did, and in 2015 he was a professional iRacer. So it was absolutely gassed to get him out in the car for his first ever team experience. He was just going, what do I do? What do I do when I come in the pits? I'll just hit escape, you'll be all right. We'll talk you through it. So it was just, I mean, FTR is brilliant for stuff like that. It's a really, really good series. This is my third season of involvement, I think. So hopefully fourth and fifth maybe.
Definitely, we'll be looking forward to seeing you next season. Rob, good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you later under celebratory circumstances.
No, it's a bit early for that. Just say thanks. Good luck to all the guys racing today. Have fun last round. Hello to any of the families watching as well. I'm sorry for Callum Brandt's girlfriend. He really is a bit sweary on the comms. And have a great one, guys. Thanks for doing the broadcast.
Hey, absolute pleasure. That's Rob Sutherland of RD Sim Sport. Well, Sean, always good to hear from the managers, even some of the drivers as well, that we have done across the season, and intriguing about their thoughts and maybe sometimes how we perceive things up in the comp booth and what's really going on down on the shop floor, and it may be looking good from the outside, but a bit of a challenge on the inside.
It's interesting to hear that although we thought that RD had really come on strong during out of the season, that was expected anyway. It was the start of the season. It's more of a concern, but it sounds like everything's positive now, really. Additions to the team with the guys.
I tell you what, it's definitely going strong here right now. There's Brabham starting to close up onto the back. You can see there. They have dropped off a bit since then, within these last few corners, but really giving RD a run for their money in the second position in GT4 right now. This is starting to really hot up as we've entered the second half of the race here from Watkins Glen. And things haven't let up whatsoever, as we just see that is track limit there. Ray Molnar in the car, not Porsche. We're getting passed by the stage 1 car of Timothy van der Broek, the BMW 193 machine. You really see from that camera angle that bump on the entry into the curving. Don't leave running the chicane, stop chicane. Don't notice that because it's not part of the racing line, but you definitely do on the Grand Prix configuration.
That one's caught me out a few times, particularly in Formula cars. The car just leaps up in the air. It's quite hard to keep control of it.
Let's have we're at this halfway through the race. Let's take a look through the standings. Got there in the end, didn't I? Alpine Stars, they're leading the way, but the alternative pit strategy, still everything to play for. Not fully certain how that one is panning out right now in GT3 Pro and overall. RSR by butt kicker. Oh, that reason why. Alternative strategy. Tyres in the 4 tyres in the first stop, only 2 in the second. A lot of fuel saving going on to boot as well. It's an interesting one. Then we've got ROI in management racing team in the BMW. Strong first couple of stints. This latest one, maybe not quite as strong, but even so, still third overall on their debut in the championship. Can't really ask for that. Too much more than that. Backmarker Racing Yellow, they currently occupy the best of the rest. Fourth in class, up an incredible 9 places. Your joint position climber with RD and in GT4 and Brabham in GT4, all both up 9 places as well. Then we've got fifth. It's the second in a trio of Lamborghinis. It's Atlantic Motorsports, and then Scania Endurance. 3 Lamborghinis making the best of the rest. Then it's down into GT3 amateurs overall, with your leader Loic Lamol of B-Sim, 7th overall. Then we have got Prismatic. They're having a great race in GT3 Am right now in the Porsche, an 8th overall. Stage 1 Green, what a mixed bag it has been for them. As you see the traffic all out on that track right now. They are 3rd in class, 9th overall, and running out of the top 10 is another GT3 Am. It is Track Limit Racing, another of our Porsche runners. Now let's head down into GT3 Pro 11th. It is Scania. Well, they had a really strong start, but it's just fallen a bit by the wayside for them. And then we've got RD Simsport. They are 12th. Prismatic Athena, maybe not the best. Howard's back in the car now, so she'll be looking to close up some of that gap to RD ahead of them. 13th. Then we have got 49 Motorsport in the Lamborghini. They are 14th overall. And Stage 1 Racing, who are, well, in the pits right now, and it's not been a very good day of the races for them. Actually, I think they've retired, to be fair, so looking at this. Well, let's head into GT4. It is Dutch Payment leading the way. Daniel Muth in the car, the German. After brilliant opening from Ben Kelly McCauley. Dorian Tabernacle, Brabham eSports, he is 2nd right now. After many, well, flirting with positions with effect, who had to give their place back to them after they took it through a bit of a love tap into turn 1. And then got it back, given some honour play. RD Simsport, they are 3rd in class right now, and I'll tell you what, not far behind Brabham either on the road. Effect, well, it's been, after a brilliant start from Catchpole, now find themselves round down through the field. Got to be gutted for them. 45 seconds behind RD. Absolutely gutting. 49 Motorsports, they are 5th in class, and then it's our lone Porsche in GT4, Backmarker Racing Orange. They've been in a bit of a battle with Briggs, but that gap has extended out now to 6 seconds. 21st overall for them, and then Hugh Jazz. Wow, they've had a bit of a disastrous second hour. Sam Demmel now in the car, but they have taken an extra pit stop, and also themselves 44 seconds off the pace. Into TCRs, well, RD Simsport, they lead the way. I suppose we speak to Rob Sutherland, the team manager. Couldn't be much more happier, really. They are into the pits, though, so they will leave that place a little bit. Probably should take hold of that. They have already pitted, with Fox yet to pit. Then we have got Prismatic Athena, they're on a good run, and FTR Esports running out your TCR field. Vulcan Sim Racing, well, they've retired. We lost them on lap 30. FTR, after hardware and internet issues and crashing, lost them on lap 12. Stage 1 Senior, we lost them on lap 39. We lost Alpine Stars Armstrong on lap 45, and also we lost Daniel Demerson all the way on lap 29 in this debut, so 53 even on his debut in the championship. So I think to play for, though. Oh no, apologies, I missed one retirement there. Shout out to D-Line, contact from them, not helping them whatsoever. And they have retired the car lap 54. As Alpine Stars, they are into the pits. Likewise, Atlantic, Scania, RD Simsport and Prismatic. And there goes RSR in the Porsche to take provisional lead of this race. Now, will we see Alpine Stars take tyres? Will they take them again?
Just make a note of that time they're in the pits, Tim. 1 hour 50 to go. So, they can fuel up to under an hour. They might be okay.
Ooh, this is going to be, I tell you what, it's going to be close, isn't it, for them? I think we can safely say that RSR have surely could have done enough in terms of the pit strategy and fueling themselves to, you know, make that game work.
It looks that way.
It definitely does look that way. As Alpine Stars, they are out of the pits. They've come out in 3rd overall. They actually stopped a lap later than RI management. And in doing so as well, they've managed to extend that gap. It's now to 14 seconds. But the big question is, what have RSR done? Have they done enough to come back out in the lead? Well, I don't think they've quite done enough to come back out in the lead, but that all depends if they take tyres or not. Alpine Stars did not take tyres, ROI did not take tyres, but RSR have taken tyres in the last 2 stops. 4 in the first, 2 in the second. Surely, for those fans of number patterns, he takes 1 tyre, so it's halved each time. Or he's taken 2 less each time, so therefore he takes none this time. Remains to be seen. Track temperature still up at 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 110 Fahrenheit. So incredibly hot out there. Currently 20 to 1 local time here at Watkins as Alpine squeezing the way through past the Prismatic car in TCR. And also FTR making the way past Prismatic too. Wow, and that was for position as well, I do believe, in TCR.
Yes, it was. That was George Mackay, who had just come into the car and just lost that position. I don't think he saw him coming after the GT3 came past.
Back marker are in from 2nd place. Wow. They are in, and they should drop down into 4th. But I think definitely the intriguing one is whose fuel saved enough as RD hot on the heels here in GT4 right now. And almost just pushing them along. You can almost feel it. It's almost, I tell you what, this car is owned by NASCAR, Sean. So this track is owned by NASCAR. And you almost saw a bit of NASCAR-esque bump drafting going down the back straight there.
I can't imagine it's going to be too healthy for the aero on these GT4s to be doing too much of that though.
Oh, I've just heard someone spinning, and I think it's where they're coming into, Sean, right now. I'm sure I just heard someone spinning or half spinning or something somewhere.
It did sound like someone had lost traction, didn't it? But everyone seems to be in place.
Well, I'm wondering whether this... I can see just ahead of these guys, there's a Scania Lamborghini, I think it is. I'm wondering whether it was them, potentially, or the Prismatic... I'd say, or was it the Prismatic car?
There has been an issue for Hugh Jass.
It's going to catch grass. Oh, no, straight in the wall. And maybe that's what we heard.
Very possibly. It was just after where we stopped, so... Anyway, that's a race ender, that one.
That is, and well, it goes from bad to worse for them. And tell you what, about races, going from bad to worse. Well, after absolutely electric start during qualifying, and it was all going extremely well. And that driven by Rich Crawford. Wow, absolutely gutting for yourself, really. I mean, after what looked like such a promising race.
Yeah, disappointing way to end the season for sure. Yeah, wasn't exactly ideal.
No, it wasn't at all, and it's always when it seems to me when you're going the strongest. I mean, what obviously coming into the race and just based on qualifying, if it hadn't have happened, obviously your connection issues and iRacing crashing, etc. What were you sort of hoping to achieve out of the race? Podium potentially?
All season we've been kind of stuck in a bit of a no man's land just behind the really fast guys and stuff, so we're becoming fifth and things like that. So I was hoping to maybe become a threat in the podium. I don't know if I'd have got there or not, but we didn't even get a chance to find out.
I mean, you've definitely held the sort of the best of the rest title, really. Between yourself and often the back market racing we can see on screen right now. But I mean, what was it like in those opening stages with all the traffic here at Watkins and just trying to sieve your way through it? I mean, it looked like, yes, be a bit brave and dice with death a few times.
It wasn't too bad. It was quite comfortable. I think Sean was doing Sean things with the fuel saving up front.
He still is.
Yeah, I think the geodesic car was kind of happy to hold station for quite a while. And then we had the ROI car and myself kind of there. I was hoping that Sean would push on a little bit so we could lose the guys behind, because obviously I was running in fourth and that would be a good result, and if I could get a buffer behind that would be stress. But that was fine. We caught the TCRs up and then had a scrape with James Armstrong recovering. We just made one of those mistakes. But yeah, that happens. It was the disconnect obviously that ruined it all, unfortunately. But it was fun until then. Yeah, it was good. It's a good track. It works well for these classes, I think. Yeah, it was enjoyable.
It is one of those tracks that does work incredibly well with multi-class racing. There are quite a few lines available, aren't there, where you can, run it around the outside or around the inside or somewhere in the middle. It just seems to lend itself quite well towards that.
Absolutely, it's a wide track. To be honest, there aren't many corners that lead into others, in terms of there's normally a gap between them, so you have time to pass a slower class or be passed if you are the slower class, etc. It's quite a natural track and it flows well. So yeah, it's a good track for it for sure.
Definitely. And well, I mean, what can we say? I mean, I'm sure you sat, watching on from the sidelines. Who's your money on for the victory here today?
Sean, probably. It's hard to look beyond him, isn't it? He'll be doing something funny with his fuel strategy, and I'm sure he'll be there. But the other guys are giving him a good run for their money. And a new ROI team, their Car 20, they're doing a great job on their debut. It's good to see someone else fighting up there. I hope they continue next season and run a full season. That'll be great. I just want to thank everyone for joining us for this league again this season, and all the cars that stayed to the end. Obviously we've had some attrition with numbers. It's kind of natural throughout the season, but we've still got very good numbers here, especially with the Le Mans race today clashing with this, unfortunately, because we didn't know about that date originally. But yeah, thanks to everyone for sticking with us, and I just hope people have enjoyed it.
Definitely. I mean, from ourselves at Total Supersport, we absolutely love this series to death, because it just invokes so much drama and excitement as a neutral, let alone, where we've spoken to the teams sort of, behind the scenes, getting their thoughts ahead of the racing. They all love it with absolute abundance, especially that safety car element as well. Just, it's, the icing on top of the cake. I mean, looking ahead to next season, what sort of plans are you looking at potentially? Have you even started them yet, that is?
We started discussions, yeah, of course. Yeah, so obviously we haven't seen a safety car today, and we didn't the last race. I think one thing we're finding out with this is that the bad drivers weed themselves out as the season goes on. So you see the numbers drop slightly, but that's people leaving because they haven't done very well, and some of those cars don't do very well because it's their own fault that causes them to not do well, if that makes sense. So what you end up with at the end of the season is very, very clean racing, and it's the guys that are very respectful on track that are here racing today. So there's no surprise that we kind of haven't seen too much controversy here and haven't had a caution yet. Next season, what we're thinking, we like to, as you know, put some tighter tracks on the schedules. It's kind of one of our sort of selling points, if you will. We want to try and run those tracks that are a bit borderline for multi-class racing. This is a bit of a wide one, this track here. So what we think is we'll probably front load the season with the wider tracks when we have everyone turning up, and then as the numbers go down a bit, we can be a bit more risky with the late season track choices. You know, we got, I think, 33 or something cars here today, and obviously they're all the 33 that are left for the reasons that I said are really, really good drivers and good teams. So you don't see too much kind of reckless driving going on that cause these cautions. So I think if we challenge the drivers at the end of the season with the hard tracks, that might be a formula that works well. That's kind of what we're thinking.
We were saying a bit earlier, while South was, absolutely, one of my favourite races for the whole of the commentary I've ever done, not just within the series but across, the whole of my career, was last season at Belle Isle. I mean, it just had absolutely everything packed into it. We had leader in GT4 leading all the way up until the last quarter of an hour when they put it in the wall. We had that brilliant finish in Porsche Cup. We had, a few safety cars along the way. It's a street circuit. It was always to be expected. It's so punishing. You make a mistake and that's it. And like you say, it was also one of those tighter tracks, and I think what you're alluding to for next season, where it doesn't necessarily fit the standard, as in inverted commas, as it were, for traditional multi-class racing, as much as IMSA do go there occasionally in real life. But hats off to you for coming out with that combination. It invokes absolutely an epic evening of racing.
Absolutely, yeah, and like you say, that's a bit what we're trying to achieve. Obviously, we've still put a few sort of Grand Prix tracks on there, trying to balance it a little bit, but Belle Isle is very much what we had in mind when we were designing and creating Race Director and trying to automate these cautions and things. You have to trust the drivers on that one, but we seem to, maybe more by luck than judgment, but we've ended up with a very, very good crowd of drivers here. I think the series strength probably just comes from the quality of the driving, and I don't know if that's, obviously I've only organised one series, so I don't know if that's something that we're doing, or it's probably just luck, to be honest. But we've got great drivers here, and that allows us to go to those tracks because we know we can put on, between us all, we can put on a good race there, and we can drive respectfully amongst ourselves.
Definitely, and I'm sure we'll speak to you at some stage during the proceeding. I'm sure we'll catch up with a bit later when we head into the next hour. But Rich, absolute pleasure having a chat to you. It's Rich Corfor from FTR, and obviously commiserations to your hardware issues earlier in the race, shall we say.
Yeah, thank you. It happens, doesn't it? It's just a shame it happened to me on the last race of the season. But yeah, I'll drop back in later. It's good to chat to you. I always think I should drop into these into the commentary booth and have a word, but as a driver, I'm always too amped up driving, so I never get around to it. But I've got plenty of spare time now, so there you go. Maybe see you later.
Exactly. It'll be an absolute pleasure to chat with you. We'll catch up with you later indeed.
Cheers, bud. Thanks, Tim.
Bye.
Bye.
Interesting what Rich was saying there, and maybe having some more tighter tracks towards the end of next season as well, Sean, just to make things a little bit more interesting. We opened up with quite a tight track in some ways this season at Brands Hatch. I know from speaking to a few of the drivers post that race that they definitely struggled with us. We've just seen, that's Campbell exiting the pits there for RSR, come back out into third place. But wow, look at the gap. That's some 7 laps in difference in strategy over Alpine Stars. So the pit stop difference really being played out here. That's fascinating stuff. But yeah, interesting. Looking at maybe packing the next season, some more tighter tracks. Any ones that you'd particularly, fancy seeing?
Yeah, I would love to see what happens. We're assuming that they're going to have the same 3 classes again. They've worked out well this season. Somewhere like Okayama, it's a free track, and it's just tight enough but wide enough in places for multi-class.
That's that's one that, I tell you what, gets overlooked, I think, wrongly. Has hosted Formula 1 races for a couple of years, many moons ago, when Suzuka now the home of the Japanese Grand Prix in Formula 1. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I suppose more wide open tracks. Yeah, talking about the start of the season. something Japanese related, brand new to iRacing as well. Fuji, I think, probably lends to that one. I think we could see some epic drag racing where there's potentially opportunities to overtake someone and they get re-overtaken again on that absolutely mammoth start-finish straight. But for me, I don't know. Maybe even somewhere potentially like Charlotte Roval. I mean, we were there a couple of seasons ago. Having said that, Steve, you want to go somewhere new? Or what even? I mean, it's a bit of a Marmite track. You either love it or hate it. VIR, Virginia International Raceway.
Well, I was thinking of Charlotte when we were speaking to Rich earlier, actually. I was talking about how the yellow flags kind of weed out the more dangerous driving in the series. The first Charlotte Roval we did was obviously a double header. First race we had there, we had what, 4 or 5 yellow flags in 2.5 hours. The second race we didn't have one. So it's clearly working what they're doing with this, the safety car, the yellow flag system here in FTR. But when we go back to the tracking of choice, not too keen on the Roval myself. I'm just not a Roval fan at the end of the day. But I don't know. It's really up to them, isn't it, at the end of the day? But whatever they choose, we know it's going to be good. We know it's going to be good racing. It's going to be entertaining to watch.
Oh, definitely. Just never have thought for the more open one. Indianapolis. Of course, has been rescanned just very recently.
You are talking about the Roval now, aren't you? Not the oval.
No, not the oval. the Roval, as it were. Although it only really uses part of it now, where you sort of dip in, back in, you know, off what is turned to on the oval, but is right at the end of the track on the Roval, the road course there, where of course the oval runs counterclockwise and the road track runs clockwise. You know, just to make things confusing in life. You know, as you do. Never understood quite that one, but yeah, something maybe a little bit different like that. I mean, definitely lots of potential.
I was going to say, how about this for a big wide track? It doesn't get used hardly at all, but somewhere like Motegi.
Funnily enough, as soon as you said a track that didn't get used, I thought, I bet he's going to say Motegi. And do you know what? It's a really good shout. Or even, I mean, Monza, but the dual layout with the oval in it as well. Something
Could you imagine running
different.
those TCRs on the old oval?
Wow, I think that could be a well, I think your hands will be shaken to bits come the end of it. I think it's maybe pushing the boundaries a little bit too far there, but I tell you what, I haven't driven that track. It is mental, to say the least. Definitely to say the least, but there's lots of potential options out there, and I'm sure they'll come up with an absolute cracking calendar yet again. But I'll tell you what, talking of cracking calendars, cracking racing still going on here right now, because we've got stage 1 green, then hot on the heels of B-Sim. That gap is closing up. Here they are. Chris Van Gucht, one for the Belgian drivers, for B-Sim in the car now. But he has got Timothy van der Broek right hot on his heels. I tell you what, Sean, there is no love lost between these two nations. Van Groot from Belgium, Van der Broek from Holland. Game on.
Yeah, if you have a look in comments right now, Tim, there's a little bit going on as well.
I tell you what, it is definitely going on right now, and we've got a few other battles happening out on soon. It's the perennial accordion you get within endurance racing. As we just see another one of them right now, Sacania hot on the heels in the Lamborghini of the Porsche of Track Limit Racing.
So this one's really come out of nowhere. Sacania've got a lot of time on the back of this track limit car. Craig Milner's now been in the car for about an hour and a half. Now, Simon just did one stint, so I don't know if he's going to be back in the car at the end. But maybe it's a fatigue thing.
Could well be. I'll tell you what, the interesting one is, I think he's going to catch him in the wrong place. I think that was Alpine Stars just catching him there. So we see Scania B right now. Better Di Felippis in the car. The Italian. Controversially with the German manufacturer. Haven't elected to go for the Ferrari or the Lamborghini that is available here to the drivers in a GT3. Really struggled. I mean, started incredibly well. Now found themselves down 8 places into 12th. And I mean, another team. We've seen another series where they've got amazing pace overall, but it's just the rub of the green, the luck just never quite seems to come their way, really. And it's a bit gutting, really, because if it did, they just had that, you know, season of good luck and just stuff coming their way. I think could have really good results from these guys. Well, let's say good results. Here we go. Down in towards the chute. We're going to see B-Sim have stage 1 shooting past them. No, we're not. They're going to remain as they are. And sorry, Sean, I'll let you receive your point now.
That's all right. I've lost track of what I was going to say. To be completely honest, Tim, I was looking at that bump as they came into the outer loop, thinking there's a lot of rubber laid down on there. See how hard these cars are hitting the ground afterwards.
Let's head around the outside of the RD GT4 and B-Sim just about squeezing past him. And that was a really clever bit of move there because they got back in front of the Aston of RD and just meant that stage 1 just got held up behind the GT4 there. And this is one of the tricks you can play within multi-class racing and using the traffic as tactical pawns in creating a gap between yourself and the car behind you.
Yeah, you see it more on the twisty technical tracks. Somewhere like Brands Hatch, you saw a lot of this happening, whereby the lapping cars would make sure they got them passed on at the latest possible opportunity to stop the following cars. And it's just a really good tactic to learn when it comes to multi-class. It makes a huge difference over the course of a long race.
I tell you what, it does, doesn't it? Oh, we're getting a replay. What has happened here? So Scania. Oh, hello, no, just caught the curbing, and I was just saying about this team and not having the best of luck. And with that bonnet gone, the broken front bumper, that's going to be hurting their air rate. But I do have to wonder, Sean, it's a bit of suspension damage. Has there also potentially been any steering column damage as well? Because that's just going to compound things and make it even worse for them.
Good news is that is a rear engine car, or mid-rear engine car. So he's not going to have any damage in that respect. He might have hit it head on. He might be okay with that. It's going to be slow. It's going to be some damage, but it's not going to be terminal.
Well, we will soon be able to find out for definite just how damaging that has potentially been for them. The last stages of the race, but well, I'll tell you what, we're well inside. We're approaching even the 1 hour 30 remaining here. Actually, we're inside that now. Where has the time gone? This race has not let up in the last 2.5 hours. So we see a replay here. So this is Kustas in the back marker. Porsche, and oh, that is not a nice place to lose it, is it, Sean?
No, we've seen plenty of that, even in real racing here. The car goes around in the last corner. You can't see him. You're fourth gear, you're very fast. Just go in the pit lane there. And there's just no way you can avoid something if he's on your racing line.
No, there is no way whatsoever, is there? No way.
There we go. We saw the Scania car hitting the fence earlier. They drove around, they went into the pits. They took their fast repair and they're out again already. So they're back on track.
Of course, well, worth mentioning that these teams do have one fast repair available to them as a get out of jail free card.
Another bit of strategy there, Tim, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
I don't know whether you should be taking it now, or maybe you're using 10th down the straight or something. Do you take it now, or do you wait until you might have a bigger accident later in the race? It's a complete gamble. That's another great strategy that fast repair gives you.
If you were them, Sean, I mean, surely, would you not take it after that incident or not? It's a just talking about that, that strategy element and that gamble, as it were.
I think with a hit like that, you're going to be meatballed, and with a meatball, you're going to be 10 minutes at least, probably. And then you've got to get round as well. You might as well take the fast repair there, but taking little dings and knocks around the track between your stints, it's probably not worth taking the fast repair.
It's probably not indeed, is it? Probably not. But just see B-Sim here right now, and GT3 Amp currently third in class and still knocking at the door. Not quite pounding at it like they were a few laps ago, stage 1 green. Talking of third in class, this is the car, third in GT3 Pro and overall right now. Sean, that gap between themselves and between RSR and Alpine Stars, it's growing.
How much it's dropped by? It's dropped to 3 seconds. It's the RSR car came out the pits.
That is a frightening amount, isn't it? It's has he done enough though? I mean, Campbell once again took four tyres on the last stop. Whereas everyone else has double stinted them, he's elected to, well, he's gone 4, 2 and then 4 on his 3 pit stops so far, which is nobody else in GT3 both Pro and Am have taken exactly the same strategy. And we'll get to find out in about an hour and 23 minutes time. Was it the right decision?
Do you know what? I'm looking at the times. I'm looking at lap times the cars in front are doing. It's depending on the fuel saving that the RSR car has done. The Alpine Star still has a chance, I think.
I think they do. I mean, they're similar-ish lap times. They're both setting. But that is assuming Alpine Stars aren't fuel saving and RSR are. Now, based on the pit stop lap numbers, that would lend to, yes, that is definitely happening. But has Campbell done enough to eradicate most of a stop, if not a stop? I don't know. That is the real conundrum, because if he has, then he wins this by the country mile. I think there's no doubt in that if he's managed to save a whole stop's worth of fuel. I mean, obviously, with it being a shorter stint at the end. But, I mean, even with a big time saving, it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? I just can't quite fathom this one out, and it really is tricky. I mean, equally, we've got an intriguing battle going on between... Well, Backmarker have been into the pits, and I think we've had to serve a penalty potentially because they're only stopped for 4 seconds. So I'm not too sure what that was about, because they've been into pits 4 times. I mean, they were looking incredibly strong for 4th in overall in GT3 Pro. But that looks like that's been pretty much handed to Atlantic right now. Track limit looking incredibly strong for GT3 Am, leading the field there by 27 seconds over Prismatic, who are on an absolute blindering this round in the Am category. They've just been completely and utterly flawless, as we see RD Simsport only 3/10 behind Sicania right now.
So that's helped RD Simsport out. That's a Sicania accident, hasn't it? They've lost a couple of minutes on the track, and now they've got a bit of pressure, and they're trying to negotiate these GT4.
They are just trying to sieve their way through them. That's button marker yellow, who are currently a bit further down the order in GT. So button marker orange even in GT4. They're at the tail end of that field versus the leader in GT4. And they're going to tell you what, split the difference, go either side of the Deutsche Payment car. Well, if you're the... I know, Sean, you like to quite often drive, the Ford in GCE within the European Sprint Series. So, yeah, being the slower category out of 3 classes. Obviously, GT4 not being the slowest of the 3, but you know, a slower class. When you've got 2 faster cars coming around, they deciding to go either side of you. Just what does it feel like being in the car? Is it a bit unnerving, a bit unsettling, and just you have to pray to the racing gods this works out all right?
The worst situation is normally the second time round, particularly in the ESS series. We've got the LMP ones taken the LMP2s, overtaken the GTEs all at the same time, and you can have periods on track where you've got 7 or 8 cars all along the straight within 100 feet of each other, and you just keep into your line, you're hoping for the best and hoping that the drivers around you know exactly what they're planning to do. There's not much else you can do but hope.
You see B-Sim still holding on to that third place in class. They've kept stage 1 green at bay for so many laps now. And I know, as much as it being BMW versus BMW, so they're going to be stronger and weaker at the same parts of the track. It all comes down to driver performance. But having said that, equally, I mean, even so, Chris Vogt has put in an absolutely stunning performance here and has not been messing whatsoever.
It's absolutely amazing how long these 2 cars have been in these positions. I can't remember when they actually got together, but for the last hour, they've just been stuck in this position, and they're just third place. Yeah, third place.
Yeah, it is
as well. Maybe there's a move later on in the race. Maybe the car behind the Stage 1 Racing Green has got a better fuel strategy now, because they have been behind for so long.
Well, that is the thing, because they have been, like you say, cooked up behind them for so long now. So Timothy van der Broek, Stage 1 Green, stopped on lap 76. We're currently on lap 90. Vogt of B-Sim, and we do these 2 BMWs. They stopped on lap 72, so 4 laps earlier. However, B-Sim did take tyres, whereas Stage 1 didn't. I mean, trying to fathom out this one is a tricky conundrum. But I'll tell you what, what I've just clocked onto was Track Limit, leader in GT3 Amp, 4th overall right now. They stopped on lap 69, so they were the first team to stop. And by, they've not made their fuel not last anywhere near as long compared to anyone across the 2 GT3 classes. So I'm not sure, as much as yes, they do have, a sizable lead of 27 seconds. Prismatic, B-Sim, Stage 1 are all pretty much on top of one another. They're relatively close, especially in endurance racing, time differences. So I slightly sense maybe, Sean, that this one might not be quite as comfortable as well as it may appear on paper right now.
Something there. So when they took their first stints, Track Limit were the first team to come in. They went in on lap 21. They took a pit stop, no tyres, and then 3 laps later everyone else came in, and that deficit of 3 laps still stands right now, and it all depends whether that 10 litres of fuel or so, whatever it is, they lost really in that stop is going to affect them at the end. See if they can get to the hour. They've got 15 minutes. Get to the hour, they might be okay.
I'll tell you what, there's been a Stewart's announcement. The 60-second stop and hold for the 49 Motorsports car, which is currently 4th in GT4 right now. That's a mammoth amount of time. For causing avoidable contact and causing collision. And that is against the Prismatic Motorsports Academy car.
Now I can show you that. Let me just pull it up and we'll have a look. Just bear with me while we...
Yeah, that'd be an interesting instant to take a little look and see how that one's all unfolding. Alpine starts at the front, GT3 Pro currently off laps. Everyone up into including to 4th overall right now. The top 3 really in a league of their own here at Watkins. But so this is 49. And oh jeez, I said they're in GT4, so it must have been the other car. And there is, oh, there you go. Came flying through, and that is a big contact and a big incident for Mackay there, Prismatic and TCR.
Yeah, Prismatic lost about a minute on that one.
Right, hence why they've got a 60-second stop and hold then, Sean, I'd say. So maybe having a fairly dealt out punishment, but equally, I mean, it's frustrating, isn't it, when you're in different classes, at least if it's a car in the same class as you, because you've just lost so much time against the competitors, and you know, they were in, you know, shout there or thereabouts for a strong result here today. The Prismatic car, that is.
Yeah, well, at the beginning of George's stint, we were saying that they were really looking good. They were up in 3rd place, I think, at the time. Norris was definitely rolling in their way, and it's just unfortunate to see that it's now not way for them.
It definitely has, isn't it? It certainly has. There's no question on that one whatsoever. As we're just seeing right now, your leader overall, 24 seconds, the advantage they have over 2nd place. I thought it might be a three-way scap the whole race long between our top 3. Armstrong was catching up early before he ended up retiring. Due to instance after coming through the field, well, I say coming through the field, sizing, slashing and hacking his way through the field. But penalties, and then an incident, wasn't to be. He decides to reside the car, which will stand free, but they have been spaced out since then.
Tim, there's now 3 cars in this battle.
There is. What has been a 2-car battle, and that's Atlantic, who are on a bit of the recovery here. They've come into, well, I say in the recovery, they've come into the pits from 4th place, out and feeling in fresh, invigorated form, and, well, that is stage 1 for them dispatched off. B-Sim, I'd imagine it's going to slot the inside. No, they haven't. They're going to have to sit behind once again for another corner. But if Higgins for Atlantic holds on this position where he is right now, behind B-Sim, stage 1, surely Sean needs to be right on his tail, coming out of the 90, and then utilise him to pull themselves through and past B-Sim, where they've been sat for so many laps. Interesting track limit from the leader GT3 Amp. They are into the pits. Of course, they're on a very shortened strategy here after being out of the sync a little bit and picking a little bit earlier. So, interesting.
We didn't make it to the hour, did we?
No, we didn't. I mean, they stopped all the way through, so they are going to have to stop. I'd say, Sean, they've got to stop at least again, haven't they, to get themselves home? We're an hour and 12 now.
Hour and 12. Expect 50 minutes, 50 minutes for a full tank. Have to do almost half a tank of fuel.
Nice.
That's a decent stop.
Well, this is, well, I was going to say it's a lot. Well, to be fair, it's in a precise, it's half a tank, isn't it? There's no question on that one. There is no question on that one. As well, just not quite panning out here. Maybe how we expected. Atlantic still stuck behind B-Sim. Not able to. Oh, nearly lost it there. Did Higgins across the bump? You spoke about that bump before, Sean, and where you struggled a little bit yourself across it. But equally, a little bit surprising for me that stage 1 hasn't tagged onto the back of Atlantic and being as close to them as they were to, as you know, stage 1 were to B-Sim before Atlantic came into this party. As that's running a bit wide and a bit deep, and that is why stage 1 surely, Sean, should have been right onto the back of Atlantic, because they could have capitalised on that opportunity. That, I feel, was a missed opportunity in this race. But I tell you what, B-Sim are not making it comfortable for Atlantic right now.
I tell you what happened there, Tim. What I think happened is 2 cars B-Sim in stage 1. They were happy with their pace. They were running in one of the late 3s, and then the Atlantic car came along, and they were a bit faster, and they then pushed that B-Sim car to a little bit quicker. Sim car then lost a bit of traction coming out the corner, and now if you have a look now, they're back together, stage 1 of B-Sim. Now that B-Sim's covered from that extra pace he had to find.
So why doesn't it?
Well, they do say, Tim, that if you're racing faster drivers, you'll become faster yourself.
Well, that is true, and it's also tends to be another good one for you, Sean, is when you qualify, it's where you tend to race. Well, I'll tell you what, here comes Van der Broek. Surely, is this going to finally be the move? A bit tricky though, because that camera angle, a little bit deceptive. It always makes it seem like they're a lot closer than what they actually truly are. That one's caught me out numerous times over the years of commentary.
Yeah, especially with these GT cars, because you can be looking at two and then suddenly two will pop out from behind.
Yeah, they're so big. I know slightly different away from this. Well, one direct comparison is the Porsche GC4. It's so narrow, even certainly against the Aston. You can really notice the difference against that. But you know, when we get on stream with them, they're easily to miss spotting out as they pop out from the traffic, and you think where they come from. Good ones. The talking about earlier about European Sprint Series also applies to IMSA. Is the LMP2s against the GCEs and GTDs, stroke GT3s, depending on which side of the pond you're from. Yeah, incredibly small cars against. Ooh, was that a little bit of a twitch there as he came off the curve from Cookstus, I feel. But that is behind him.
There you go, Tim. You can see the size difference of these cars in the same class as well.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, the Porsche never seemed like a narrow, skinny car. So that's RD SimSport having passed them, the second-in-class car. But you can just see, I mean, the Porsche never felt like it was a narrow car, but you see it compared to the Aston, and it's almost like it's pencil thin.
It's lucky we don't have any BMW M4s in this race. It would look absolutely minuscule against those.
These guys are a bit of a boat, as much as I know you are a bit of a BMW GT fanboy and do love the M4 GT4. But we see right now, I feel like a broken record in some ways. These two still at it, still 3 attempts between them. It's still B-Sim and it's still Stage 1 Racing Green. Chris van der Goot, Timothy van der Broek.
Here you go, Tim.
Oh, there you go. That is ROI management, isn't it, into the pits? Up on the jacks, so they are taking tyres. Question is how many? 2, 4. Let's find out. Well, that was 4 tyres there, Sean. And so they've gone a lap shorter, at least than Alpine. We know that RSR. Well, this is a scary thing for me, Sean, right now, is that when you look at pit lap numbers, Campbell is starting to creep to the Wilson stage now, where he's closer to their most recent stop as opposed to their previous stop. That is ROI management, so that is some epic fuel saving that's gone on. They're also now a lap down, but that is going to be a little bit immaterial because, as I mentioned, Alpine Stars are yet to pit, so they will go back onto the lead lap when Alpine Stars do pit. Now, based on historical records of this race, that should be in the next lap.
I noticed him that V-Sim have actually gone into the pits. A bit of clean air for stage 1 for the first time in an hour.
Well, that confused me massively there, Sean, because I was like, whoa, that is stage 1. Where have V-Sim gone? Looked across to the timing software that we have and see that they have, yes, you say, popped into the pits. Now, what can Timothy van der Broek do? Will he pedal to the metal? Will he be pushing on? I mean, surely he's got to have been fuel saving to the masses behind V-Sim. Otherwise, there could have been no other reason. Also, RD SimSport, they are into the pits in GT3 as well. Keep them saying it's happening. Yes, your leader is in. That is Alpine Stars. They are in from the lead.
That's what we expected. So, what's this? Another 6, another 7 laps for RSR?
It's got to be. Well, there were 7 coming the last round of pit stops. So, bear in mind they've probably gone 2 to 3 laps longer. It should be 9 laps clear. In terms of pit stop.
If the RSR car hits after the 55-minute mark, I don't think they'll need to stop again.
Well, you heard it here first. We're now on a voyage of discovery. Will Sean Cranley Slosh be right? can RSR make it past that 55-minute mark? Well, they've got, so looking at the timer now, Sean, roughly about 10 minutes, haven't they? To try and get themselves through. Now, we're guesstimating they've gone, well, they're going to go based on their last round of pit stops, so about 7 laps clear. Well, that's at 1 minute 40 a lap. That's surely going to bring themselves, aside of any fuel saving they've done during this stint as well, RSR that is, it's going to put them well inside that 55-minute mark. I mean, probably going to be closer to 45-minute mark, which, like you said, they could just fuel up and go hell for leather. Or they even fuel that a little bit shorter and fuel save their way through this one. Either way, it seems like it could be win-win right now for them.
Yeah, I can't see anyone catching them right now. Can't, because everyone else has stopped side of the tank. You know, it's just about saving that fuel to get to that marker. That's it. That's the race over, really.
Wow, a lot to find out. We are fast approaching the final hour here. Who will come out on top? Will be up? Oh no! That has all gone wrong for stage 1 green. Oh, and definitely that won't help things and compound the issues for them. So Timothy Vanderbroek gets that car turned around, all the fuel saving, all the hard work undone in the blink of an eye.
They are 50 seconds ahead of BSIM, so if they were to pit now, take their first repair, do their tyres and fuel, if they were to do that now, that'd be 6 or 7 seconds behind BSIM when they come out.
Well, here they come into the pits. I mean, surely, Sean, they've got to, I think, based on their strategy as well, I think they've got to stop that now, because they won't be able to take a full tank of fuel on board. I think they've got to stop again. I think they have. To get themselves home.
Yes, they all will.
Yeah, that's a real tricky conundrum for them. Real tricky conundrum. And just goes to show that one moment can really change your race. As we have got, stage 1, they are into the, they're into the pits. There's driver change as well going on. Linden is getting,
that'd be a little bit more time. See them having to take tyres as well now.
I mean, surely full fuel tyres, driver change, just do the whole lot. Linden, fresh set of, eyes, fresh driver in, invigorated, go again, pick it up and run with this one. I mean, we've got an hour and 2 left on the clock. Take this one home. Someone that's been in the car a lot longer and not suffering from fatigue, or so it seems, is Campbell. Yes, again, going it solo here. And wow, just wow, Sean. I mean, you both share the same name, but I know personally, you don't necessarily share the same sort of levels of pace. I bet you wish you shared the same level of pace as much as Campbell.
Seen his iRating, it's 7/100. I've got a bit of chasing to do on that one, I think.
Yeah, a few more. Enter a few more series where death and attrition is really the key, and even starting from the pitch, you can pick up podium places. But even then, you've got to work it out to get up to those sort of levels that this guy's currently at.
So I should be doing more radical racing, is what you're saying?
Do you know what? I haven't had the pleasure of trying the new Radical yet, so I've heard mixed reviews about that one. But if it's anything like the old one, in terms of the attrition levels, definitely yes. And I was happy the new version came along, but equally unhappy as well at the same time. So I was just planning to do a whole season of it, and then it got announced that they would bring out the new one.
We did the last ever race, didn't we, together?
We did indeed. We did in fact do the last ever race, and well, live to tell the tale, just about, I think. It's the best way to put it. Well, yes, some better than others. It's putting it. I'll tell you what, in terms of attrition, let's take a look at retirement. So we've had it's been a bit of a war of one here. We've still got 25 cars running, but we lost stage 1 on lap 69 from GT3 Pro. Hugh Jass on lap 68. D-Line on lap 55. Dennison, he retired his car on lap 53. Brabham in from GT3 Pro. We lost them on lap 45. Stage 1. It's been a gutting race for them in some ways. 2 retirements. 1 car was just seen in the wall and haven't been repaired. The GT3 Pro car, the Lamborghini, that retired on lap 39. Vulcan, after great qualifying, we lost the Aston on lap 30. And FTRs, we spoke to Richard Crawford earlier. Congratulations to them. Lost them on lap 12 due to technical issues to the car going to the wall, and then end up getting disqualified because of it. Wow. We're inside the last hour now, Sean. The last hour of the season, the last hour of this race. And now we get to find out, just as the strategy starts to shake down a bit here, who is going to claim the final win of the season. Backmarker there into the pits from 4th place in the Lamborghini. Also, we've got FTR into the pits in GT4 as well. Sorry, apologies, TCR even. There you go, there, just see him in the bottom left corner of your screen. And just see Backmarker heading into the pit stall as well. The whine of that V10, that Lamborghini, just coming past this, and you can see Chevalier take his car past the safety car, past the cones, off the pit limiter, and off he goes again. And actually, looking at it, he's going to come out into a bit of traffic here. It is faster traffic, but actually, no, I think he'll get away with this one, but they will catch him at probably the worst place to catch someone. After you've got all these long open sections, fast section where you can breathe past them, it's going to be through the outer loop and through the chute, I think, potentially here, and maybe even into the toe.
We should look at this closing speed, it's just phenomenal.
Well,
oh. So you hit that bump at the wrong angle, the car can shoot off right towards the outside wall. I think we saw it in qualifying with this car as well.
We did. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Really can really unsettle the car.
E1 in Pro-Am in the pits.
They are.
Track limit have just passed them.
There we go. That's them through into the lead. But different fuel strategies. Let's put that as well. So I mean, track limit will have to stop again. B-Sim, I think realistically they've got to stop again. I tell you what, Scania are looking good here, aren't they? They're looking good.
Lap wheel. We're on lap 102. Scania at the moment. It's probably going to be about 121. 2 laps, I think, Tim. So the fuel tanks are what, 30 laps, I think, maybe less. Still got quite a lot of fuel to have to pull on.
They have, and I mean they are inside that last hour mark, the magical hour mark for GT3s. This bit of fuel saving, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, really, is it? There is a potential for it.
I've just had a look back at... Sorry, Tim, after you.
No, I'd finished, Sean. It's over to yourself.
That's
time knowledge.
Very kind. So I've had a look over my calculations at the beginning of the race. The GT cars, they can run, unless you're Sean Campbell, they can run about 24 laps. Tank. Sean's managed to get 27. It's a massive increase. 24 laps is about 42 minutes. So that 27 laps is going to be closer to 50 minutes for the RSR team. So we're looking, as I was saying earlier, we're getting under the 55-minute mark. I think the RSR needs to get under the 50-minute mark. And Tim, you said you think they're going to do about 45, so we'll have to see what happens there. For the GT4s, 45 minutes, that be a tank of fuel. So if any come in the next 10 minutes, they'll have to refuel again. And the same for the TCRs as well. If any come in the next 7 minutes, they're going to have to refuel again as well.
You say that, we have got RD Sim Sports in from the lead of TCR into the pits. It's heading out now. So, I think it's going to require a bit of a splash and dash from the Irishman Holman right towards the end to get himself home. Now, for me, the Orbit are the car to watch. So Orbit pitted on the lap prior. So they have got to pit again as well to get themselves home. Stadler Stadler of Brabham, he pitted on lap 90, so they're going on lap 92, 93, so yeah, some 2-3 laps ago for him. Prismatic, they still yet to pit. Now Deutsche Payment into the pitch from the lead in GT4. RD Simsport have followed them in as well, Sean. So there's those two. They, by your calculations, will have
in as well.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Well spotted there, Sean. Well spotted. And this is where it gets interesting. Splash and dashes may play a part of the story. Well, it's only May about it. They're going to, aren't they? Now, just having a bit of a look up and down the field. Prismatically interesting one for me in TCR here, Sean. Now, they are down on time, but I think they stopped on lap 80. It's the last time they stopped 12 laps ago. They could be brought... I'll tell you what, that gap could shrink quite a bit to third place, being Brabham and Stadler as up the inside. There go RD and TCR. That is...
It's the leaders.
Okay, this leads in place of the leaders. Well, I say, no, not leads in place. It's getting lapped by them. But I think this is, yeah, it's done and dusted, is it, by any stretch of the imagination in so many of our classes. I keep you up to date. RSR still yet to pit as well from the lead in GT3 Pro and overall right now. We have got Atlantic. They will definitely have to stop again. And I tell you what, I'm just having a bit of a look.
Might see Campbell in this lap.
But for me, I was just looking at back marker.
Yep.
They pitted 2 laps ago, Sean.
Yes.
I think could major fuel saving get themselves home to the end? I think it's going to be right on the cusp, isn't it? I don't think they can quite do it, can they? I think they will have to stop again.
They will have to stop again. I can't see them. If they've lapped 2 laps now after taking on fuel. They're doing 22s. I don't think they're going to be fuel saving.
But they will have to stop again, but it will only be a splash and dash compared to pretty much a full stop required from Atlantic. So as much as, yes, there is quite a bit of a gap between the 2 cars right now, some 50 seconds, that gap's going to close up dramatically during those pit stops. And I think that 4th position still up for grabs, definitely, I think. Well, not to be sniffed at all. But, I mean, I tell you what, a bit of a decent recovery here from Effect. After that big incident, someone dropped down to 5th in class. They're back up into 4th. And also, now they're on a differing strategy as well, aren't they? So, they are going to have to stop again, but then we equally, so are the people in front of them. So again, actually, if you look at net losses here, Sean, this could bring them back right into the equation. And also, I tell you what, 49 Motorsports, who are tucked up right behind them right now, they're another team who are going to play an interesting part of this story. So they're now, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, is this just outside the pit window to get themselves home to the end by stopping now?
They're going to be a minute 30 pits, minute 15 in the pits we expect them to do, so it'll be really, really tight. I think they might be just outside it. It's going to be 47 minutes for a tank of fuel.
Wow.
As you were saying,
well, and also that is also. I was just thinking, Sean, as well. Also, just which could catch some of our drivers out is if this race goes to another lap. We've seen it before. That will again potentially these drivers who are incredibly on the cuffs, as there goes RSR. This is where it's right on the cusp, isn't it, of potential. If it goes to an extra lap, we could see a few drivers having to panic and having to literally make a splash and dash. Now, from a race that myself and Seb Bosher-Williams, who's racing for Backmark, could say covered, where it was a GC3 race, the Red Bull Ring. Now, there was an enforced mandated pit stop, but due to the fuel saving the drivers had done, they didn't actually require any fuel. Now, what the outcome was for second place was the drivers popped in, stopped, went off again, but the car in third had unticked their windscreen tear off, so it didn't do that. The car in second hadn't. What that meant was the car in third was stopped for 1 second less, and that defined who finished second and who finished third, because the third place car was able to get the jump on the second place car in the pit stops. And wow, it was a truly, I mean, I know myself and you, Sean, we've seen some incredible race finishes, crazy moments as well across the last year and a half of working together. But for me, that was one that I've never seen before, and we've seen a lot of things, haven't we?
We have. I mean, it's incredible that you can have a race where you've got 30, 40, 50. Here comes RSR.
There we go. He's into the pits now. What lap are we on? 108. So that's what, 9 longer. So yeah, that is right on target, extending his stint out for another 2 laps compared to the rest of the field. Again, so where are Alpine? They are about just coming up to 3/4 of the way around the circuit. So that was a bit of a late move into his pit box there. As we see, that's the back marker Porsche GT4. That's just up on his jacks there. Into the pits, taking on tyres. Now, no tyres this time, Sean, from RSR. That car firmly rooted to the ground. There is Alpine Stars. They are coming into the penultimate corner to surely take lead of the race again. Or will they? Because if there's no tyres going on Campbell's car, he's going to be leaving the pit box any second now. Oh no, he is. He is. That car was a bit delayed going up on the jacks, so Alpine Stars take back the lead. But 47 minutes left on the clock, Sean. Can Campbell get that car home? He's out the pits now. This is going to be really, really close. And I tell you what, he is only 9.5 seconds behind Alpine Stars right now.
Do you know what? He does the fuel saving that he's done the last 3 hours. He'll have no problem hitting that checkered flag.
And Alpine Stars will need to pit again.
So he doesn't even need to close them up.
It just needs to keep fuel saving. And for a driver that has not led one single lap of this race, actually, no apologies. Apologies, he did lead the first couple of laps, and that was it. Has not led for around about, you know, the last 2.5 hours, I would say.
He's never been net in the lead in this race.
No, he's never. And always been, you know, he's led a couple of laps here and there, obviously around the pit stop. So, I mean, you could class it as leading the race. Truly, not truly, you know, leading. But this is where it all could just, all of a sudden, the pieces of the jigsaw just fall naturally into place for the American. Well, we haven't got long to find out. There's 40 minutes left on the clock here at Watkins Glen, the final round of the season. Sim 3D, a GT series by FTR Events here on Total Sim Sport from the Glen. And let's take a little look through the standings right now. Alpine Cars, they lead with RFSR by butt kicker in second. 8.8 seconds is the gap between those two. All right, management racing team, they currently find themselves third in the BMW in their debut on the championship after some good strong running early on. Just fallen by the wayside. I mean, even so, third on your debut, I think everyone will take that for sure. Atlantic currently heading up that best of the rest title right now. Nice on the lead lap. Backmarker Yellow, they are in fifth, up 8 places from the start. They've had strong running. So looking down into GT3 and then for 6th overall on your leader in class, Simon Baller, Track Limit Racing in the Porsche. They've had a great race. Can't really argue with that one. B-Sim in 7th. Then 8th is the Porsche of Prismatic. Interestingly, GT3 Pro, podium, 2 BMWs, 1 Porsche. GT3 Am, 2 Porsches and 1 BMW. Roxy Gibson obviously making the last podium position for Prismatic in 8th. Then we have got Stage 1 Green, who it was going great, but then the BMW team, that big crash into the wall at the exit of turn 1, pay to that. They're currently 9th overall, 4th in class. Then we've got Scania. They find themselves 10th overall right now, 5th in class in the Lamborghini, with 11th place going to Scania in the Pro category. So the AM car beating the Pro car right now. They are 1 lap down. Then it is Prismatic Motorsport Athena, RD Sim Sport, and 49 Motorsports to round out your running field in GT3 and GT3 Pro respectively. GT4, well, Deutsche Payment, they lead the way, but only by 2.8 seconds over RD Sim Sports. These two have been battling out for so much of the race. With in third in class is Brabham eSports. A lot of people would say gifted to it due to the 4th place car effect, making a big connection with the wall, but they are on a different pit strategy. And they've come out this lap. Now that is good enough to get themselves home to the end. So this is not quite done and dusted. They could come right back into this, and could they have a shout? A last gas podium? Remains to be seen. Not long to find out at all. 49 Motorsports, they are 5th in class. The backmarker Racing Orange in the lone Porsche GT4. They are 6th in class. And your last runner, TCR, as well, RD Sim Sport. It's been a good race for them, for Holman. Been lacked in so much of a battle with Orbit, but they have opened up that gap now to a whopping 40 seconds, and RD just need to bring it home now. Brabham eSports, they are in third with their touring car entry. Last touring car on the lead lap. FTR are in 4th, and Prismatic find themselves 5th in class after initial strong running, but okay, just having a few issues while I say that. Having a real good go right now with FTR, but FTR sending it right round the outside, and well, they're going to shut the door on Prismatic's face. Or is Prismatic going to slide up the inside? No, FTR hold on to that one, so that looks like that is 4th in class for now, secure for them. How long will they hold on to it? Remains to be seen. Now we're into our retirements. Well, lap 69 we've lost stage 1 from GT3 Pro. Hugh Jass from GT4 in the Aston, we lost them on lap 68. D-Line, we lost them on lap 55 in GT4. Then the touring car of Daniel Dennison, we lost on lap 53. Brabham eSports in GT3 Pro, we lost on lap 45. The Stage 1 Racing Senior team, we lost on lap 39. Vulcan, after strong running, absolutely gutting for them. Lost them on lap 30, and the first retirement was FTR in the GT3. Wow. Wow. We have got 41 minutes left of the season. And I'm hearing from Timothy van der Broek that the reason why he lost the car and had that spin, Sean, was that where he obviously races with a desk chair, the chair went backwards, and that's why he lost control of the car.
Props to it for racing in an endurance race with a desk chair. That's just impressive, really.
Listen, I know quite a few of the NASCAR guys do, you know, and IndyCar guys, but on the oval scene. But I mean, your foot to the floor most of the time. You know, you can. It's not too much effort, as much as it does require a lot of, you know, mental concentration of being aware of everything that's going on around you. But to do it in road racing, that is impressive, and what a sight! 3 classes, side by side, into a corner there. This is why we love great images like that here in a racing, whether it be virtual or the real world. The iconic, picturesque moments like that. As there is your leader in GT3 only by 2.2 seconds, because B-Sim are hunting them down, and B-Sim did stop later. They stopped on lap 97 as opposed to track limits 94. They will need to stop again to get themselves home, but B-Sim will require to be stationary for less time because they will require less fuel to get them home. Will it be enough? Well, you bet your bottom dollar. They're going to come out right alongside track limit. That's going to be an epic fight for the win here at the Glen in GT3 AM. That's going to go right down to the wire. So, well, looking up at the front, and I tell you what, for the first time I think of saying this race, Sean, RSR versus Alpine Stars, that gap has actually grown, not shrunk. It was about 8.5 to 9 seconds after the pit stops. Now up to 10.7. And it's a big fuel saving just to make sure he definitely does get it home. I mean, surely not. I mean, surely he could have just made it anyway, Campbell of RSR.
Still would have needed to fuel save. And what surprises me is that running in, you say he's losing time. His last lap was seconds slower than the guys. Both experiencing a lot of traffic. 2s and 43s now, where normally we see them doing low 42s and maybe into the 41s.
See, right, B-Sim heading around the outside of the Brabham TCR there. Trying desperately to close up this gap that is in front of them right now.
It's like they've lost a second last couple of laps to the leaders.
It definitely does look that way, doesn't it? Definitely looks that way, and look at this traffic. Look at this traffic. So Effect, they have got 49 hot on their heels right now. Position that Catchpole would have surely would have thought he would have been in, as that is the Orbit TCR. They're coming up to right on board with 49 Motorsport. They're going to try and squeeze it through into the penultimate corner. This is where it gets tight. It gets a bit tricky. Catchpole doing the multi-class thing there and getting the TCR between himself and 49. He's going to get him on corner exit, but is he going to be compromised on the entry into the 90? Well, no, he's not. He's just going to get ahead, but you know full well that TCR is going to be closing right up to the back, as now they've also got B-Sim right into the middle of these guys. Wow, that is, I'll tell you what, the net gain from that, Sean, is only about 3 tenths, and not a massive amount, as we've got another battle on down the back straight. Here we go, with RD on the inside of Prismatic. You've got ROI trying to get the way past here. It's just can't find a lane to pick to get the way through past the pair of them, so has to settle in between the middle of them. But it does mean that RD have got a bit of fresh air between themselves and Prismatic at this stage of the race, which could well pay dividends.
Prismatic car did well there. They knew that they couldn't put too much pressure on the cars in front because they had an issue with the lapping car. So they've held back. They've waited to see what this lapping car will do, because Emily Howe will know that this ROI car will slow down the RD Simsport car in front. So it's all a matter of being close enough to make up that gap.
So once again, RSR, they've lost more time. About another second to Alpine Stars. This is, wow, making it even harder for us here in the commentary to try and work out how this one's going to pan out. So Kanya, they have got their sister team right behind them. Actually, I think about to make a pass. That is in class, well, not necessarily in class, but that is for 10th overall right now. There you go, that is that move done, and made with relative ease. They are through and on their way. The other, well, would say battle, but being teammates, don't think it's really truly too much of a battle right there. It's just having a bit of a look at it. I tell you what. Oh, Atlantic, they are into the pits for their final stop of the races. Here comes Prismatic past 49. They're going to clear effect at the same time. Well, 49 have stayed down low. Prismatic are using the slipstream, and there you go. The 49 cuts back across again, hoping effect will be cut off on the braking zone. No, they're not. Everyone's going to make their way through, but I tell you what, 49 have closed up. They've taken around about 2 to 3 temps out of effect. Just down the back straight alone, being aided by the Prismatic GC3 there in the slipstream to pull them along and pull them in closer to effect right now in these closing stages. We've got 34 minutes left on the clock here at Watkins Glen in the season.
Atlantic are in the pits, Tim. So that means the backmarker racing yellow guys could close in, but what are they? They're 11 seconds behind at the moment.
They are. They are indeed, Sean. They're on the pit exit. I tell you what, it's the gap is shrinking dramatically as they get up speed. So that gap has now been cut to 6.1. She mean make it 6. I tell you what, Oshawa is going to have a much better exit. It's down to 5.9. It's down to 5.8, where he's carrying so much more speed compared to the Atlantic car. And also, look, he's going to get TCR down the back straight. Here we go. So that's going to aid him even more so. That gap's down to 5.7 seconds. This is game on here for the best of the rest title. Outside the podium places. It's hard at times when, in real life motor racing, you don't often get to look at chat, Discord messages being posted. Obviously, Olivia Hayward, I doff my cap to you. Obviously, we mentioned earlier about Timothy Van Broek, his spin being caused by his chair going backwards, and she has quoted, "The chair moved, Ayrton Senna." Yeah, but that just... There's moments in commentary which just completely and utterly throws you, and that do you know what? Hats off to you. You win the internet today. That is just epic. Yeah. Oh dear. And back to the cold hard reality of 4th place in GT4. Oh, that's still got me. Effect. 49 all over them. Still, that gap down to a quarter a second. 0.25. A closing down to 2 temps exactly, and it's ebbing and flowing in and out like an accordion right now. We've got 31 minutes left on the clock here at Watkins Glen, and right now Castro of 49 just trying to size up Catchpole to find a way past. And Sean, if you're Dexter Castro right now at 49 Motorsport, how do you play this one out? Do you just sit behind Catchpole and just ride this one out and then go for something towards the end of the race, or do you go a bit earlier at the risk of knowing that potentially Catchpole could play the similar type of game and strategy against you? How do you play it? What do you do?
I think it's all going to depend on whether 49 think they've got the fuel to make the race, to be honest. If they go for a move, say they reckon they do.
Do you think a bit of mind games here? Sean coming in from Castro, just pulling out of the slipstream, going, look, no, this car's nice, you know, nice and brightly coloured, you know, with those pink magenta highlights on the front end. Catchpole will have seen those, filling his mirrors to the right and to the rear. Just as that timely reminder of, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. You need to think about me. Otherwise, I will strike when you're not thinking about me.
Amazing what a little bit of pressure in the mirrors can do to your driving as well.
As they head past the Prismatic Academy.
We've got
TCR
a couple of GT3s in.
Oh, we have.
We could have them around the halfway mark, and Track Limit Racing were the first ones we thought might get in the pits, and they're in their box right now.
Yes, we were absolutely spot on that one. Also, to keep you up to date, something has happened in GT4 to Pack Market Racing Orange. They've had a bit of an incident out on track too. It's all coming alive here inside the last half, and now as here comes the replay. So this is what happened to Cooksters. And oh, too much curb on the inside there, Sean.
It's really easy on that corner to pick up a little bit of curb on the inside, and you think you've ridden it, but as soon as those tyres, those rear tyres hit the ground again, they just spin you right around, and that's exactly what's happened there.
Coasters paying the price for that one. So, Sit Rep, Track Limit have come out into second place in class. B-Sim are ahead of them by 42.8 seconds. Now, this is where we need to start trying to work things out for you at home. Just trying to, wait, what's happening? We have got Stage 1, currently third in class as well. They are only 8 seconds behind Track Limit, but they will need to stop again, I believe. Yes, they will. So, also, so will B-Sim. But how deep can they run this into the race? Have they done enough, Sean, to potentially... I mean, we said it'd be tight when they did come out, roughly, from their pit stops. I mean, surely they've just got to push on. Track Limit are going to be on, have a much heavier car right now at this stage in the race. They need quality start of laps from Chris Van Goot to try and get them the win here in the dying minutes.
Right, so this car, number 192, they pitted with they came out the pits with 2 hours 58 gone on the clock. Then I don't think there's any way this car is going to make it another 27 minutes. They're going to have to pit within the next 10. About how much fuel they put in this car, where the track limit can catch up again. Now there's 44 seconds between them. Tank of fuel is going to give them a minute in the pits. Really tight.
But would they require a full tank of fuel? Surely they're not going to, are they?
They won't, no. No, so there's 45 seconds between them. Moment? Yeah, there's 45 seconds between them at the moment. If they take half a tank, that's going to be about 12 laps. That's one thing to watch out for. We reckon there's going to be about 141 laps of this race, and these guys come in any time in the next 5 laps, they're going to have to do more fuel than what the time allows.
I think they are, aren't they? It's going to be close. Back marker Racing Yellow, they are heading out of the pits. So, let's have a look what that means for them. So they are, wow, they're well down compared to Atlantic, so that's looking like that one is done and dusted. Looks like Atlantic can hold on to 4th overall and in class. So we just wait really now to see what's going to happen in GT3 Pro, to decide what's going to happen for victories in class. I'll try and fathom out that one. 49 Sports still hot on the heels of Effect. So chasing them down as Sicania are into the pits from 5th in class in GT3 AM. Now they come in. And pretty much TCR, that one is sorted, done and dusted. Holman leading that by 49 seconds. Needs to bring that one home. Orbit, they're looking good for the podium with Stadler of Brabham. Well, there they are, 3rd right now. And a considerable mark. I mean, they are 3 seconds behind Orbit. Possible to catch up in these last stages. I mean, identical pit strategies from the pair of them, so we haven't got to consider that one. FTR.
Anything can happen though, Tim.
Well,
traffic.
This is very true. This is very true, Sean. Moments like this, where it just gets a little bit tasty and a little bit fraught. We've got 3 different classes bickering over the same inches of tarmac right now. I tell you what, I've got to feel for Catchbolt, because I tell you what, he's going to be absolutely shattered after this race, Sean, because he seems to have been either hot on the tail of someone or had someone hot on his tail for the entirety of the last, what, 3 hours and 35 minutes that we have been racing. It's been incredibly rare. He's been in a bubble by himself and able just to have that extra mental thing wearing away at him of thinking about another car.
This is the man that did a pretty much a whole Petit Le Mans on his own, so he's used to being in the car for a long time. But I am surprised that Tim and Paul weren't supporting him today.
Yes, it's normally it's a 2-man team this season, haven't they, Effect? So a bit surprising, but even so, I tell you what, Catchbolt, if it hadn't been for that one incident, that's all our leaders in. We've just spotted that at exactly the same time. So right, they are in. We'll lap 123. There goes RSR by butt kicker into the lead, who we believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, they will need to stop again as we ride on board with RSR. So behind the Atlantic car right now. You can hear fuel saving. Oh, we are in abundance. Down into 4th. Favouring the throttles, running it out wide as Atlantic, a little bit loose and Larry there on the exit.
So he can afford to lose almost seconds a lap, far behind, fuel saving, and still finish ahead of him.
Can he do it? Can he do it, Sean? It's going to be a tall order. I tell you what, it's going to keep us interested definitely for the last 22 minutes, as that was a bit close there with the RD Sim Sport GT4 second in class right now.
I think that's going to be the problem. When you've got drivers that are expecting you to come past and you're fuel saving aggressively there, it might put them in 2 minds whether you're going to come past or not.
As we see. Well. Oh, hold on. That's 49. Finally passed. Catchpole of Effect. Castro's done it. By golly. Out of the slipstream. Finally makes the move. About 20 minutes left on the clock. Up the inside. A place we've seen so many moves this season. 49 motorsport up to 4th in class. You know full well Catchpole is not going to have any of that whatsoever. And this is game on between these two right now. But 49 knows it. Castro just fending to the inside there. Catchpole having to get creative here. How late does he leave it? Well, we're getting deep into the race now. We've got 21 minutes left on the clock. Talked about that great race earlier. Only last season at Belle Isle. It was Porsche Cup that time, but it was the middle class of 3. Went right down to the wire. This is going to be exactly the same as the middle class. And that wasn't for the victory either back then. And one of the cars did crash out. Hopefully we won't see that to resolve this one. We're just going to see great racing. So they have got our leader and RSR and Atlantic coming through behind them. And not a place that they would have wanted to catch them, as RSR just have to tuck back in behind them. Atlantic did make it through. Effect running a bit wide here, but they need to, well, they would have been hoping and praying Effect for 49 to get held up, but they're not going to be, because there comes the other RD
so
car.
demoralising, Tim. So demoralising when you see cars take you on the corner like that, and they've got the straight on the car in front.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it whatsoever. He's going to get a bit of a tow, though. Look at this. From RD all the way up the hill. And look, 49 are going to be a little bit compromised. Imagine it won't lose them too much time up here, Sean, but I'm definitely going to have to negate it. Effects are catching them in the slipstream. I'm watching the hundredths of a second literally tick down. Like, second by second. I think he's saved around about 2 to 3 attempts here. And close, brought him back into place. So he did definitely get a little bit aided there by the track limit car right in front of them. Sorry, apologies. It was not track limit at all. It was RD Simsport, the BMW GT3 in front of them. But not quite exactly how he wanted it to play out. But there's going to be more traffic. This is still not done and dusted between these two by any stretch of the imagination. Just keeping half an eye of what's going out up on front. So Alpine Stars have stopped. So have ROI, so that's second and third in class. But can RSR make it home? Because the gap between themselves and I'm just having a bit of a look right now, Sean. It's 29 seconds across the line between first and second, as we've got stage 1 green. They are into the pits in the BMW from GT3 AM. So we see Prismatic there, and there is Sakanya, the pro outfit.
Stage 1 have lost 2 places there in the pits.
They have. Yeah, I think RT are going to come through as well. Overall. Gutting for them. And they are still stationary as well, but this is where everything shakes down right now. A bit like this, battle for position going on between 49 and Effect. So after leading and being ahead of 49 for so long, Effect did lose the place to 49 about 3 laps ago. Now they are behind them. Catchpole needs to turn up the pressure bit by bit. He pulls alongside the head best, the best stop chicane. Here we go onto the brakes. Is this going to be a move right around the outside from Catchpole? He needs to be careful. He needs to dance the car through here as he's going to hold on. He's trying to keep the car alongside because he knows it gives him the inside into the next corner. Has he done it? Has the Brit overcome the American? But look at the way Castro just trying to keep his nose in there. But he's going to have to yield, or is he? Is it going to be a lunge up the inside here into the toe? Well, he's giving it another go, and still these two side by side to the exit out of the toe, up the hill, down towards the heel. But 49, they're inching ahead, but look at the way Effect is carrying more speed on corner exit. So we head to the helicopter right now. We're looking down at the pair of them. And this is surely 49's corner. They squeezed the car through, but Effect getting a much better run, moving left, moving right, trying to find some fresh air, trying to open up the corner, looking for those late apexes to get a run over Castro. And what a finish we are in for here at Watkins Glen. And this is looking right now advantage to Catchpole, the way he is all over the back of Castro, and Castro being compromised by having to take those compromised exits off of corners where he's taking the defensive line. But look how close Effects are, under 2 tenths into the 90 turn 1, and now it's all about the slipstream. And surely, Sean, this is going to be the pass down the back straight.
It's closer now than he has been in the last couple of laps. See if he can get alongside quite early on. I think there's a car in front of them as well. I can't see what it was. There's a TCR.
It is indeed. It is indeed, and look at how Castro's gone defensive early, but there's a gaggle of GT3s, including our leader, coming through. And there's also the leading GT4 behind them. That is Deutsche Payment. Don't think they're going to have to worry about them necessarily. But this RD Simsport machine, the TCR, just holding them up a little bit. Castro heads down to the inside of 49. Cashbolt follows him straight through there. They've both cleared him. They've not lost any time to each other. But here come the GT3s. There's 1, 2, 3 of them. Alpine Stars is one of them. I think Stage 1 is the other one I just caught a glimpse of. Another one as well is Sakanya. And what part are they going to play in this story as Alpine Stars head through? Are they going to clear the pair of them? Well, they're going to compromise 49's entrance into the corner there. And everyone just playing ball, just allowing these two to go racing right now. They're not compromising their battle for position. But right round the outside comes the 193, a Stage 1 green. Just puts a bit of pressure, but he's going to compromise into the penultimate corner, 49. Sakanya trying to follow them through. And everyone just zipping into one another as they remain as they were pretty much at the start of the lap. But 49 have managed to open up the gap ever so slightly, but into the slipstream go effect, and they close up that gap once again as Deutsche Payment, they're into the pits from the lead of GT4. That means RD Simsport have taken the provisional lead for now in that category. 14 minutes left on the clock here from Watkins Glen. This is fully game on, but I mean, that surely affect, they're too far back on this lap to send out the inside of 49.
Yeah, they're far too back now. They are closing them. They are closing them very, very quickly. It all depends on how poor that exit out of turn 1 was for 49.
Wow. 49 don't feel comfortable, does he? Like Castro, you can see just he's playing the defensive game. But as we've seen time and time again, Sean, that really compromises your exit and your exit speed off the corner.
It does. He's really, really narrow going into the loop, so he's going to be a lot slower on the exit, and that's how Cashbolt pulls him up. What is he, a 10th behind? 10th and a half behind now, and he'll follow him all the way through. That GT3 is probably on the start-finish line. It's going to be same again as we head into the next lap.
We've also got a battle on as well for second place in TCR. There's only half a second. Can you believe it? After 3 3/4 hours of racing, 2 battles that are separated by under half a second as RD just slot themselves in between Effect and 49. This is the TCR battle that's happening right now. Stadler for Brabham. We've got Bass for Orbit right now. 3 attempts separating these two. Wow. 12 and a half minutes left.
So Tim, we've got a battle in the Pro-Am lead, sorry, the Am lead in GT4.
We have, it is all happening because that is B-Sim, so they have pitted Sean, and we did wonder about this, and they've come back out in the league. They were stationary for just 20 seconds. Let's not forget, we still think our leader, RSR, overall, they need to pit as well. Wow. All of a sudden it just comes to life right at the death to make it just that little bit more interesting here. As these two, well, they've not really been close to one another. Unlike these two, are at it once again. Effect pull out to the outside. Have they covered enough speed right to send it right around the outside? I'm not sure they're going to, but Cashbolt's going to give it his best damn shot in that 299 machine. And look at that. Is this going to be the final chance for him to get past? Because 49 are making it as hard as possible. And elbows out from Cashbolt. He has got him, Sean. He's got him, but we've still got over 10 minutes of racing. There's still another few more chances for 49 to come back in Effect and reclaim that 4th place in GT4 right now. And that's just one of our positions. This one's even closer right now. Under 2 tenths between B-Sim and Track Limit.
Not only that, Tim, we've got the Brabham as well attacking Orbit.
Oh, we have.
To the...
Well, I was saying about under half a second, forget that. These little battles are under 2 temps right now, as yet again, defensive position assumed. Hugging the inside there, and across onto the racing line. And Sadler is so close for Brabham onto the back of Bass. Hooked in, locked on. They've got 2 GT3s coming up behind them. One of them is Atlantic, the other one is RSR, as they're going to look to try and move their way past us. This is another battle going on right now. This is stage 1, this is Sicania, this is the drag race down the back straight. Sicania are going to be on the outside. They're going to look to hold on right round the long way round, like we've just seen Catchpole do for effect in GT4, but they can't make it work. They have to turn back in behind stage 1 as they look for the switchback though. This is going to be an alternate tactics if they can hold on. As they're giving it a good go, but they have to suck back in once again here. As I tell you what, Castro's got past Catchpole. Or has he? No, they've been switching positions once again in GT4. Let's take a little look at that one. See how, it was the sister 49 Motorsport car in GT3 that aided them, just gave them the slipstream all the way up the hill. But I tell you what, effect, they fought back here. They did not give this one up, and they're still going at it. I think even now, we're watching a replay, but even in live timing, they were still going at it even now. As you can see, just getting the slipstream did affect RY Investments, trying to find a way through, moving left, moving right, having the door shut right in their face by 49. They're not going to squeeze it through in the middle there, they surely know. The effects hold on right around the outside, which gives them the inside into the chute. That is surely, is it going to be moved on? Well, I'm not too sure on this one. But Catchpole's still pushing on, and ROI don't know what to do. Is it going to go 3 wide? And that is an uncomfortable situation. Catchpole backs out of it, but he's going to have the better exit off the corner.
While we're watching that, Tim, the AM GT3s had a change of lead as well.
They have. I was looking at GT4. We've got RD, our leader from GT4. They have come into the pits as this is track limit. Well, we're going to see around the outside and then into the inside. No, we're not. B-Sim. Going to hold on to this? I can't see how track limit can make their way past. Surely, Sean. No, I think they've just about held on to that one, haven't they? I'll tell you what. That is, I think it's where they must have edged in front, down the back straight. Oh, wow. I don't even know how. We've got 8 minutes left on the clock. That is Sicania going incredibly slowly. It's not me, Sean. Is that car crabbing?
That's crabbing. Let's take a look and see what happened.
Oh, no. But that was the minor attempts to make that car crab.
Take March from netcode.
Wow, that is gutting for them.
Took a chunk of the
barrier.
Stage 1 racing team. Before that as well.
I tell you what, we are not done and dusted by any stretch of imagination. Yeah, so they did have a little bit of a tap there. But even so, I mean, that car, just for that rub against the side there, it was crabbing like mad. That's them into the pits. We've got 7 minutes left remaining. I mean, if Scania haven't got a fast repair, that's going to be their race done and dusted for them in GT3 AM. Talking of GT3 AM, 6 temps separate first and second. B-Sim lead over track limit. Also, other classes, just to keep an update on those battles. So, Stadler of Brabham has made his way past Orbit for second in class right now in PCR. Let's take a look at how this one unfolded. Oh, no, there was contact. That's how the GT4 of Backmarker got into orbit. And, well, it was gifted in the end to Brabham, 4th place. Wow. And just to bring you up to date as well, Effect, they've got, well, have they got 49 behind them? Because that one's getting incredibly close as well. Down the back straight, as 49 are going to have the slipstream from B-Sim in front of them as squeezing through track limit. They had to get through, because if they didn't, they would have got held up massively. Oh no, that's the prismatic into the side of 49. Maybe that's what decided this one, because are they going to have damage? Surely, I mean, based on the previous one we saw, they're going to. I mean, they've got a bit of a crumpled.
A lot of damage on that 49 car.
It's all to that left-hand side, isn't it? It's the wheel arches. As around goes the Scania BMW. It's like it's all gone mad in the last stages of the season. We've got 5 minutes remaining, and it's all happening as well. The prismatic car, the Porsche had to check up massively. There's Daniel Verno of Scania B, and the BMW just had to try and get the car turned around, stuck at the apex. We've got 5.5 minutes left remaining. Let's take another check-in on all of your close battles. So, track limit, they're into the pits, Sean. They are into the pits. They need a smash and dash to get home. 49, they are in. That's a big sigh of relief for Effect eSports. Surely that's going to give them the 4th place now. Likewise, with track limit in too, that's surely going to give B-Sim the victory after they've hardly led all race. There they go, off into the distance. And Prismatic, at the hands of Roxy Gibson, are looking like they're going to pick up second in class here, Sean.
I don't know where they've come from. They've been steady all race long. We haven't really spoken about them at all, to be completely honest. They've come up and they're second in class.
Sometimes it just pays you to just to, go under the radar a little bit. They haven't been involved in any incidents. They haven't been battling with anyone really, and sometimes does that not, pay you a little bit, just because then you don't run the risk of being caught up in someone else's accident. I think we've got that RD Simsport in GT3. They are getting close as well. Well, apologies, being close to being. Sorry, they are close to stage 1 green. For position overall, not in class. So that's the 9th overall, so they may well remain where they are. Only 3 attempts between them.
Don't know what damage that stage 1 green car has after the impact with Scania earlier on.
It's looking relatively clean. Zardi pull out of the slipstream. They go past. Now, we believe as well, talking of, maybe this isn't quite done and dusted, as Timothy van der Broek tried to hold on around the outside to then give himself the inside into the chute, but might do it. This is the car I want to talk about, Sean, because we're not still fully sure. And maybe this is why he's elected to sit right behind Atlantic for all this time and not lap them. It's because he can sit in the slipstream and fuel save. And Atlantic have, let's face it, they've been setting pretty solid lap times all day long. So maybe just taking the hit of sitting behind them and fuel saving even more so is worth the loss in lap time from what Campbell might be able to set an outright pace.
Yeah, I think it proves time and time again saving at FTR is what makes the difference. I think next season we're probably going to see a lot more of that.
Of course, we have gone, we've been green for the whole race long here. And that does tend to throw the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of, those strategies and fuel saving, because you never quite know what's going to happen. But when it's been green the whole way, I mean, like I say, that definitely is where this fuel saving aspect seems to pay absolutely massive dividends. As I tell you what, we've got a battle on for second place in GT4. As that is a bit weird. I mean, I saw the black covered livery and thought, what are Effect doing there? Hold on a minute. But this was 49 being right behind them. They've still got that damage. But that is to the lead in GT4. Deutsche Payment leading over RD Simsport. There's Alpine Star second overall right now, just step behind them. Doesn't want to get too involved. Knows he's 28 seconds behind leader RSR by Butt Kicker. as Alpine Stars head on through there. Deutsche Payment just needs to hold out. There is 1 minute 20 left on the clock. As this is going to be the white flag here when the leader crosses the line, which they have done. White flag's in the air. 1 lap left to go. 1 lap left to hold on. It looks like Campbell may well have done it, but it's all about this battle in GT4 right now for the win. Can Deutsche Payment hold on? What have RC Simsport got up their sleeve? Can Brandt pull something out the bag at the depth against Kelly McCauley? Well, you can see just trying to get the slipstream there off the TCR down the start-finish straight through turn 1. Here we go. This is Brandt's moment to shine. He needs to do it. He knows it. He runs out wide. Forget about the off track. He'll take that because he knows that he needs all the momentum carried through turn 1 down this back straight to mount the tech, because into the outer loop is where his best moment is to get the move done. But I don't think he's going to be close enough. But Kelly McCauley goes defensive. They just jinx to the right, just trying to cover it up, and he knows that he's just about hold on to this. Now this is where Brandt, but RC Simsport needs to get creative. He needs to find a way past in these last few corners. He's got about half a lap in which to do so. He's closest as he ever been. It's under 2 taps, the gap between our top 2 right now in GC4. As he comes out wide looking for the switchback, but you know well that Deutsche Payment will just be covering that off on the inside, slowing up on the apex slightly just to kill off that momentum that RD are carrying through. But here we go as he goes defensive to the inside, through into the heel, right round the outside. Brandt knows he can get creative as RSR by butt kicker takes the checkered flag and the victory overall. A great drive from Campbell, but this is what it's all about. And has Brandt done just enough at the depth as he's got the inside line for the next 2 corners? But Deutsche Payment, if they can hold on right around the outside, there's contact between the pair of them. This is going to go right down to the line. Who's going to take it? Will it be RD Simsport? Will it be Deutsche Payment as they drag it down to the line? There's flash of the lights from behind. And surely, on the final few corners, RD Simsport, they have taken the victory here by under 0.2 of a second against Deutsche Payment. After 4 hours of racing, 0.2. That is all it comes down to here in the championship. Wow, another classic here in the Sim 3D GT Series by FTR Events. 0.2 after 4 hours.
That was incredible, Tim.
It was. What a way to round out your season. What a way to round out your season. After all the overtaking opportunities are pretty much done and dusted, B-Sim take the victory in GT3 as they cross the line, by the way. Great drive from them. After all that, Sean, after all that, that is all it came down to. And, you know, the best overtaking opportunity had gone, completely squandered. I tell you what, that is a result and a half for Prismatic. Second in GT3 you can't argue with that one at all. Let's just take you through your results here from round 7, the championship at Watkins Glen. RSR strategy, fuel saving played the way to the victory over Alpine Stars second. RI Management Racing Team, what a debut for them, third in class and overall. And the last car on the lead lap as well, Atlantic Motorsport versus the pair of Lamborghinis. That Marco Racing Yellow coming in 5th. Then your winner in GT3 6th overall. It was B-Sim followed by Prismatic. Amazing result for them. Second in class, 7th overall with track limit in the end. That pit stop right at the end is what caused it for them after leading for so long. 8th in overall and 3rd in class. RD Simsport finished 9th. Stage 1 green 10th. Then it's Sicania. Prismatic Athena actually being beaten by the AM team, pro team. That's just even compounds what a great result it is for the AM team. With Sicania 13th, 49 Motorsports, the last of the running cars in GT3. Then we lost Stage 1 Racing, what a day it's been for them. They lost them on lap 69. We lost Aerokinetics, we lost them all the way back on lap 53. Brabham, we lost on lap 45. Stage 1 Senior, they retired the car on lap 39. And all the way back on lap 12, bear in mind we were lap 137, it was that long ago, we lost FTR Esports GT3. Let's take a look at GT3 just to confirm things there. So BSIM, Prismatic and Track Limit are your podium with Stage 1 green. 1 lap down. Likewise to Scania and obviously Aerokinetics, who you mentioned. We lost them all the way back on lap 53. Let's head down into GT4 now. Well, GT4, what can we say about those guys? It came right down to the wire. And under 2 temps is all it was after 4 hours of racing. RD Simsport taking the victory. Deutsche Payment in second. Brabham Esports third. And when we spoke earlier to RD, they didn't think they'd managed to pick out the victory. Such has been the strength of Deutsche Payment this season. But they did it. Effect finishing best of the rest in 4th after their massive battle with 49ers Motorsport for about the last hour or so. Backmarker Racing Orange, the last of the runners in GT4. Hugh Jas, we lost those guys on lap 68. We lost D-Line on lap 54. And Vulcan, they retired the car all the way back on lap 30. Gutting for them. Into TCR now, a final class. 5 runners here. RD Simsport picking up the double victory for RD. Yeah, great result for them. Brabham second with Orbit in third. Gutted for Orbit after running so strong. That contact last parts of the race where they were hit by one of the back markers in GT3 definitely put pace to their aspirations. FTR finished 4th with Prismatic rounding out the field in 5th place. But I think it's time maybe now to have a quick chat to a few of our drivers here today. First up, let's try and see if we can get a hold of our winner. No, we can't. Let's have a bit of a chat to another one of our drivers. Just seeing who we can grab. First of all, bear with me one moment. Let's have a chat to BSIM. Your winners in a GT3 what a drive from you guys. I mean, wow. It just all came together to you towards the end.
Yeah, it was difficult to start. Normally, I was set to be doing the race alone, but luckily my teammates made it on time to the race as well.
Wow, I mean, it all came together for you. I mean, strategy definitely played a part in things today. For you guys, it just seemed to all, unfold, and the way that Track Limit had that late stop. After they dominated for so much of the race, it really, really aided you guys.
Yeah, Chris did well fuel saving in his stints, so we could fuel a little less, and we even had 1 more lap of fuel at the end.
Oh wow! Okay, so made it home comfortably. So even if I had to go to an extra lap, you would have been okay. Before we let you go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Well, a big shout out to my teammates.
Definitely
for Chris. He drove amazing.
He did.
To all our sponsors, like eCard, MX Pro, Garage 61, and then to you guys for the great commentary and broadcast, and the organizers. When
you put on great racing like that, it just makes our lives so much easier in the commentary booth. That's Lloyd Lamole from BSIM Racing. Let's have a bit of a chat to another one of our teams. Let's see who we can grab next. Let's see if we can have a bit of a chat to. I'm just trying to find through them. Bear with me one moment. So, yes, we've managed to. Here we go. Definitely a team we'd love to see to right now. Your winners in TCR, it's RD Simsport. Wow, what a day for, well, not just yourselves, but also the GT4 team as well. Double victory to end the season. Thank you very much, I think.
Yeah, we're really cheering Callum on. I see Callum and Ben behind me there on the last lap, and I just didn't want to give Ben any tow, so I just jumped out the way and tried to watch what looked like a great last lap. Callum only had one X to play with as well, so
oh wow,
we were really, it was quite on edge. So when we saw him make the move, we were all shouting like mad because Steve was just in front of me as well. He passed me on the last lap, so both of us were sort of just sitting there chilling, watching the fight go on for the GT4. So no, we were absolutely delighted that Callum got that one done, and and the GT3 boys did really well as well because they had a couple of black flags early in the race for speeding in the pit lane and silly things. So yeah, they came back to P9, and obviously I'm delighted with my race result. It was a bit of a boring race from about the second stop onwards, but just kept pushing just in case there was a safety car or anything. You never know. But yeah, it was just seemed to have the pace and everyone today. So I was delighted.
James, when we were watching, the coverage, obviously it was. I mean, yourself and Orbit were locked in, a massive battle for quite a while. Obviously, they had a bit of contact with one of the GC3s that were coming through the field, which put pace to them. I mean, surely that must have been a big weight gone off your shoulders when that happened.
I couldn't really work out what Ethan's strategy was because I had a 4-second lead going into the pit stop, and then I came out 3 seconds behind, and I thought, okay, it was like I didn't think I'd done anything out of the ordinary. And obviously, like you say, Ethan got a bit unlucky with that hit there, but I don't think it was really costing him anything too much. TCRs are fairly sturdy; it might cost them a small amount, but then I came out after my pit stop, and we were sort of running pretty much line astern, and I was 17 seconds ahead. So I don't know whether I would have thought he would have had the fast repair, so I don't quite know whether he short-filled the second stint to get in front or something, because I was actually extending my stints all the time, and the only reason I boxed at the end was just in case there was a safety car. I had another 6 laps worth of fuel, so I actually was fairly comfortable. But yeah, I couldn't work out Ethan's strategy, but he was driving very well, and it was a good battle, good fit, and good, fair and clean, and yeah, it made that part of the race quite nice. It was, to be honest, the last 2 hours were a little dull from my point of view, but yeah, I just kept pushing, like I say, just in case there was any safety car, and yeah, enjoyed watching and enjoyed cheering on the lads there in the last few laps.
Oh, you definitely had front row tickets to that action, didn't you? James, before we let you go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Obviously, I would like to give a big shout out to the whole RD Sim Sport team. We haven't had in TCR, we haven't had the season that we wanted, that's for sure. Did a little bit of GT4 at Nürburgring as well. That was the first time I'd driven that car, so it was nice to contribute towards that championship as well. Yeah, then say hi to I think my mum's watching back in England there, so hi to my mum, and if my wife's watching, I don't know if she is, but yeah, hi to any friends and family watching. Yeah, that was a big thanks to the team. We've had a good season and look forward, and thank you obviously to you guys as well. Great streams and giving up your time, and no, really appreciate that all, and look forward to next season.
Definitely look forward to seeing you. That's James Holman of RD Simsport 2 with the victory in TCR. Right, let's have a bit of a move on across to GT3 Pro, and obviously the overall as well. Wow, what a debut for these guys. ROI Management Racing Team debut in the championship, and just a nice 3rd place. You can't really ask for much better than that, really, can you?
No, to be honest, not now. I think a really great performance. Strategy-wise, we had a Ferrari fan, so yeah, that completely ruined it. But as always, could have been better. But I was really enjoying the racing, the multi-traffic. I've never had this combo before, and I really enjoyed it. Was really really enjoyable experience for sure.
Definitely, it's been absolutely fascinating to see you guys from it. I know that coming to the race, that quite a few of the teams were a little bit worried about you from the initial pace that you were setting. I mean, once you got into sort of racing conditions, what were your sort of aspirations? Was it just to try and get onto the podium, or were you thinking, yeah, we could try and go for the win here at all?
Well, for me, it's always about getting the maximum out of my result. I was really enjoying the racing. I had great pace around. It's a nice track. So for the podium is a nice. I didn't expect it. I thought maybe top 5 before I entered this race, but amazing to be in the podium on our first on our debut race, of course.
Definitely. Before we let yourselves go, David and Xander, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Jeroen Diekman to bring Xander and myself together to do this race, and our spotter Zim, who popped in to help us out a bit, and yeah, that's for me. That's a bit all. So it was a great race.
Yourself, Xander, anyone to add to that?
What?
Anyone else, above what David said? Anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
For me, no. Yeah, well, my Jeroen Diekman as well, for being the main sponsor and main manager and owner of the team. So yeah, big shout out to Jeroen.
Definitely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Even if it was just the last round, having you guys in the championship. Look forward to seeing you next season. That is Xander Van Herwen and David Van Globeck of ROI Management Racing Team. Let's have a bit of a chat too. We've got time to have another chat to another one of our teams. Let's have a chat to the Brabham eSports guys who sat patiently waiting in the waiting room to have a bit of a chat to us. Well, it was definitely an intriguing race for you guys. Second in class. I mean, not too bad at all, but I mean, it was definitely an eventful race for yourselves.
Yeah, I think we started off, we knew we needed a decent finish to pretty much wrap up the championship, and it was try and take it easy, try and keep out of trouble, and then I think within the first few laps I found myself in the wall and struggling. Luckily we didn't get a meatball, so the car was still okay-ish to drive, although we were down on top speed, but managed to fight it round to the pit stop, took our fast repair, and then when I handed it over to Harold, he just drove like an absolute demon.
I mean, yeah, Harold, I mean, wow, the pace from you was electric at times, and I mean, surely overall, second place, it's a solid result, but I mean, it's been an absolute cracking season from your guys. What's been your favourite moment?
Favorite moments, okay. Yeah, there were a couple of them. I mean, the last two races with pole and wins were probably the best moments, I would say. But also now this drive, I mean, okay, we had that hiccup in the beginning with that incident, but still coming back to a P2, that was also a nice event, I have to say.
Definitely indeed. Before we let you, both of you go, Andy and Harold, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
I mean, if I start with the normal team sponsors, the Brabham in particular, we've obviously we were Sim3D, and Brabham came along and showed some interest in looking after us and looking after the team, and David Brabham in particular has been really helpful with all of the real world experience that he's brought to the team, and that just having that knowledge and background in actual real world racing, and he's helped a lot on the mental side of everything and how we approach races, and pretty much like today, how we recover from potentially precarious situations and how to maintain your focus and keep going. And then the other sponsors, Sim3D, Zanshaw, and Simply Race.
Definitely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you guys all season, the highs, the lows, and we'll look forward to seeing next season. That's Andy Fox and Harold Sadler from I was going to call you by your old name there, Sim 3D. No, you moved on for that one. It's Brabham eSports Hissing Sid. But now, next up, we're going to be joined by Theories organizer and, well, steward extraordinaire James Rivet just joins us. James, wow, what a lovely way to round out the season. 4 hours of racing and then GT4 separated by 2 temps at the line.
Bloody brilliant way. Always love it when a 4-hour race comes to a close finish. Not that I got to observe it properly because I had to deal with a review of an incident, but no, I'm very happy.
And yeah, we've just seen, obviously, from that, obviously BSIM have picked up a 5-second post-race penalty. Don't think that affects the result. No, that means they still hold on to the victory in class for that one. And then Prismatic Academy, obviously 30-second for them for unsafe rejoin. But even so, I mean, we went green the whole way. No safety cars here today. When we spoke a little bit earlier to Richard, obviously, you know, we're saying that generally, you know, towards the end of the season, that, you know, some of the drivers who may be a bit more accident prone tend to get, you know, weeded out where they don't feel happy or comfortable with, you know, the progress that they're making in the series. So it does tend to happen towards the end that we go green for the whole race. But even so, I mean, there's some absolutely epic racing out there once again, and definitely made your life a little bit easier in the stewards booth.
Yeah, yes, it is. To be fair, I understand it from our point of view as well, is that everyone joining the series is sort of new to the series, doesn't quite know where others are stronger or weaker in certain corners and different classes. So tracks like Brands Hatch really multiplied that factor, I think. I also think we sort of backloaded some of the more flowing tracks where multi-class works slightly better. So it was a bit of a baptism by fire for some of the newer teams, even returning teams as well. Track that small like Brands Hatch with 46 cars, was it in the end? I think that race.
I think it
yes,
was.
It's a bit much. I think I did think Richard hated me after that race finished.
Definitely, and I mean it's been absolutely entertaining from start to finish. Yet again this season, both for the teams and even us in the commentary booth as neutrals as well. For yourselves, what has been your favourite round this season?
Oh, favourite round. When you go through so many instant reviews, you end up, it all blurs into one. I think my favourite was Nürburgring, personally. Not because we didn't have to worry about safety cars on the second part of the doubleheader. I just think the racing overall across that whole round was probably necessarily the best, but it was the most entertaining for me to watch from my side of things, at least. And the Nordschleife presented a lot of challenges for certain car choices, especially the Porsches, as we heard them complain all throughout the week, wondering how they were going to make it around the whole race. But yeah, no, I think, yeah, for me, the Nürburgring doubleheader, I think that was the best round for both the racing, and I got to relax a little bit more in the second part of doubleheader.
Definitely. It was the same last season as well when we were at the Charlotte Roval. The first one, we had, I think 2 safety car periods, and then the second one went green the whole way. James, for anyone who's, you know, any teams, prospective teams or drivers sat at home thinking, well, I'd love to be part of the action, how do they go about joining the league?
We usually have posts out around in the iRacing forums with the Discord server invite link there, and for the next season obviously it'll be the entry form channel to chuck your hat in the ring effectively. We also will be posting on our social media as well to get the social media manager up to speed a bit quicker on that one to get things up. But once we have dates and everything to announce, we'll be announcing them in the Discord itself, and we're not already in here, but if not, it'll be in the iRacing forums to keep an eye out there.
Just to add that one, we've also put all the links on the videos for all the FTR races we've done over the last few years.
Perfect. See, there you go. Sean knows more than me.
There you go. There we go. So all available all round. But James, congratulations on another fantastic season. I know from speaking to quite a few drivers away from the league, they all absolutely love it here. And well, who could argue with racing like we've seen this season? And look forward to seeing you next season. Definitely, as James Rivet, series organizer here as FTR. But well, what can we say as we close out things here from this race? It's been, well, standard FTR. Big grids, endurance racing, multi-class, and then it all comes down to 2 temps after hours of racing. Bit of a rare one, we went green the whole way. We've seen trials, tribulations all season long, drama, excitement in abundance, commiseration thrown in for a bit of a mix for some of our teams. But you know for one thing, FTR always bins excitement, drama, action from the green all the way to the checkered. It's been an absolute pleasure covering this season yet again of Sim 3D GT Series by FTR Events. From Sean Cranley's watching the press booth, Paul Walsh was with us earlier, obviously Chris Rowlands and Seb Bosch-Williams who helped us out earlier in the season, James Parfit too. I've been Tim Cox. It's been an absolute pleasure having you, and we'll see you soon here at Total Sim Sports.